Welcome back, Screamers. Brace yourself because today we're going to be diving headfirst into an unapologetically toxic, pitch black sci fi romance story that is definitely not for the faint of heart. This is your host, Tirzah M.M. Hawkins, and I write and narrate the dark, chilling, and thrilling. So today I've got for you A Beautiful Lie by Coda Languez. This is the first book in a Birth of the Sin series trilogy, and this will be censored in real time for content that is not allowed on the platform. So grab a blanket, get cozy, and be sure to hit that subscribe button so that you don't miss a single scare. All right, now that we got that out of the way, here we do have a little note from the author. This is a very dark story inspired by supervillain relationships. Harley Quinn and the Joker come to mind. The Birth of a Sin series details the toxic romance between a sadistic mafia queen and an ordinary man. So, this story is not suitable for everyone. The nature of the dark romance that lays in the heart of this tale is unhealthy, abusive, codependent, and above all, not safe. And I'm not going to keep reading those. We have a quote from Pedro Calderón de la Barca: "When love is not madness, it is not love." Okay. Chapter 1: Angels versus Demons. The night had been a complete mess for Roger. It was supposed to be a simple guard shift over the shipments. Standard evening, making sure no one tried to steal the product, the trucks came on time, etc. It was supposed to be boring. It was supposed to be easy. There was a tiny hitch. Seraph had arrived. Roger cursed as he ran between the storage units, hiding in the shadows as he ignored the cries and shouts of his peers. He squeezed his hand to stop the bleeding, the sting of a fresh cut making his eyes twitch. He should have known there would have been trouble. This so-called hero had been hitting their operations one by one. Worse, the organization stood at the apex of the criminal underground, and any problem that hit them would spread to other factions. Despite the risks, there was no change in guard detail. Just a rumor. The Sins would be on watch. Shit. Fuck. Where are they? He looked around in desperation for those beastly enforcers. No one at his rank ever saw them. The Sins were far above his pay grade. It doesn't change the fact that they were getting destroyed in large numbers. The boss would not allow this to continue all night. He heard footsteps coming towards him, and his body pivoted just before the end of a katana stopped short at his neck. He backed up, switching directions before another figure holding two swords landed behind him, trapping the man. Both figures had white masks that glowed in the dark night. The man wore a half mask, his mouth exposed and his lips curled into a slight smirk. "Leaving so soon? We just wanted to ask some questions." Roger gulped, looking between the two of them. Seraph had arrived with Archangel. "Fuck, man, just let me go. I swear I don't know a goddamn thing." "He's lying." The sword towards his neck didn't waver as the chilled proclamation danced in the air. Seraph's voice was a cold winter's breeze. Her mask hid her face, the embossed wings curling around the cheeks to enhance her eyes. Silver eyes were as bright as the moon and as piercing as the sword in her hand. "Yeah, that's not a good idea." Archangel stepped closer, his blue eyes narrowing a little, but his smile didn't waver. "Look, we know that you're just a small fry, and this is a lot more trouble than it's worth. You shouldn't have to deal with shit like this." He tilted his head, lips widening to a mocking grin as he lifted one sword behind his head, shoulders slouch. "Just tell us what you know about your boss, and you'll be free to go." Roger's face went pale, cold sweat beading along his brow. "Are you crazy? They will kill me. They will kill my family. No way. You guys are just gonna have to." The Archangel's smile faded, his eyes going cold. In an instant, he was much closer to Roger, holding one of his scimitars to his neck. "We could kill you instead, so just give us a name." Logically, Roger knew these two were not the killing type. Vigilantes? Yes. Violent? Sure. Murder? He didn't think so. However, logic did not go very far with the sharp edge of the blade pressed against his neck. Okay. I can give you a name. As Archangel backed up, Roger sighed in relief, his hand searching his neck for any cuts, and gulped. It's Watch out! A club slammed down in front of Archangel. Seraph's warning gave him only a second to jump away. The ground crumbled under the power of wood and metal, eviscerating human flesh, blood gushing out of Roger's mouth, his spine and organs crushed and shredded by those metal spikes. The impact was deafening. Seraph did not falter, not lose balance from the crackling concrete. However, she was on alert. Both hands were on her sword. Her heart was pounding as she felt the tension, the pressure weighing down on them, threatening to crush them as quickly as it did Roger. Well, so these are our pests. That voice was deep, guttural, a demonic sound matching the mask of the owner of such a devastating weapon. It stood up, casually on the crushed body, while lifting the massive club over its shoulders. Red eyes looked over the both of them and found them wanting. I was hoping for better prey. Archangel held up his swords, showing a brave face. The sudden horror and the crushed corpse on the ground caused sweat to drip down his chin. I think we're more than enough. Oh, really? The demon mused before suddenly lunging, the weight of the club not slowing it down. Archangel lifted his swords to block the swing of the club. It seemed he would have been too slow if not for the katana of Seraph. The sword was sharp enough to hold back the club from crushing her partner. Archangel jumped behind Seraph, taking shuddering gasps to recover from that near gruesome death. Seraph clenched her teeth, holding her ground, silver eyes gazing into the fiery depths of the demon. You must be Wrath. Obviously, was the dry response, though a deep chuckle escaped the monstrous opponent. I'm impressed. Perhaps you make a good meal after all. Wrath used its other arm to aim a body blow to Seraph, but the woman was faster, barely avoiding it. Archangel gathered his wits and flipped behind Wrath, slashing at its back with one of his sword. Wrath seemed to sense the attack, instincts more than well tuned to a fight. It used the club to brace itself as it jumped and kicked Archangel away, landing to lift the club over its head to slam down into him. Archangel rolled away just in time, and as Seraph lunged to cut Wrath's right side, he tried to take it from the left, slashing with both swords. Wrath gave a deep, growling laugh and blocked them both, using its club against Seraph and its left arm against Archangel. His sword should have rendered cloak and flesh into shreds. Instead, the impact caused one sword to fly from his gloved hand. He held up his remaining weapon, struggling under the arm, pushing him back. What the hell are you made of? Wrath shoved the two heroes away, releasing a chuckle at that question. You'll need to do much better than that against me. Archangel collided with the storage unit, his back arching against the wall as the wind was knocked out of him. Seraph held her ground against the impact, readying her sword. Facing the demonic beast, her voice did not waver. We're not afraid of you. We will take you down and save the city. Wrath tilted its head. Did I give you permission to save it? The amused tone it held throughout the fight died. In its place, a roar erupted. I own this city. I will rip you apart. The thunderous shout cracked through the air as Wrath swung back its club toward the insolent hero. Sarah felt her heart seize in fear. Something about that sudden anguish and hatred shook her to her core. She steeled herself, lunging to meet the monster, before she had to double back, avoiding a bullet that hit the ground between them. Wrath cursed softly, looking towards a far-off building, steam hissing from the mask. Not yet. A towering figure jumped down to join them, this time wearing the vicious facade of gluttony. The giant, hidden behind the veil of a boar, stepped in front of Wrath, a wall with arms spread and fists clenched together. Archangel finally stood up, shaking off the pain from his collision with the storage unit, readying himself to continue before Seraph ran to him, gripping his arm. Her voice was stern as she spoke. "We have to go." She motioned to the figure with the boar mask. "He is formidable and—" Her eyes looked towards a building in the far distance. "They have a sniper." Archangel cursed, angry at himself before turning away, sheathing one sword and quickly grabbing the one from the ground as he ran alongside Seraph. "The police should surround them, right?" Seraph shoved him away slightly, turning to use her sword to cut away another sniper bullet aimed at him, splitting the searing metal in half. Her eyes remained forward as they escaped. "I hope so." Her partner didn't react to the extraordinary feat. He was used to Seraph's inhuman skill. What had bothered him most was that there was someone else who could match her, someone just as fast and powerful, who was not bound by moral limitations. Wrath, having no inhibitions to contain its bloodlust, shifted forward, seeing the backs of its prey slowly growing small into the night. Gluttony's hand touched its shoulder, halting its movement. Wrath growled, glaring at its companion. "You better have a good reason to end my fun." Before Gluttony could speak, a loud, shrill voice shot through the minuscule Bluetooth hidden in their ears. "Did you fuckers see that? That cunt sliced my fucking shot. How the fuck—" "You're loud," a voice barely above a whisper. "You're loud," a voice barely above a whisper added to the choir. "Seraph moves like you, Wrath." The shrill voice dripped with venom. "Great! Another damn bitch like you." Wrath snarled in disappointment. "Which is why I'm extraordinarily pissed off. Answer me." Gluttony finally took this moment to speak. Pride had called in. Police are coming. Apparently enough noise was made to bring several squads." Wrath gave a slight snort. "Fine. My prey ran away anyway." It walked away, motioning Gluttony to follow. "Envy, meet us back at the manor. I'm sure Greed has a vehicle waiting for you." "Whatever, bitch," was the response. It was really an affectionate exchange, all things considered. Wrath smirked beneath the mask. "Sloth, we have insurance on this property, correct?" "Yes." Wrath chortled under the mask. "Then Greed will forgive me for this." Its voice deepened on the next command. "Blow it up." Chapter 2. Meet Cute. A few minor explosions to destroy evidence and distract arriving police provided an anticlimactic ending to the evening. It was not the bloody battle that Wrath had wanted, but it would do. Enough damage was done to collect insurance and play this off as arson or some gang squabble, the sort of damage control that Wrath had no interest in. Besides, cleanup was in Sloth's and Greed's domain. She could not care less. Still, it was pleasantly exciting. How long had it been since she had a challenge? How long had her blood boiled with exquisite bloodlust? Her opponents didn't immediately flee, nor fall over dead as soon as she arrived. They didn't bore her. Two so-called heroes should have been insects to step on as she walked by. Instead, they seemed like warriors. One of them seemed like a warrior. The man was mediocre, young, cocky, the prey only a lazy, dying predator would hunt for. He put on a brave face and a point to him for surviving, even if it was due to envy screeching in her ear. The woman, however, was the challenge. "Seraph moves like you do." Sloth's soft whisper crawled into her ear, burrowing tightly into her mind. She opened her eyes, staring at the ceiling. The blood pulsing through her veins made it hard to sleep. Those words, boiling around, made it almost impossible. She gritted her teeth a bit, irritated. Something about that mystery woman felt familiar. Too familiar. A memory clawed from the back of her mind. shadows threatening to engulf her. It was the past she did not want to remember, but it kept her awake. Was it too early to be awake? She growled, sitting up on her king-size bed. She picked up her cell phone and grumbled. 6 a.m. was far too early to be awake. Sleep had always seemed to escape her. She was still on alert, ever restless. She shook her head with another murmur of annoyance and dropped her phone onto the bed. Her fingers ran through her wild hair, and she groaned as they got stuck in some knots. Her hand tugged itself free, and she stared at the loose orange coils, using the tactile motions to shake away that annoying shadow of a memory. She looked over to the right corner of the large room, seeing her purse on the chase lounge. She grabbed her phone again, tossing it and nodding as it landed inside of it. Satisfied with her aim and reflexes, she now had to contend with a growling stomach. I didn't get to enjoy my meal. I am starving. She pulled the covers off her body, stretching and pressing a button on the right side of the bed to open the blinds. The sunlight started as a sliver before devouring the darkness in the room. She smirked at the sight of the city before her eyes. Her city. Her dark skin soaked up the warmth, and she kicked her legs over the side of the bed, taking in the morning skyline. Time to eat. The city of Montrose was bustling with life. Ira watched the people walking along her streets. There was the financier falling over himself to catch that ever-elusive taxi. He probably needed to get to a critical meeting to plan out another meeting. The poor fool ended up cussing out another cabbie that zoomed past him. She glanced over to a teenager, probably skipping a class of some sort to go to the boutiques and cafes in the arts district, desperate to be a part of a moment and yet just always step behind. She could hear the music from the headsets of a group of skateboarding stragglers, her head bouncing as she appreciated the violent sound of death metal. This was her favorite spot, a small antique iron fence separating her and the other patrons from the crowd just a few feet away. The umbrella blocked the sun, which helped her headache from the poor sleep she had. She mused on the world beyond the little fence, from the lovely tall bistro table with a rather comfy chair that served as her throne. She lifted her head from her hand, using it to pick up her one of 3 chocolate croissants. Her teeth bit down onto the flaky, crunchy surface, delighting in the bittersweet richness inside. It wasn't precisely the meal she wanted from last night, but it was enough for her to release a little moan. In a few less delicate bites, the pastry was gone, and she wiped her hands on her jeans before directing towards the much-needed cup of coffee. "Excuse me, miss." Just before the lip of the cup could touch her lips, she paused. That bit of quiet joy devolved into growing annoyance. She scoffed, finally taking a sip of her coffee in disinterest. The voice was not too perturbed. "I was wondering if I could join you. This place is a little crowded, and I see you have an empty chair." She gave him a derisive chuckle in response. She set her cup down, careful not to smash it onto the tabletop. "I do mind." Her voice was caught in her throat as she looked up into deep blue eyes. Never had she seen such depths. They were like the ocean, pulling her in. Her mind hiccuped. The concepts of words seemed laughable. Words? Who needs words when you're looking into the face of an angel? That beautiful face had a slight smile, and he nodded, acknowledging defeat. "Well then, I'm sorry to bother you." He turned away, dark brown bangs fluttering over those azure eyes. She could not allow that. She wanted those. She wanted to keep those eyes and that smile by her side. "I don't mind." Her voice came out in a slight squeak, and she coughed, clearing her throat. "You may join me." Those eyes turned back to gaze at her again, peach-tinted lips widening. "Thank you." He gave a soft chuckle. "I'll try not to bother you." Once more, the concept of words was difficult. He seemed content to just sit, lean back, and open his book. She studied him. her eyes taking in the lean forms of his chest and neck, covered by a thin shirt. She took another sip of her coffee, devouring him with her eyes and praying he didn't notice. Her mind scrambled for words, cursing the awkward silence. No bother. I'm a little tired of sitting alone anyway. Oh, he grinned a little, looking up from his book. You know, I see you here sometimes, always at this spot. He set the book down as if awaiting this opportunity. The mystery, fire-haired woman, some chocolate croissants, and a cup of coffee, looking out over the world like she was surveying a kingdom. Poetic. And close to the truth. She smirked and tilted her head. So I have a stalker. His laughter was a song floating in the air. It was as melodic as his face was angelic. No, I mean, it's only when you're here. A blush formed along his cheeks. I wanted to meet you. He looked down, his eyes soft. You kind of remind me of someone. Well, sorry to disappoint you, but I am a unique individual. She fiddled with the cup of coffee between them, her fingers rocking it back and forth in giddiness. True, that's why I took the chance to know you. He brought a finger to his cheek, scratching it, showing how nervous he was with her. My name is Tristan. Tristan. She held that name in her mind, studying it along with his face. She kept the two close together before locking them in her mind, where she would never lose them. Well, what would you like to know? Now that I'm here, it's hard to narrow it down. He looked over at her face, before his eyes lowered towards her left side, unable to ignore what was missing. His eyes darted away quickly. She noticed. Why, yes, I have one arm. His eyes were lidded by long lashes as he looked down in shame. I'm sorry. She waved that useless apology away. Please, it happened a long time ago. He looked back at her, eyes glancing up and down at her proud and muscular figure. Were you in the military? Her brow furrowed just a little, eyes closing. You wouldn't say that. The sounds of the crowds faded. In fact, each yell or shout turned into a scream, a war cry. Tires hitting asphalt rung in her ears, like boots stomping against dirt. A gunshot ringing through the air. With that gunshot came gunpowder and ash. The city faded. The morning sky choked with smoke. The sun setting into flames. She could taste iron in her mouth, and when she looked down at her cup, the color of her coffee turned red. Her brow furrowed ever so slightly at the screams that were once her lullabies, and her bare left shoulder heavy. Her heart pounded, drumming along with the screams. It was the sound of war and death, a song so familiar that she was being consumed by it. Then, a light touch brought her back, the delicate stroke of Tristan's hand on hers. Those long fingers entranced her, and the drums receded into the back of her mind. She looked up to see him, smiling at her, his hand pulling away once he was sure she returned. His voice was gentle. It must have been hard. I'm sorry to bring it up. His fingers were warm, and she memorized that smile. She took another sip of her coffee, enjoying the warmth that remained. Like I said, it was a long time ago. Everything was back into focus. Is it my turn to ask super personal questions? Tristan gave a nervous laugh, a finger scratching at his porcelain cheek. Fair enough, you can ask. In fact, as an apology for my rudeness, I promise to answer any question on any topic completely truthfully. Oh, what a prize. Iris' fingers fiddled along with the ceramic cup. Many questions wandered along with her mind. Did he like violence? Has he ever killed anyone before? Was he part of a rival crime family? Was he part of a crime family she destroyed? Will he be yours first? Are you single? Her fingers stopped fidgeting as the question crawled from her lips. The tension seemed to build in the air. Did she push too fast? Her heart squeezed in embarrassment, but she could still feel his touch on the back of her hand. Going right out of the gate with this one. His eyelids lowered, those deep ocean depths peering underneath long lashes. For now. No romantic rival to murder. Excellent. Good to know, she coughed. If I was even interested. Really? You asked? Ira bit her lip, embarrassed. You're the one who came up to me with some excuse. Your need to try harder than that. I'm willing to try. He leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table, chin on the back of his hands. Is it my turn now? I'm desperate to continue this uncomfortable question game. Her lips split into a toothy grin. We can make it an actual game. I ask a question and try to guess at your answer first. But we just met. He tilted his head, raising an eyebrow. Actually, I at least have the advantage of stalking you. But I love a challenge. All right. He chewed on his lip, eyebrows lowered in deep thought. Are you single? He smirked, a fluttering chuckle escaping from his peach lips. Yes, you are. She snorted, waving away his answer. No shit. That doesn't count at all, cheater. She looked away in mock indignation. Try again. Okay, you have a point there. Favorite kind of movie? Horror? I do like a good gore flick, but no, action is my preference. Some horror is too slow. She closed her eyes, her finger tapping against the table. I'm stealing your question, and I will guess you also like action. No, he scratched his cheek again. She noticed it seemed to be a nervous tick of his. I actually like romance, except not like bad romances, but quirky ones. Her eyes widened. Wow, I wouldn't have guessed. Ugh, I hate those chick flicks. None of them are good. There are good quirky ones. Those I like. Her nostrils flared as she raised one thick eyebrow. That's it then. We cannot go to the movies together. He grinned. Planning an actual date already? We can watch one of my crappy films. Her cheeks puffed up and turned ruddy with heat. Suddenly, she wanted to change the subject. Wait your turn. What are you afraid of? I'm going to guess spiders. Actually, I don't mind spiders. His chest puffed up for a second before pride faltered into hesitance, and his eyes shifted to the side. He bit his lip again, hard this time, shadows looming over his eyes. I'm claustrophobic. His shoulders straightened, and the shadows faded as he looked at her. Same question, and I'm guessing the dark? Nope, but, Ira gritted her teeth. I hate mice. Wait, what? His eyes brightened. Really? They are disgusting, help spread the bubonic plague, and most irritating. If she could turn pale, she would. They squeak. He nodded, his lips quivering and shoulders trembling upwards as he held in a giggle. Okay, favorite food? He smirked. Chocolate croissants. Chocolate anything. She let out a giggle, still savoring the remains of the pastry. What is your favorite animal? Cats. Dolphins, actually. I like the ocean. She would have never guessed with eyes like that. Favorite kind of weather? Tristan's eye lowered toward her bare shoulders. Are you a fan of sunny days? She shook her head. I prefer the rain. It feels nice and cool on your skin. Favorite color? She looked back at those eyes. I bet it's blue. He grinned, nodding. You got it. I'm stealing that one and going to go red. She flicked her head from side to side, letting her wild curls bounce. That obvious. First thing I noticed, your bright red hair and how your eyes match, as cheesy as that sounds. She grinned, enjoying the slight moment. This was a true morning gift. A few more questions passed between them, each one with quick answers. It was all indeed a game to cover the small talk. Yet small talk was worth it with company like his. That smile, his laugh, some of his anxious movements when he got shy or embarrassed were all things she enjoyed and memorized. It was back to her turn once more, and she brought a finger to her lips, tapping them. Coffee or tea? Maybe tea? She motioned over to his empty side. Doesn't even look like you ordered a thing here. I like their pastries, but he shrugged and his lips pouted to the side. Coffee is too bitter. Coffee is delicious. I can barely function without it. You didn't finish drinking your coffee yet. Ira blinked, looking down at the now cold liquid. Oh my, that's a shame. She looked around, realizing that the surrounding crowd had thinned. How much time had passed between them? So, this is how it feels to have good company. I'm happy to entertain you. He moved to grab his book, having not even bothered with reading it. But I guess I should be going. He slowly stood up, one hand still on the table. It was a pleasure, miss. He trailed off, giving a slight laugh. I never got your name. I never gave it to you. She looked back down at her cold coffee, deciding to finish it instead of letting it go to waste. She stretched out the silence, teasing him. It's Ira. Ira. His fingers curled against the surface of the table, and Ira wished they could melt into the glass and trap him. It suits you. You never lose your charm, do you? She looked up at him, a smirk still on her pouty lips. For you, never. He tilted his head a little, his hand moving from the table to scratch his cheek one more time. In fact, if my charm did finally win you over, I'd like to see you again. Maybe tomorrow morning? Ira rested her head on her hand, gazing at him in silence. She memorized his face, his dark brown locks, his gentle smile, and most of all, those sparkling sapphire eyes. I'd like that, Tristan. I'll see you tomorrow. Tristan's angelic smile widened, and he gave a little wave. It's a date. Chapter 3. A Setup. It wasn't long after that gloriously corning meeting did she leave for the manor. Honestly, she could have spent several more hours staring off into the street corner that Tristan turned towards, her hand rolling around the empty cup on the table. Instead, she was staring out the window of the black Rolls-Royce Phantom that Edward sent for her. The same drive she made every day was slightly different now, as her mind was occupied with that smile and those eyes. Fuck, Tristan was gorgeous, sweet, funny, and all those other adjectives women would use to describe the perfect man they met one time, but never got his number. She never got his number. Damn. But they had a date. A coffee date, sure. But she will see him again. He wouldn't disappoint her. No one would be that stupid. She grinned to herself, looking at the yellow and orange lamps lighting the stone wall of the tunnel. Old man Dante, the former head of the family, had shown her several of these tunnels long ago. They were built to connect the small, hidden island where the manor stood to the rest of the city. Everyone else had to use small boats to travel to the island. Only a select few, specifically top enforcers, the sins of the family, could use the tunnels. She remembered his smug old smile as he described these hidden passageways, his hand moving down from her shoulder to sit on her thigh, stroking it idly. Disgusting. She shook away that hideous memory. That old man was definitely lust. The one sin that was missing from the current generation. As the tunnel door opened, with the bright light of the sun streaming through, she thought about that empty spot. It had been so many years, and never once did they find a suitable person for that role. Her brow furrowed in thought. Indeed, lust was a significant motivator for her budding feelings for him. She was not one to believe in childish dreams of love at first sight. But lust? Certainly. She shook her head again, this time giving a low chuckle that made her driver's heart freeze a little. He took a small gulp before gathering up courage. Did you say something, Lady Dante? She blinked, her eyes glancing towards him, piercing. However, they did not narrow down to a glare. Instead, she grinned. Not a word, just thinking of something amusing. Her eyes moved back towards the window, looking towards the trees guiding their way to her home, trees that made way for the gardens, red, yellow, orange, and pink flowers highlighting against the lush, manicured landscape. She was getting ahead of herself. There was no way anyone would let her bring in a stranger into the family, much less than a sin. Pride and gluttony would have massive objections to something like that based on her whims. Still, the thought remained. The car slowed to a smooth stop in front of the steps of the manor, and the driver got out, relieved that it was a very uneventful drive. He opened the door for Ira, bowing his head in respect as she got out. She stood up, looking around for a second before sighing and kicking the driver to the ground quickly, using his torso as leverage to push off and avoid the bullet that hit the ground where she once stood. She looked towards the taller pine trees on the left, smirking before she gripped the open door of the Rolls-Royce, grunting as she ripped it off with her hand. Taking a deep breath, she turned, using the strength of her body to throw the door towards those taller pine trees on the left. She let out a snort as the door made an impact, hearing the high-pitched yell of, "Fuck!" that was followed by a small thud. That'll teach envy. Boss, the door. The driver coughed and dusted himself up after the kick. Now he was worried about what Greed was going to say. He was used to the fact that he worked for a family of monsters, but the car was still somewhat new, and the old man was a miser with their wealth. They had to have the finest of luxuries, and the responsibility of taking care of said luxuries. Something Wrath really didn't care about. File for insurance, she shrugged. It's not my fault that my little sister keeps trying to kill me. The driver took off his hat. Sighing, he looked forlornly over what was once, only a few moments ago, a gorgeous car. Ira paid him no more mind once he handed over her purse from the back seat, turning away to nod at the two doormen who opened the doors for her. She smirked as one of them winced at the damage to the car. She enjoyed how sometimes even the most veteran of her employees would balk at the antics that took place. Ira walked forwards down the hall as the door closed behind her, past the dark wood and iron railings of the grand staircase. She heard the main entrance doors open behind her and then rolled her eyes, hearing the loud, slightly damp footsteps coming behind her. Sauntering forward, she opened the French doors of her office and moved to the side before Kana could shove her. Well, I see you enjoyed your little walk. Kana looked up at her, glaring and gritting her teeth. One of her green eyes twitched. You threw a door at me. Ira smirked, looking up and away from the much smaller girl. Well, you shot my poor driver. I had to retaliate for his sake. Bitch, you knew I was aiming at you. Ira snorted, chuckling. Were you? My, why ever would you do that? Kana's face turned out, her mouth sputtering. Don't make fun of me, you fucking... Another voice perked up from the office. Did you say a door? Edward stood up from one of the dark red armchairs in the center of the room, his golden eyes wide in surprise before narrowing in annoyance, his brow furrowing with frustration. Every day he seemed to age a few more years more. Not the Royce. Please tell me you did not do that to the Royce. She did. She fucking threw it at me. Kana jumped in anger, stamping her feet before pointing with a vicious glare at Ira. She tried to kill me. She then looked to several dark green and brown stains on her purple skirt and shirt. She ruined my clothes. Ira shrugged, tilting her head towards the older man. Would you believe me if I said it was in self-defense? Now it was Edward's turn to grit his teeth, letting out a deep sigh of exasperation. He turned to Envy, wagging a finger at her. You know we're not supposed to shoot the head of our family. Kana stuck out her tongue. Whatever. She's no boss of mine. Just some lucky whore. Ira's grin vanished. the fire that was always simmering beneath the surface coming to light. Ruby eyes narrowed into angular slits as her voice lowered to a deep growl. "Oh, is that right?" She sounded more beast than human as she turned to face Canna. Her hand dropped to her side into a fist. Her head tilted as she studied the smaller prey, fiery curls coiling around her face, enhancing the predatory glare. "Is that what you think?" The younger prey rarely succeeded in her antics to annoy her, but sometimes the right button can be pushed. Or the wrong one. Canna's tongue instantly returned to her mouth, her face paling a little. The pressure felt heavy in the room. Those red eyes targeted at her. The hairs on the back of her neck stood up, and she could feel a cold sweat going down her face. She coughed, trying to put on a brave face. "I mean, there is someone else I prefer, but I'm sure he can take your place soon." Canna did not look back at Ira. Her arms crossed tightly, she tried to fight the fear that was making her heart pound. Edward looked over to Ira. The voice, a forgotten memory before the fiery storm that was threatening to devour everyone in the room. He took a deep breath to gather strength as he pressed his thumb against his middle finger, quickly letting the sound of a snap to get her attention. He was a little too successful. "Do not snap at me, old man." Ira's words turned into a roar that echoed against the walls of the office. Her moods were volatile, and it was clearly an unpleasant memory had been triggered. The rage of that memory fed that fire, threatening to consume everything in the office until it was nothing but ash. Edward took another breath. His own heart had almost stopped at her words. "We have other business to discuss, Lady Dante. You shouldn't let a small girl bother you so much." He gave an unusually light grin, attempting humor to calm her down. It seemed to work. The pressure in the room dissipated, and Ira's gaze softened. She chuckled, tilting her head back and forth to release tension from her neck. A loud crack can be heard. Her neck released a pop. "You're right. It's really not a big deal." She walked past the shaking Canna, beyond the dark red chairs of the room, to a large black chair behind an impressive mahogany desk. She sat down with a yawn, leaning back against the cushion. "I didn't sleep well, so I'm admittedly touchy." Edward exhaled, his heart finally and slowly relaxing back to its normal rhythm. "Yes, well, I imagine all the excitement last night could be draining." He closed the French doors of the office, wanting their talk to be more on the private side. It was unfortunate that young Canna was in attendance, but she was a part of the top of the family, like him. He picked up his briefcase from one of the red chairs, placing it on Ira's desk. "In fact, that was one thing I wanted to talk to you about." "Oh, dear. Does insurance not cover the damage after all?" Ira rested her elbow on her desk, leaning her head against her hand as she released a bored sigh. "Sybil told me it should." Edward grumbled. "That's not it. These little pests of ours have become quite the annoyance lately." Ira gave a small yawn before shrugging. "Well, perhaps I would have taken care of them, if envy did not interrupt me." Hannah's eyes were dazed, and she was still holding her arms close to herself. When hearing her moniker being mocked, her trembling stopped. She closed her eyes tightly, taking deep breaths to steady herself and let go of her fear. "Well, someone had to save your ass," she huffed, gathering all her bravado as she marched to the desk and jumped onto it, taking it as a seat. She glared at Ira. "Looked like you were having a hard time." Ira looked over to Kana, her red eyes gleaming at the memory of last night, causing a low chuckle to escape. "I was actually having fun. I thought it was going to be a massive disappointment." Her smile widened. Pearly white teeth bore against the rouge of her lips. "Instead, it was invigorating." Edward scoffed into his hand. "Yes, well, it was a bit of a disappointment to some of our business partners. This will cause a delay, and we will explain it soon." Ira's smile turned into a sneer, moving a fiery strand from her eyes. Obviously, we blame the vigilantes. They caused this mess. She set her elbow on her desk, leaning her chin against her hand, the passion that was her in her eyes moments ago fading into boredom. They caused the explosive damage. They inspired the police. You know, all that nonsense. Edward raised his eyebrow. We are not the only ones being bothered by this. He opened his briefcase, pulling out a folder to review the reports. Seraph and Archangel? Ridiculous names. Ira tilted her head to the side. We go by the 7 sins for code names. I don't really see the difference, Greed. The golden pools of his eyes gleamed brightly as he glared. That is a tradition, a long-standing honor. The Dante family has stood by these titles for centuries. To have our prestige being compared to a bunch of silly monikers used by extraordinarily persistent heroes is an outrage. Why, Canna felt one of her bright green eyes twitch. Oi, old fart, we fucking know already. Edward shoved the folder back into the briefcase. Still, they have annoyed our partners as well. He took a moment to pull off his glasses, pulling a handkerchief from his suit to clean the lenses. So I suppose it wouldn't be too bad to light a spotlight on them and give them a little pressure from our allies. Ira's eyes glazed over during his spiel, almost zoning out entirely. However, as the topic returned to their pest problem, she smirked. Exactly. Simple. She leaned back, stretching a bit. Was that all you wanted to talk about? This time it was Edward's turn to give a little smirk of his own, putting on his glasses with a little flourish. Why not at all, Lady Dante? I have one more thing. He pulled out another folder from his briefcase. Actually, it was several folders. Thick sheets of paper smashed between thin plastic, barely holding themselves together. He set the folders down onto the desk, each one emitting a heavy thud against the rich reds of the woods. These are your prospects. I have binders full of them. Ira blinked once, then twice. Prospects. Hannah reached for a photo sticking out of one folder, Ira's eyes following those small fingers. Her red eyes looked back at the folders. Prospects for... Why, for merging our family with one of our allies. Again, he was met with blank stares. He coughed, salty droplets of sweat falling down the side of his forehead. Since you are quite the powerful widow... He ignored that slight snarl from Ira, trying to fight off the daggers that were piercing his neck. And that there is an opportunity for further growth of our assets, that you may be open to an arrangement with one of the sons. Are you serious? Ira ground her teeth. You're trying to set me up. A high-pitched squeal echoed throughout the room as Canna cackled with delight. She looked at the photo with pure joy again before she grabbed one folder in the binder, taking in each eligible bachelor. Edward ignored another squeal of laughter, coughing to fight back the growing ache of his nerves being lost. Now, Ira, hear me out. I know you have preferred a more aggressive approach for our territories, and it has not failed us yet. However, we can gain power without bloodshed and gang fights. Ira kept her grinding, pulling another photo from the giggling girl on her desk, looking down at it. Isn't this McKelly's son? I thought that old man hated us. Oh, he does, especially since you took the docks from him. Oh, I assure you, though, money and power are all that is on his mind. He may hate us, but he knows where the power lies. He motioned for the photo, holding his hand to examine it. Ira took another look at the photo, then yawned, dismissing the picture back to the old man. Either way, I'm not interested. Edward balked, looking down at the picture. But he is good looking. In fact, most of these men are, and all of them are from powerful families. You wouldn't be giving any power up. You would just be strengthening our legacy. Edward, I am not interested. He gave an exasperated sigh. I knew it would be difficult, and I know better than to push you. His palms pressed the latch of his much lighter suitcase closed. Just consider it. He gave a small bow before turning to walk away, only to pause with a hand up. But if anyone catches your eye, I can arrange a meeting. Ira's eyes narrowed into thin slits. Her breath was sharp, leaving her lips like a slow hiss, trying to keep that tiny strand of patience just within reach. She gave a small, forced smile, trying to keep that fire within her. I'll keep that in mind. Edward opened one door, looking back over his shoulder, golden orbs meeting the flare of her gaze. Ira, not everything can be won by force. Just consider a more feminine touch. With that, the door closed behind him. If glass and wood could combust with a look, the entire mansion would be in flames by her glare. Ira stared long and hard at the door before looking at the folders and papers. Canna smirked, seeing the older woman's annoyance seething out. She set a photo down, leaning closer to Ira, giving a soft hiss. You know, this wouldn't be a problem for Darian. Ira's eyes shifted towards that hiss, her voice low but without the edge. Oh, why is that? Well, he would have had everyone under his thumb. No need to marry for power. Canna's green eyes glittering with the thoughts of her noble brother. No one would doubt him. Shit, since he is a dick, no one would push him towards some bitch to marry. She gave a laugh, finding the entire idea hilarious. Ira sighed, rolling her eyes, using the grating voice of her little sibling to calm her a little. She knew how to end this little tirade. Your brother seemed to think I deserved all this. All of it. If he wanted it. She gave a cruel grin, taunting the young girl with the impossible. He's always welcome to try. She rolled her eyes a little. He never seems to complain. Canna's laughing stopped cold, her brow furrowing, her face turning red with irritation. Well, whatever. He's just biding his time. She jumped off the desk, knocking papers and photos onto the ground with her dainty hands in a small bit of retaliation for the truth. Who'd want a fucking angry bitch like you anyway? With that ultimate insult and a well-timed middle finger, Canna left, slamming the door closed. Ira looked over to the photos scattered on her desk. Her impassive gaze traveled overly dry descriptions of each man and their families. Each one was more boring than the last. All the bachelors blurred together into one bland mafia image. She looked back towards the doors again, repeating softly to herself, Who'd want you, anyway? Blue sapphires glittered in her mind, sapphires of the deepest blue that pulled her into warm waters. That light touch of his soft porcelain fingers against her hand brought her back from the darkness. His soft pale lips curled into a gentle smile, followed by a soft laugh that weaved notes of music out of thin air. Music of an angel, who was single, for now. She gave a small laugh. Who would want me indeed? That smile widened before finally her loud laugh filled the office. She gave a little snort towards the end, her eyes gleaming before she looked back down at the mess of papers. Shit, she shrugged, smirking. Fuck it, to the trash it goes. A faint blue glow always emanated from the room. Slow droning and beeps echoed from the door, accompanied by static or voices that seemed to break or fall in and out of existence. While the rest of the mansion held a vibrant, warm glow, it looked that same glow would fade into a nearly sickly flicker, with lights sometimes blinking on and off down this hall, towards this room. The housekeepers and guards hated going down that hallway. Talk of ghosts or shifting cables originated from their dealings near that room. Ira walked down the hall, heels echoing against the wall as she walked towards that open door, following the hum of machinery. She paused, hearing a heavy thud and crash, a soft chuckle escaping her lips. That thud sounded very familiar. She entered the room, leaning against the frame, looking down at a hunched figure, picking dust off his hat. Cleaning up Sybil's mess, Ori. Orson jumped, almost hitting the ceiling. the pounding of his heart drowning out the humming and whirring of the multiple cameras and drones focused on them. Jesus, sis! He looked over to Ira, towering over her, his eyes wide with surprise before he took a deep breath, his shoulders slouching. You startled me. Ira grinned, gently patting his broad shoulder. Sorry about that. She looked around, whistling at the separate coiled, tangled masses of cables littered around the rooms, multiple pieces of metal parts and limbs scattered in different dark corners, lenses peering like eyes in the darkness. You know we pay people to do this, right? He picked up the broom that he protected from his fall, giving a little sigh. Yeah, but they don't know which cable goes to which monitor. He motioned over the multiple screens toward the back of the room, each one holding a different scene. The monitor stretched to the top of the ceiling, curling around the edges of the wall. Besides, he trailed off, his head turning towards the large chair in front of those screens, his gaze soft with a little smile forming around his lips, enhanced by his short beard. She prefers if I was here. One drone trilled, as if giggling. Ira smiled softly, her eyes giving a rare, gentle gaze. Damn, you two are adorable. She looked towards the giggling drone, then to the chair. She's awake. Orson nodded, setting the broom against the wall. He bent down and picked up a nest of cables. His eyes narrowed in concentration as he separated the yellows from the greens. She's up, though I think she needs to power down a bit. He bit his thick bottom lip, her large brow furrowing in worry. She hasn't eaten yet, either. Ira blinked before shifting her right shoulder a bit, motioning towards her purse. Well, I had a visit to a certain cafe. His head spun towards her, big orange eyes glistening, a hopeful smile on his face. The cafe with a patio and blue umbrellas. The one with the apple and cinnamon croissants filled with banana custard. He set the broom against the wall, large fingers twiddling with timid joy as his eyes looked down towards her purse, his mouth watering. Iris smirked, moving her arm down so the purse could open just a little more, letting a brown satchel of treasure peek out. I order an extra 3 just for you two. The larger man gave a little squeak of joy, his fingers carefully pulling out the parcel that held golden, flaky mounds of deliciousness. He opened the bag, sighing at the delightful smell. I'll have to warm these. Oh, she's gonna love them. The drone peered over his shoulder, giving a nod of approval before heading towards the door. Orson looked over to it, a beaming smile of gratitude on his face. Looks like she's happy, too. He leaned down to give his sister a kiss, her head turning to the side to provide easy access as he bent low. Thank you. You're nice today. I had a good morning. She nodded towards the drone that seemed to bounce up and down in the fair, motioning towards the hall. You better hurry. She's definitely hungry. Orson nodded, broad shoulders shaking with hearty laughter before he skipped out the door, following the drone as he carefully held on to the pouch of golden, custard-filled wonders. Ira looked back towards the door, making sure he was gone, before walking towards the back of the room. The closer to the chair she went, the dimmer the lighting became, until nothing but the blues, grays, and whites of the monitor provided squinted sight. She leaned against the large console, carefully avoiding the metallic hands of drones working against the controls. She peered over to gaze at the nearly still figure in the chair, her voice soft as to not startle her. Hello, Sybil. White hair sparkled against the artificial lights of the monitor as the woman in the chair barely turned her head. Light blue eyes, showing nothing yet taking in everything, met Ira's red ones. She gave the slightest of nods as a greeting, the motion causing the softest whisper of a sigh to escape her thin lips. Ira nodded in return, her head turning towards the screens. I need a favor. Favor? A soft voice, one that can only be heard with focused ears, floated through the air. Sybil tilted her head up slowly, both eyes now gazing at Ira. Yes, a small one. Ira felt her cheeks warming up, looking away, shyly. I need you to monitor someone. The boy. Sybil's lips curled into the faintest of smiles. She knew. Of course she knew. Cute. Ira bit her lip, nodding. Tristan, I need you to keep an eye on him. She took a deep breath, trying to hide her embarrassment. Stalker. The word came out with a weak giggle. Sybil's misty and pale blue eyes were soft with pleasure. Ira huffed, her hand reaching up to rub against her curls. I just want to make sure he stays safe. She glared down at the frail woman, though there was only sizzle in her eyes. Let me know if there is any trouble. Okay. Ira sat up, her heart pounding a little faster. There was no war, no fight, just a crush. Don't let anyone know. Just send a status to my phone. Sybil's eyes rolled. That was the most obvious detail. Of course. Thanks, Sybil. She walked out of the room, hearing Ori skipping back with a deep, silky hum of joy. As Ira walked away, the softest wisp of a voice followed her, slipping into her ears. Good luck. Chapter 4. Bitter Dreams. Boots trampling against dirt joined the choir of screams outside. The hissing wisps and pops of bullets hitting flesh echoed against the cement walls. Fear squeezed her heart tightly as she held her crying brother against her. His sobs were the only thing distracting her from the iron and copper in the air, wafting into the darkness they hid in. A presence stayed with them, trying to shield them, one that felt so warm and yet out of reach. Ira prayed that the high-pitched hiss of a bullet would not end against their flesh, and pounding sound of boots would not enter her ruined home. She choked on her own sobs, humming through burning tears to comfort her little brother, crying against her chest. Listen to me. She looked at the voice calling to her, and the gentle grip fell onto her left hand. Her fingers returned the grip as she tried to pay attention to the voice. Stay here. Don't let anyone find you. That voice was stern, yet hitched with panic. She released a shuddering gasp as the screams grew louder, an explosion coiling and grasping her mind, her heart pounding like drums, war drums. I promise I'll be back. I'll find help. That voice faded against the chaos, and the presence slipped away, its grip leaving her. No, don't. She held on to it even tighter, her head turned towards that dimming voice, finally seeing the presence, silhouetted by a bright white light, beams of warmth against her face. It tried to pull away, to go into that light, apart from her trembling, terrified brother, away from her. The sound of a bullet ripped through the rock. She could have sworn one hand penetrated the darkness, spinning into the wall. It made her grip loosen, and the presence, her only shield, slipped away. Protect Ori. Keep him safe. I'll come back for you. What she had been fighting back against finally fell. Tears, burning against her skin, traveled down her cheeks. The cries of her brother mingling with the wails screaming in the darkness, and blood filled her mouth. Don't leave. Protect Ori. Keep him safe. Promise me. Only wisps remained of that gentle light. Her own fingers held on to those of the presence as hard as she could. I promise. I'll protect him. I'll keep him safe. Her fingers were empty. That light was out of reach. Her hand clawed against the darkness, reaching out for that vanishing light. No, don't leave me. The smell of ash and blood filled her nostrils and muffled her screams. Please don't leave me. Don't leave me. A soft breeze and the gentle rocking of a ceiling fan welcomed her to reality. She blinked, her eyes heavy and wet. Her left shoulder was lifted, reaching towards that ceiling fan, and a sensation she hadn't felt for a long time overwhelmed her. Her left side was heavy and empty. a sharp pain shooting from her shoulder, running through her harried nerves. She ground her teeth, closing her eyes tightly as the fear, the pain, the loss erupted into a much more familiar emotion. Rage. Fuck! Her right fist slammed down onto the nightstand. The granite top shattered and the wooden legs buckled under the impact. Her shuddering breaths and fury of her own weaknesses. Can't she have one peaceful night? One night where she was not tingling with bloodlust or haunted by unwanted memories. Her left shoulder sunk into satin pillows, her body drowning in the sheets. She pulled her hand back to gaze at it, scowling at her trembling fingers. Nothing. There was nothing. She willed her heart to slow down, the adrenaline to return into depths. Ori was safe. She was in no danger here. Not anymore. I'll come back. Liar. She seethed, her hand resting over her tired eyes. You fucking liar. Another shuddering breath, letting the fiery anguish consume it, leaving nothing but ash. Her eyes fluttered before she yawned, loudly. Oh, this sucked. It was too early to be awake. She sat up with a grunt and pressed the button above the nightstand wreckage. Slowly the blinds opened, revealing the just rising sun, casting pinks and yellows over the pale blue sky. She ground her teeth again, glaring at the view of the skyline before leaning down to pick up her phone. It survived the nightstand's collision with her fist, the time blinking before her eyes. 5:30 a.m. It's too fucking early for this shit. God, she was pissed. Pissed at Edward for his stupid proposal, at the two vigilantes causing her family stress, at her mind for conjuring up the worst possible memory during her restless sleep. She kicked her legs over the side of the bed, stomping over to her dresser to put on leggings and a tank top. She shook and growled like a large cat about to pounce on its latest meal. I need to beat the shit out of something. Chapter 5. Sweet Reality. Beating the shit out of body bags did not help. Neither did lifting Olympic bars with a demonic amount of weight and slamming them into the ground. She tried so hard to work off that seething fury, but it merely hid beneath the surface. Even the scalding hot shower she took didn't help, the steam not calming her senses. What the fuck was wrong with her? Why did she think about the past? It didn't matter anymore. She left through the golden-framed rotating doors of the condominium, rich wooden floors giving way to asphalt. Sunglasses shield her eyes from the sun as she stomped off. The morning breeze offered no refreshment. She required the most robust espresso she can buy. 5 shots of that same espresso, covered only with a delicate foam of cream, and shot directly into her veins. She gripped her black purse close to her, perfecting her best resting bitch face as she made her way to the cafe. The line of people blocking her path caused a low growl to vibrate through her throat. Vermin infested her cafe, just when she tried to calm her nerves. She groaned in disappointment as she made way towards the patio, looking forward to her chair. That was occupied. She froze. Someone was at her table, long brown bangs only hinting at blue sapphires underneath. A lean frame leaning back against the chair, pale lips curled into a slight smile as he flipped the pages of his book. The light gray jacket, combined with a thin blue shirt, did little to hide the muscular forms underneath. Tristan. Right. They were meeting today. A date over coffee. Fuck it, she cursed under her breath. She didn't want to see him like this. Her patience was thin, and her eyes were underlined with drooping bags. She clenched the handle of her purse as her instinct was firmly in fight mode. The last thing she needed was to play nice with some asshole sitting at her table, no matter how sexy that asshole looked. She stalked over to him like a lioness hiding in tall grass. It was effortless, how quickly and silently she moved towards her prey. She looked down, one nostril flaring. I don't think I gave you permission to sit here. He blinked, startled from his book. He looked up with an effortless smile. Good morning, Ira. She scoffed, her left eye twitching as the pain shot up her left shoulder. Do not make me repeat myself. Her eyes narrowed into fiery slits. I didn't give you permission to sit here. His brow furrowed slightly, that angelic grin fading. Do I need it? There was a storm in his eyes, a lightning flash of annoyance. Good riddance. Ira preferred solitude on her bistro throne. She snorted, her tongue clicking against the roof of her mouth. Yes, this is my kingdom, remember? Tristan's brow furrowed a little more, his eyes narrowing into a glare matching hers. Yet that glare did not stay for long. His jaw relaxed, and he set his book down on the table, standing from his chair. Instead of leaving, he lowered his upper body just slightly, bowing with a cheeky grin. May I sit here, Ira? Her eyes widened under her large sunglasses, her heart skipping a beat at his soft words. There was no mocking in them, no edge of annoyance. He was just asking for permission. She was surprised. Under her sunglasses, her eyes were wide, then narrow before they closed. There was only one thing left to do here. Laugh. A joyous, deep alto laugh escaped her lips. As she did so, all her nerves, each one that was jolting with fire, simmered down. The pain and strain from her limbless left shoulder subsided. Even her eyelids were lighter. She heard his airy chuckle join her laugh, and no longer did everything was smooth. The smell of blood and ash receded further into the darkness of her mind. Finally, she nodded, still shivering with a giggle, pulling off her sunglasses to wipe her tired eyes. Yes, you may sit. Tristan grinned as he sat back down. I take it you had a rough night. She nodded and placed her sunglasses into her purse before sitting down across from her date. An absolutely shitty one. She laid her arm on the table, resting her head on it. I slept horribly. Her head tilted towards him, red eyes taking in his ocean-like depths before they shifted downwards and away. I shouldn't have taken it out on you. Tristan tilted his head to the side, shrugging. It's all right. You didn't sleep well. He scratched his cheek. If I didn't cause it, I'm happy. Her gaze shifted back to his as she smirked. Oh, but wouldn't you want to cause my sleepless nights, Tristan? Her voice had a little edge, sensuous fire kindling now. I did not say that. He rested his cheek against his hand, his eyes lidded. If sleepless nights were in the cards, I can't refuse. Her cheeks flared up, her heart pounding. You're lying. To you, never. She turned her head down and back to the tabletop, her forehead tapping on the glass. He was too much. She liked him too much. She ground her forehead against the tabletop, trying to control the warm feeling in her chest. There was no way she was going to let him loose now. His chance of escape was gone. She had to have him. She looked up when his light laugh entered her ears, glaring with a pout. What's so funny? My charm strikes again. His grin softened to a smile, a hand moving to brush a few loose strands of hair from his eyes. I hope I can make your morning a little better. She set her purse down on the ground before pressing her elbow against the table, laying her chin against her hand. You already are. She gave him a smile of her own, small, gentle one. There is a lot I'd like to know about you. I think we should continue our game. Her smile turned back into a more familiar smirk. might help me wake up. How about I get you some coffee first? He leaned forward a little, studying the bags under her eyes. Those brain eyebrows lifted, his voice soft. Maybe chocolate croissants? Her head lifted, and she prayed her stomach didn't announce itself. That sounds fantastic. Right. She leaned back, lifting her chin up a little, her wild curls billowing a little in the breeze as she huffed. I demand treats. Then the game. His voice grew husky, vibrating with another chuckle. Are you giving me an order? It was as if his voice was caressing her spine. She shivered slightly, her lips puckering as she fought back a giggle. She straightened her posture and grinned, her head tilted back, curls flickering in the breeze. Yes, she was not some easily flustered princess. She was a queen, and this was her kingdom. Tristan bit his lip, white teeth pressing against peach-tinted skin. His fingers twitched against his cheek, and he nodded. Then I can't refuse. He stood up, moving from the table, and pushed his chair in. I'll be right back with treats. Her eyes scanned him from head to toe and back up again. To be honest, he seemed far tastier than any croissant. Behind his boyish charm was a muscular and lean frame. His body reminded her of a dancer or a gymnast, strength and grace mixed into an angel. What else was underneath that gray jacket and light blue shirt? Her hand went over her eyes, blocking her from that tempting body. One moment she tried to push him away, and now he was an oasis in the middle of an arid desert. Thank God he didn't let her push him away. She lowered her hand, balling it into a fist as she pressed her lips, as Tristan flirted with her, was attracted to her, and like a gentleman, he wanted to please her, to get to know her. With that adorable blush, puppy dog eyes, and goofy smile, she knew he liked a woman in charge. She enjoyed being in charge. But she sucked with relationships and dating. She looked over towards Tristan again, watching him pick up her cup of coffee with his long fingers, holding the hot ceramic carefully by the handle, his other hand delicately balancing the small plate of croissants. He flirted effortlessly, with his saunter and cheeky smiles. He must have more experience in the dating field. However, she was holding the reins. He gave her the reins. Her heart was fluttered, and she took a deep breath. She was holding the reins, but there was a lump in her throat. A more feminine touch. She barely knew what that meant, but she could not screw this up. She was going to have him. Coffee and croissants. That angelic song reached her ears, and Tristan's dreamy smile as he set down the coffee and the golden flake packets of creamy chocolate goodness was a dream. I think these are fresh, so the chocolate should be warm. He looked back behind him, seeing one more cup waiting on the counter. I'll be back with my tea. He trailed off, right as Ira snatched a flaky treat and took a bite. She barely noticed him move away from the table, audibly and happily chewing on the croissant. The chocolate melted on her tongue, and the crunch was a pleasing reminder of the delights in the waking world. It was too easy to engulf that first pastry, licking her fingers before grabbing the second, half of it gone just as Tristan sat back down with his cup of tea. She avoided looking at him. She needed the calories after her workout, and she did not want him to notice the heavy bags under her eyes. It was better for him to watch her eat and chug coffee, even if it was embarrassing. She flinched as he coughed into his hand, those azure gems glittering with concern as he spoke. Feeling better? Ira set down her cup, only half of the dark hot liquid remaining. A little. Her hand moving from the porcelain mug to rub her right temple. I wish I was a better company, Tristan. Tristan shook his head. stirring some of the honey into his tea. "Don't worry about it." He took a small sip, noticing her eyeing the last croissant. His cheeks puffed up before he coughed into his hand again, obviously holding in a laugh while his free hand moved to push the plate towards her a little. Ira looked up at him in shock. "You don't want it?" "I'm still full of breakfast, and I'm not feeling sweets." "Heresy." She grabbed the last croissant indignantly. "These are amazing. I can eat these all day." "You do? Every morning?" Her heavier than usual lids lowered, one eyebrow arched. "I see." Her lips curled up with triumph. "You are a stalker." Tristan bit his lip, chewing on it a bit, his eyes glancing to the side. It's what you get when you're here." So his charm was not impenetrable. He still looked angelic, even with a stutter. "Do you want to continue our game?" He changed the subject. Ira finished the last and final croissant with a flourish, sucking off the flakes and butter from her fingers. "I do." She touched her chin slightly in thought before pointing towards him. "I think it was your turn." Tristan nodded, the awkwardness fading. "Very well. Favorite hobby?" He looked over the firm tone of her arm, noticing strength and curve of her legs underneath those tight tan jeans. "Working out." Ira's grin widened. Close. She wasn't sure if he would want on elaboration on the word hunting if she stated that instead. "It's one of my favorite activities, yes. I worked out earlier to wake me up, but it didn't work." She scratched the back of her head. Favorite music? Classical?" "God, no. I'm forced to hear it every day. But no, I like alternative rock, like Red Hot Chili Peppers or Imagine Dragons." He thought of his next one. "May I make this uncomfortable again?" Ira tilted her head back and lifted her hand in the air, palm tilting towards her audience. "Oh, Ira, sweet, sweet Ira, why did you not sleep well? Is that what you want to ask?" Tristan looked away with a snort. Sadly, his smile faded, and he looked over to her again, blue eyes filling with that hateful concern. "Did you have a nightmare?" Ira's lips puckered into a pout and curled to the side. She didn't like the look on his face. It made her feel pathetic. She moved her head forward, her wild hair covering her eyes a bit as she considered her answer. "A memory." She took another gulp of her coffee, the bitter giving way to metallic iron. "A disappointing memory of a long time ago." She set the cup down, her eyes on his, steady and focused. Her thick lips took on a bitter smirk. "My childhood sucked." Tristan bit his lip, his eyes looking towards the side. "I'm sorry. You have bad memories too, am I right?" He opened the door to that topic. It was her turn to pry. He closed his eyes, a small, harmless, and bland smile on his face. "Most people have bad memories." Ira tilted her head. Something about that bland expression was off. She kept the door open, her eyes focused on his face. "Oh, bad enough they keep you awake?" His brow furrowing just slightly. "Sometimes." That came out in a murmur, his mask of a smile faltering. "Sucky childhood as well?" "You can say that." His eyes opened slowly, revealing a storm in them, a tempest that turned the blue of his eyes near midnight. In those turbulent depths there was a plea to let that door close. Ira smirked at the desperation in his eyes. So, her angel hid some darkness. She wanted to force open that door as wide as it could go, tempted to engorge herself on the secrets inside. However, he wasn't her prey. In fact, As attractive as that desperate look in his eyes was, right now, she wanted that brightness to return. She let the door close, allowing it to lock. Well, this is uncomfortable. She took a final sip of her coffee, leaning back against her chair. We all have bad memories that keep us awake. It's if and how we move forward that matters. She took one last look at her cup, mulling over it. Your turn, Tristan. He released a shuddering gasp, and life came back to his face. Favorite drink? I think you like wine. I prefer whiskey. It helps me sleep. Speaking of which, I should have had some last night. Whiskey? I prefer rum or tequila. I could have had several glasses of those, too. His light laughs reached her ears like a comforting song, and she joined in with a hearty laugh of her own. They needed to laugh. Him to forget about the unpleasantness that was his past. Her because it kept her in the present. She grinned, her chest heaving a bit as she tried to stop. Okay, I'm going to steal one you mentioned, asked. Favorite hobby? He motioned to his abandoned book on the table. I'm going to guess reading. He nodded and glanced at his book. I enjoy reading. Keeps me company and takes me to faraway places. Oh. She looked over at the book as well, curious. You were reading it earlier when I came in. Her curiosity studied the cover. What's it about? He blinked, picking it up. His lips pursed, and he shyly glanced at his book and then at her. It's, a romance. Oh, no. A quirky one. He gave a little grunt as he pouted. Hey, it's actually pretty sweet. It's a little quirky, yes, but it has some comedic moments. He turned his body to the side, cradling the book against his ribs to shield it from mockery. It even has action, too. I was at a pretty suspenseful part when you got here. She was dubious. Suspenseful? Action? So it's not just pretty little people looking into each other's eyes while thinking about how gorgeous the other person is through flowery, magical words. Her lashes fluttered quickly before her eyes went wide, gazing upwards towards the sky. How could someone like you notice someone like me, even though several scenes were spent explaining how I am oh so beautiful? She pressed the back of her hand against her forehead, tilting her head back as if she was about to faint, the red tangled ringlets of her hair falling over the back of the chair. I can't see you for a few pages, so it will feel like forever. How could I possibly live on? Tristan pouted a little more before he gave a slight smirk in realization. You seem to be very familiar with cheesy romance cliches. A sharp puff of air was released from Ira's lips, followed by a growl. I don't like what you're implying. She sat up, glaring. My brother loves that shit, so we end up watching it. Tristan looks towards the side, that smirk remaining. Oh, I see. So you were held hostage when watching them. Are you teasing me? A little. He thumbed through the pages of the book. You may like this one, though. It has a lot of action, and it's fast-paced. Would you like me to tell you about it? She glanced at his book before looking into his eyes. They were nearly sparkling, the joy emanating from them. She tilted her head to the side, curious now, before getting an idea. Why not read it to me? She gave a toothy grin. Maybe if I hear it in your voice, I'll be less likely to make fun of it. His eyes widened, surprised. You want me to read to you? A little of disappointment hit those red eyes, followed by embarrassment. Ira lowered her head to the table, resting her cheek against her arm, tempted to hide her face. Why? Are you too far into it? He looked at his book again, checking to see which page number he was on. I don't mind. He looked over at her, seeing a bit of wistfulness in those eyes. Though it was a grown woman asking him that, he wondered if anyone had read to her at all. He gave a little smile. As long as you reserve your scathing comments until the end of the first chapter. Ira pressed her lips against her arm, muffling a laugh. No promises. He gave a mock gasp before shaking his head with a slight chuckle, looking towards the inside of the cafe. Looks like the couch is open. It may be more comfortable for us. She blinked, looking over at the sectional facing the brick wall with the mantel of a fireplace. Fair enough. She was about to stand up before a hand moved into view, his long fingers extended towards her. She paused, her eyes widening for a moment, that memory returning. A hand in the light that was just out of reach. Her right hand gripped the table, trembling as an old fear crossed her mind. Coming? His voice gently pulled her back into the present. Ori was safe. She was in no danger here. Not anymore. She gave a soft chuckle, shaking off that useless memory, her hand letting go of the table to take hold of his. I must have been drifting a little. She stood up and gave his hand a soft squeeze, making sure it was there. He squeezed back, giving her another gentle smile, before leading her into the interior of the cafe. As they stopped before the large sectional, Tristan let go of her hand, motioning over to the large seat with a bow. After you. Ira gave a soft scoff, rolling her eyes. The charm never turns off, does it? Tristan smirked and winked. For you, never. Her cheeks were ruddy as she sank into the thick velvet cushions. She leaned her head back to hide them. She yawned as Tristan sat down next to her, before shaking her head quickly, sitting up. The couch was a little too comfortable, a trap that threatened to pull her in like quicksand. She rubbed her eyes before turning towards Tristan, seeing him open the book to the first chapter. Her eyes stayed on his face, on those lips, on that dusting of peach against those porcelain cheeks. His voice was as soft and as comfortable as the cushions they were sitting on, and it soothed her as soon as he began the first chapter. Another trap, a lullaby. Her eyes lowered down towards his chest and shoulder. Tristan. He paused, looking over her. Yeah, Ira? Seeing his eyes on her made her feel shy. While not unpleasant, the vulnerability caused her lips to purse. My head feels a little heavy. I'd like to use your shoulder. His eyes softened, long lashes fluttering over those sapphire depths. He moved the book onto his lap, opening his shoulder to Ira. Go on ahead. She moved closer to him, leaning against him, so her head was underneath his chin. She was pressed tightly against him, needing to use his side for stability. When she was finally situated, her head pressing against the right shoulder, near his chest. You may continue. His heart pounded against his ribs as she pressed closer against him. His arm reached around her shoulders to turn the page, continuing where he left off. He was proud of himself. His voice didn't tremble when he could smell the light citrus perfume on her black shirt, while her hot breath caused goosebumps to grow along his neck. He focused less on the woman nuzzling close to him and more on the world of the book. As he read out loud, each familiar sentence took a life and character of its own. Details about the dashing hero and his tenacious love interest bounced from the page. His voice took on their personalities, bringing the first time the rogue met his not-so-distressed damsel into existence. As it began with a rescue mission, he even described the sound of the weaponry. He was reading this chapter for the first time once more, and he hated to have to stop. See? A lot of action already. How did you... A roaring snore was his response. a snore of someone who fell asleep soon after the word continue. He preferred she insult the chapter instead. He furrowed his brow again, and his lip curled into a pout. His hand lifted from the book to rub his forehead, before scratching his scalp vigorously, shaking away irritation. He looked down at Ira, his annoyance fading as he saw those dark circles under her long lashes. He studied her face, taking in those thick lips, strong jaw, and pronounced cheekbones. Despite her short, compact stature and missing arm, she was heavy against him, powerful muscles pressing against his side. Yet she was vulnerable against him. Her eyes flinched, her brow furrowing slightly as if she was dreaming about something unpleasant. He bit his lip, unsure whether to wake her up. He only got the nerve to speak to her yesterday. Yet here he was, looking at her supple lips, fighting the urge to steal a kiss, while worrying about what nightmare plagued her. He shook his head, remembering that intense glare in her snarl. Yeah, you'll give me shit for that. His right hand moved up from the couch, first stroking her shoulder, the black fabric moving against his fingers. His fingers traveled towards the back of her head, fingers through those thick curls. At that touch, her brow softened, and she looked peaceful, that unpleasant dream fading away. He smiled as she breathed calmly against him. Sleep well, Ira. Chapter 6. Unwelcomed Memories. In the middle of the field stood Ira, her lips just opened in a meditative sigh. Yet the pressure emanating from her was oppressive. The air surrounding was thick and damp. Anyone who got close would freeze in horror, the hair at the back of their necks standing on end. The sensation would be the same as the prey being hunted by a malicious alpha predator. Correction. The hunt would end before it even began. Thankfully for Kana, she was not nearby. She could not beat Ira in a close fight. No one could take on the impossible. But the bitch was out in the open, and this time, Kana was up above the ground, taking aim from a tower. The gardens behind the manor were refitted to be a training ground, complete with a closed-off gym on the right side, with the fort down the center, used not just for surveillance, but for training. Many watchtowers and guard forts decorated the island, and this one was remodeled with different pillars for any talented sniper to perch open. The prime view and cover were not the only advantages Kana had. Still, the cripple even allowed 2 of her turret drones to support Kana for this skirmish. She was against Ira, after all. Fucking bitch. All this came about because she wanted the last cream cheese and strawberry croissant. Since a week ago, there was another bag of croissants in one kitchen. On this one day, the bitch came back with strawberry and cream cheese. That was the best combination, and there was only one more left. So why couldn't she have that one? You know the rules. The red-haired whore had a smug smirk on her face. Kana's green eyes narrowed to a glare. She recalled how mocking the tone of the bitch was, those eyes glittering with amusement as she merely stated, "You have to fight me for it." So, they were fighting battle number 250. Ira was 250 wins to Kana's 0. This time, she will take her down, and this time she would finally have something she wanted from the whore. That fucking croissant is mine. With that, she looked down the scope, her finger on the trigger. The bitch's eyes were closed. She was eerily calm, a little confident smirk on her face. Kana took a deep breath, her heart steadily beating, and everything began falling into place. This was her home, the feel of the gun in her hands, her eyes taking in everything. Each shift of the grass at Ira's feet, each thick strand of fiery hair, nothing about her target was lost. The sky was her domain. She owned everything within her sight. She pulled the trigger. The bullet pierced the air, aimed straight for the tiny area between the bitch's eyes. Ira's smirk widened to a bare-teeth grin, and with a simple swipe of her club, the bullet slammed into the ground, like a bird caught under a cat's paws. Only one word could describe Kana's feelings at that moment. Fuck! Not even the sheer impact of it hitting the club knocked that monster back, that hair dancing wild like fire. Her teeth were bared like a shark that caught the sweet scent of fresh blood in the water. She launched herself forward, dashing towards the fort. Fuck, fuck, fuck! Kana grabbed her sniper rifle and moved out of sight. The drones rushing forward, firing their bullets at rapid speed towards the sprinting predator. Ira laughed, savoring the adrenaline rush, her voice almost evolving into a roar as she jerked side to side. She launched her club like a missile into one drone, pinning it against the wall of the fort. Kana shrieked at the impact. The vibrations of the wall caused her body to shiver. The other drone flew back, trying to use its firepower to keep Ira away from that wall and on the ground. It wasn't enough. Ira lifted her left arm, the metal gleaming in the sun as it shielded her from the bullets. She jumped again, smashing the drone into the wall with that prosthetic hand before she began her rapid ascent. Kana tried to control her growing panic, aiming her rifle towards her target. She gritted her teeth, growling, seeing those eyes that glowed with destructive delight, and fired again. Ira swung her body back from that shot and jumped to the other side, again using her metal arm to dig holes into the wall. Kana tried firing again and again, and each time Ira dodged and climbed closer and closer. Kana tried once more, aiming her gun no longer between Ira's eyes, but this time at that nuisance of an arm. This time she hit it, the bullet shredding the metal apart. Too late. Ira lunged up and over the wall, her right fist aimed at the younger girl's face. Kana fell back against the stone floor, abandoning her rifle to hold her arms up over her face, crying out with alarm, "I give up! I give up!" Her voice came out in trembling squeaks, her body shaking from the pressure that seemed to push her further into the floor of the fort wall. That fist stopped mere inches from her tightly closed eyes. Ira chuckled in triumph, still looming over her small prey. Kana whined, tension dissipating from the air as she opened her eyes, only to have a red nail flick across her forehead. Kana jerked back, her hands moving to rub that sore spot, whining again. Ow! Fuck you, bitch! No fair! My croissant. Ira stood up, giving a brief hiss as she used her right arm to pull off the useless remains of the prosthetic, tossing it over the wall. Kana sniffed, pulling her knees to her chest, a dark cloud looming overhead as she processed the defeat that weighed on her shoulders. 251 losses. Life sucks. Ira snorted at the dramatics, giving a little shrug. Perhaps I'll give you half. You earned it. The young girl sniffled in surprise, rubbing her forehead as the cloud moved from her glittering eyes filled with hope. Really? Ira smirked, giving a low laugh. Nope. I should give it to Sybil. She made that new rifle of yours. That's not fucking fair. Kana pounded the ground, standing up with indignation. I was the one aiming. Ira tilted her head to the side, her eyes rolling up a little. Oh, you seem to miss me by a large margin. Bullshit! I had you. It's not my fault you're a goddamn monster. Ira tilted her head to the other side, her lips curling up again to give Kana a toothy grin. A monster, huh? We're a family full of monsters. Kana stuck out her tongue. Yeah, right. You're the fucking freak. You stole my favorite croissant. You know I like strawberries. Ira shook her head, looking down over the wall, her sensitive ears picking up calm footsteps. She blinked before chuckling again, giving a little smirk as she noticed someone walking towards them. She took in that tall figure, walking with a smooth, suave step as he always does. I believe the prodigal son has finally arrived. Darian! Kana squealed with delight, shoving Ira out of the way to take a peek. She jumped up and down with excitement, her distress almost forgotten, along with how desperately she wanted the last croissant. Finally, he's back! She turned to run past Ira, before yelping as the older woman grabbed her by the back of her shirt. Bitch, let me go! Ira gave her a low laugh, looking down the wall. I know a quicker way down. What? Wait! No, no, no! Unfortunately, there was no pleading with the fiery woman, as she suddenly leaped from the wall, bringing the young girl down with her under her arm. Kana screamed as they were falling, a sudden fresh wave of fear fixed with the sudden realization of her mortality coursing through her. Ira laughed as they fell, aiming for her target. Darian, catch! Kana soon found herself gripped by the back of her shirt before being launched directly towards the suit-clad man waiting for them. Darian's eyes widened, and he didn't even have time to think before he jumped. His arms opened wide to catch the young girl with impeccable timing. He released a gasp of air at the impact. The wind knocked out of him as he successfully caught his sister, pulling her close to him. Jesus, boss, what the hell? Ira landed with a cackle of manic glee. You would have caught her. Not the point, boss. Darian looked down at his trembling sister, her large eyes watering and her nose red and running. He gave a tight-mouthed smile, rocking her a bit. Hey there, doll. Calm down, I'm here. Those eyes blinked and then shifted up to look at him, her lower lip quivering before curling upwards, a big smile gracing her face. You're back! You caught me! Her arms wrapped around his neck, and she unleashed a dramatic sob. You saved me, big brother. She was so mean. She almost punched me and tore holes into the fort. She wouldn't let me have the last strawberry cream cheese croissant. Kana pulled from his neck, the waterworks heavy in this act. The one from Monty's, with the perfect mixture of jam to sweetened cream cheese. She wouldn't let me have it. Darian's eyes narrowed into a glare of annoyance toward Ira, one loose blonde strand from his sleek and controlled hair falling over his eyes. A corner of his lip twitched a bit as the woman merely shrugged, her hand moving to flick her thick curls off her shoulder. He looked away, trying not to notice the thin sheen of sweat over that dark and muscular form, or the beads of liquid that hugged along the exposed valley of her chest. Of course, her tank top was loose cut, and he would notice like an idiot. He looked back down at Kana and gently set her down. Well, it may not be Monty's croissants, but... He lowered his head down, his voice in a low whisper. I have strawberry jam-filled donuts in the big kitchen. Seeing those bright eyes light up, he gave her a gentle smirk, patting his little sister on the head. Though you'd better hurry before Orson gets to them. Kana gasped in outrage. You left them with the fat ass? Don't be dumb like the bitch. Kana turned towards Ira, tongue sticking out as she ran towards the manor. One of these days, I'm gonna fuck you up. Ira gave a little wave at Kana, who returned with a middle finger. The older woman shrugged. The middle finger was the typical goodbye. She tilted her head and stretched out her neck, the joint popping like gunshots. To be honest, ever since she had met her angel, the stress has been lessening day by day. She was even sleeping better since the morning. She napped on his shoulder. Was this what her brother meant when he gushed about soulmates? She recalled Tristan's warmth, how at ease it made her. Her mind drifted to the smile on his soft pink lips when she finally woke up, and his promise to start the story all over again. It was a little flick of her forehead that got her attention. The move was like what she did to her miniature opponent. She blinked before her eyes narrowed, leveling a glare into the violet eyes of Darian. Rude, I had a pleasant thought. He scowled, moving that loose bang back from his eyes. An unsettling thought. Orson mentioned you seemed a little more upbeat than usual. He raised an eyebrow before smirking. He acts happy, but I can tell it's weirding him out. She rubbed her forehead in annoyance, still holding her glare. Indeed. Well, he better be happy with all the pastries I've been bringing from Monty's. I'm spoiling him and your sister too much with them. When the flick finally wore off, her gaze softened. Not even that little move could snap her temper. Welcome back, Darian. Darian tried hard not to blush to see that warm but annoyingly platonic gaze. He lifted his arms up in a stretch, the holsters of his gun hitting the sides as he did so. Good to be back. He rubbed the back of his neck, trying to massage away tight knots. Lots of late-night patrols, several gang fights to break up, several stakeouts for our little pest problem. He loosened his tie a little, feeling a little more relaxed back home, either despite the chaos or because of it. Ah, yes. Have our nuisances been bothering our partners? Edward hasn't complained again over delays. She walked back towards the fort wall, giving a slight grunt as she pulled the club away from its stone grasp. As it was freed, she turned away to walk back towards the manor, ignoring the various workers coming by to clean up the debris. The boys in blue and I have been keeping an eye out on our shipments. Somehow having a squad car near operations make it look legitimate. He looked over to her, keeping pace. Or maybe you scared them off after that first night, boss. Ira looked down, her left shoulder feeling a little heavy, a memory weighing it down. I doubt it. Darian yawned. Well, we are sitting pretty so far. However, Knowles had one of their trades delayed pretty severely. Oh, one of his trades. Darian paused a bit, his lips closed tight. The Knowles family was a powerful ally under their umbrella, with the boss man himself having his fat fingers in unsavory dealings. He waited until they stopped before the side entrance of the manor. The guards bowed their heads before taking hold of the bronze handles, pulling open the heavy wooden doors for them. Once inside, he intelligently waited until Ira gave the massive club to a large and heavy-set butler. Slave trades. Apparently, he has business with young women. Ira paused in her step, her head tilting side to side as she processed the information. A clicking noise echoed throughout the hall, the sound of Ira's tongue pressing against the roof of her mouth in irritation. Disgusting. The fat bastard deserves the setback. She clenched her fist before realizing something amusing. Our pests caused this. Darian nodded, relieved. I hope you're not thinking of thanking them. That's hilarious. She snickered with glee, releasing a signature snort. Knowles was always an unsavory pig, so karma bitch slapping him is well deserved. As they walked, the lights dimmed, a blue glow emanating as they were reaching their destination. Tell me you have more details on this. I already handed off the reports and evidence to our men. It should reach Edward now. He stepped into the large security room, stepping over a few stray cables. Also, I believe our genius may have kept an eye out for us. A drone hovered towards them, scanning Darian's chiseled face. It beeped in greeting, and Darian leaned his head back warily. He was more used to playing the honest cop than being home. Ira chuckled at his discomfort, patting him on the chest with the back of her hand as she spoke. Well then, let's see if I can take another look at our heroes. Darian lowered the hat over his eyes, hiding reddening cheeks. His chest warmed at her touch, and he cursed himself for such weakness. Together they walked to the genius, Sybil. Her body was still, but the slightest shift of her eyes acknowledged their existence. She gave a soft, weary sigh at the sudden intrusion. Crowded. Ira gently patted the chair, giving the frail woman a sly smirk. Only for a little while, Sybil. You have something to show me from last night? A huff of air hissed from Sybil's chapped lips. Mechanical limbs from her chair slithered from under the control panel. They pressed onto the keyboard, causing the screens to flicker with footage of every street and alley of Monteros. One monitor stopped at a shipping yard. A steel tentacle turned a dial, and the same location extended to each of the other screens. Another dial was turned, and the image moved backward in time with rapid speed. Darian had to get used to the technology. The police were always 10 massive leaps behind. He turned his head and nodded as Orson walked towards them, grateful for the distraction. The much larger man held a plate of diced strawberry jam, crystal sugar donuts, probably to share with Sybil. Orson moved to stand next to his sister, looking up at the screen. He seemed confused at first, only to settle down when the time travel finally stopped to a point last night. Why are we looking at this? Those bright red eyes blinked. Ira's lips pursed. Our pests returned. I wanted to look. Her voice had lowered an octave as she became focused, a slight growl in them as she recalled the first night she met these two. The rumble was not of anger or frustration. Instead, there was a pleasing edge as the adrenaline of the memory returned. There was something that always unsettled him when Orson noticed the bloodlust in her eyes. He stayed away from the ashes of their shared memories and moved the plate over to one of the drone hands, smiling as the steel limb picked up a piece to give to Sybil. At last he could push those memories away. At least he had someone to help. He only wished he could offer the same to his sister. Ira leaned in closer, watching the two cloaked figures fight off a few guards. She snorted as the man was grazed by a bullet. Sloppy boy. He took down his shooter and made it to the shipping crate, freeing the trapped woman inside. He even gave a bow before holding out his hand to the grateful girls. What a charmer. She rolled her eyes, bored with the dashing hero stereotype, before turning to watch the woman. Seraph. There, her interest returned. Her eyes narrowed into thin slits as she watched those movements. There was no fear of being grazed by a lucky shot with this one. She was agile, and though she didn't wield a massive weapon, her sword was precise about its cuts and slashes, leaving the gun from hand drawing no blood. She used the sharp edge of her sword to slice away metal and zooming bullets, while the blunt tip was used to knock away opponents who tried to get close. There was something uncanny in her skill, even with such care to avoid lasting damage. Such elegance. Seraph seemed monstrous. She moves like you do, sis. Ira flinched, those words again drifting into her ear, finding a spot to burrow deep into. She gritted her teeth. Stop. The scene was put on pause right as the moon shone its light on the stage, and she looked into the silver eyes of the mysterious Seraph. Her eyes were the only ones showing past that mask, but they seemed to glow. Those eyes reflected the moon in the night sky. They glowed brightly like a warm light. A warm, nostalgic light. A light in the darkness. Her right hand curled against the cold metal of the control panel, and pain shot up her with what remained of her left arm, lighting up nerves on the left side of her neck and face. Her left shoulder was heavy, weighed down by a profound loss. The sound of war drums echoed in her ears, sound of heavy boots pounding flesh into the dirt. Her nose was filled with gunpowder and ash, and copper coated her tongue. That taste remained. Only this woman made her feel both a sense of delighted bloodlust and sorrowful dread. This woman, this Seraph, who the fuck was she? Darian's eyes drifted to Ira, noticing the struggle in her eyes, that subtle flinch of pain. He frowned, looking away. Once more, he was at a loss on what to do when their boss was drifting back into war. He coughed slightly to get Orson's attention, hoping that her little brother would do the trick. Orson blinked, hearing the cough, looking away from the passively eating Sybil over to his sister. His caramel eyes widened in surprise and then concern. She wasn't here again. She was somewhere else. He lifted a hand to place on her shoulder, his voice gentle. Sis, are you okay? Don't touch me! Her right fist pounded on the control panel, and soon the screens cracked from the impact, the cracks stretching from one monitor to the next, the metal bending with her fist. She seemed less human and more beast, an animalistic rage in her eyes, her voice a guttural snarl. Orson backed up in fear, his hand held up high and away from her. He flinched from the force of that roar. Darian looked down and away, flinching as well. The little brother was not enough this time. He took a deep breath to calm himself, hoping that Ira would not continue in her outburst and destroy anything else. Or anyone. Sybil did not react, except to give a slight whine of hearing the impact, and the crack crawling along with the screens before she released a sigh at the inevitability. She shouldn't have been surprised. The past week had been so peaceful with Ira that Sybil almost forgot how quickly things could be damaged. Days without incident. 0, was her calm retort to herself. The scene kept playing as sparks popped from the dents. Ira stood up straight, her head leaning back as she took a deep, shuddering breath to compose herself. I drifted away. I'm sorry, Ori. She looked down at the damage of the panel. Damn, didn't this get upgraded? Broke after such a weak hit. Ori breathed heavily to calm his pounding heart. It's all right, sis. He looked over at Sybil, noting the very subtle purse of her thin lips. Poor thing was pouting. Darian looked back at Ira, a little smirk on his face, though his eyes lowered to hide his own worry. She was still shaking, merely holding back that fire. Our pests really got you that worked up, huh, boss? Ira's small, fake smile faded. She reminded me of something unpleasant. That's all. Her left shoulder was trembling. The pain was not receding. Her voice was measured monotone as she went on autopilot. Archangel is not that impressive. A good number of guards with some better skill could take him down. Seraph is the one to worry about. Without her, this would be nothing. She lifted her hand to grip her throbbing shoulder, the sound of gunshots and cracking embers becoming loud. I've seen enough. Before anyone could ask more questions or try once more to calm her, she walked away, leaving the room. She tried to massage the sting away, to ease her trembling, but it didn't seem to help. Her nerves and senses were on overdrive, and it wouldn't just stop. She entered her office, taking another long breath. How badly she wanted to rip flesh and bone, her rage and those painful, vivid memories manifesting in the simple need to destroy something, anything, anyone. It was those eyes, those damn silver moonlight eyes that were the trigger to the powerful ticking time bomb that was Ira. She shook her head once, then twice, again and again. Fuck. Fuck. She spun around sharply to face the wall. Her hand pulled back and balled into a tight fist as she fell into that urge to... Do you want this love of mine? Darkness helps us all to shine. Do you want it? Do you want it now? Her fist stopped a mere half an inch from the wall, her eyes widening a bit, hearing that song, the sound of crackling embers, of war drums and boots stomping flesh and bone into the dirt, was being driven out by that unmistakable song. It was a ringtone she recently set up after learning what his favorite music was. She lowered her hand, the weight being lifted from her bare shoulder, the pain fading away. They saw each other every morning after that, continuing their game, reading his book, or cuddling close. He always kept her attention. He never failed to make her feel better, even when it was just the sound of his song. She smiled softly, chuckling into a laugh, everything suddenly feeling light. Ash faded from her nostrils, and no longer was she drowning blood. She moved to pick up her phone, lifting it from the large desk. Her thumb gently slid over the name that appeared on the glowing screen of her phone, opening it up to him. "Hello, Tristan. Fancy hearing from you." Her voice was not trembling. The inferno had passed. There was no danger here. Not with Tristan singing to her from the phone. "Hey there, Ira." God, his voice was always as light as air. "Is this a good time?" "Any time is good time for you." She smirked, turning away and jumping onto her desk, the furniture and walls of the office safe for now. "I see my charm is becoming contagious." Warmth grew across her cheeks. "Oh no. What other symptoms should I watch out for? Will I lose my love of coffee?" His gentle laugh pushed away from the sounds of war further from her ears. "Hopefully not, or else I wouldn't see you anymore." "I exist outside of mornings, Tristan." "That's good, because I was wondering if we could meet maybe closer to lunchtime tomorrow." "Oh." Ira blinked, looking down at her phone, curious. "How come?" "Last night was a little rough with work. I'm still recovering from it. I also have a surprise that needs a little more time to prepare." "A surprise? For me?" Ira was definitely blushing now. "Well, I suppose I could save some patience for a surprise." Her voice took a haughty edge. "You better not disappoint me." "Disappoint you? Never." His voice also seemed to change, the lightness going deep, the huskiness in his next words that was just for her. "That is the last thing I want, Ira." She pulled the phone away from her ear, clearing her throat and retaking a long, deep breath, trying to still her pounding heart. As well fight how heated she was feeling. As soon as this call was done, she was going to drink the coldest, most ice-filled glass of water she could find. "Ira?" There was a light chuckle in his voice. "Did I take your breath away?" She rolled her eyes, bringing the phone back to her ear and lips. "Your charm has no end." "Very well. I will meet you at the cafe close to lunchtime. Does 11:30 work?" "It's a date." Chapter 7. Fated Picnic. "I exist outside of mornings, Tristan." That was her quip. Yet what if they were breaking some kind of spell where they could only see each other at sunrise? Perhaps angels could only appear in the soft pink and blue light of dawn. She rolled her empty cup side to side, fidgeting with the porcelain, which held a latte mixed with whiskey potion. Her eyes shifted over to her phone, tempted to order an espresso or a shot, or both. The bright glare of the sun reflected off the screen as she tilted her phone up and down. She lost count of the number of times she checked the time. 11:28 a.m. She looked back at her unfortunately barren mug and told herself that it must be the afternoon heat, that caused beads of sweat to drip down from her forehead. Her throat must be dry because it was hot, not the fact that she had been sitting here, staring at her phone for the past 20 minutes. Not because she canceled afternoon meetings to make it to this lunch date, nor the fact she ignored the various texts that kept popping up with increasing insistence. Definitely not because her heart was pounding, and she had feared that perhaps whatever spell brought her angel into life was surely broken now. What the fuck is wrong with me? She was excited, giddy, and paranoid all at once. Little butterflies bouncing, fluttering around in her stomach, As her heart pounded, she tilted the phone up again. 11:29 a.m. This is stupid. He wouldn't disappoint her. No one disappoints her unless they wanted her to choke the life out of them. It was weird to see an empty chair instead of her sexy ivory angel. He either made her blush with a flirtatious quip or laugh because of some snarky response she gave him. She smiled to herself, calming down, thinking of him before panic struck her again. Her finger tilted the screen up. 11:39 a.m. He's not here yet. Where the fuck was he? Oh God, he doesn't exist. He's not here. Maybe angels don't survive past the dawn light. Wait, that's stupid. He must have stood her up. He actually stood her up. How dare he fucking humiliate her like this? Well, that's it. She's going to choke him until those perfect eyes fade into darkness, his pink lips taking a hue of blue. Slam his head into the ground until breaking open his skull, until all of his secrets spilled out, until that beautiful face of his was nothing but a shattered pulp. She's going to kill him. She's going to... Afternoon, beautiful. A squeak escaped her mouth, her fingers dropping her phone back onto the table. Graphically murderous thoughts instantly locked themselves away inside one of the many dark corners of her mind. She coughed, trying to compose herself, readying some dry quip about him being late. Having thought of one perfect for him, she lifted her head and parted her lips, only to stare into the beautiful sea depths, a little of sun reflecting on the current of his eyes. She was silent for a moment, the concept of words somewhat challenging to grasp, before she smirked. I think that's my line, Tristan. Okay, so not the biting comment she was planning. However, it was worth seeing that soft dusting of pink over Tristan's porcelain face. He lifted a hand to scratch at his left cheek as his other arm pulled the sizable woven basket he was holding closer to him. I was right. It's contagious. Soon I'll become speechless. She set her phone back into her purse with a chuckle, her fears and paranoia fading away. He was here, right beside her, where he belonged. The spell, however silly that idea sounded, was not broken. Tristan was holding a large basket. She raised an eyebrow. My surprise. His smile widened into a grin. I figured that since it was going to be a beautiful day today, we can go to the park and have a picnic, if you'd like to. He rubbed the back of his head, his eyes looking to the side shyly. I made us plenty of food, though no croissants, I'm afraid. But I have chocolate truffles and cookies. His eyes shifted back towards hers, long lashes lowering over them, his gaze soft. I hope that's a worthy substitute? She blinked before her own eyes widened. Tristan can't be serious. You made me food. She leaned forward, studying the basket intently, sniffing a bite. And chocolate? You can make chocolate? Well, just some tempered chocolate around some fudge. Nothing too hard. He grinned, beaming with a bit of pride, his hand moving from his hair to below his chest, striking an impressive bow. Made fresh just for you. Was she going to kill him? Was she actually planning that? She failed to keep in a squeal, a high-pitched whistle escaping past her lips as she gave a broad, joyous laugh. Her hand moved to her cheek as she shook her head back and forth, her hair fluttering with wild glee, like waving flames of excitement. I'm going to keep you. Oh shit, that was out loud. She noticed his eyes go wide as he stood up in shock, startled by her outburst. He backed up just slightly, his expression unreadable as he processed her words. She blinked, her cheeks going hot from embarrassment, and her hand moved to grip her chair, trying to figure out how to salvage this. Well, I have to keep you now. You make me chocolate. No way am I letting you go. He blinked again, his gaze becoming calm before he released a soft laugh at the unusual but heartfelt compliment. Well, it's good to know my skills are admired. He scratched his cheek again, mulling over his next words a little, his voice a little deeper with a soft rasp. I guess there are worse masters than a beautiful woman like you. Master. She liked the sound of that. No way was she letting him go. She owned him, and he admitted it. She savored this moment, her eyes fluttering. Tristan, you are too much sometimes. His free hand stroked her hair, enjoying the feel of those thick curls through his fingers. As long as you're satisfied, Ira. She leaned into his touch, allowing herself to release a little moan as he stroked her hair. Her head turned to the basket, knowing there were far more than just cookies and truffles in that treasure chest of delights. She had absolutely nothing to give. She studied that basket before moving her head forward, away from his touch, just so she can focus. You know, I didn't bring a thing. I can't let you host such a lovely lunch without adding my flair to it. Tristan moved his hand from her hair, offering it to her. You don't have to. I really brought enough. Ira's nostrils flared with a huff before she took hold of his hand, squeezing it softly. Yes, but you didn't bring... She trailed off, trying to think of something. Alcohol? That is missing. Tristan gave a little snort, his thumb stroking the back of Ira's hand gently. It's not even noon yet. Somewhere in this vast world, the time is 5 p.m. He shook his head with a grin, giving a slight shrug. All right, some wine would do. He looked down at his basket, taking a moment to remember the menu he made. I have some cucumber and cream cheese sandwiches, roast beef, and horseradish. Mostly lighter things except for Scotch eggs and the chocolate. He looked back at her, and she preened as he appraised her figure under her orange dress. White wine? Ira eyed the basket again, trying not to drool. He looked up at him, nodding with approval at his suggestion. Very well, white wine. She turned, gently tugging on his hand for him to follow. There is a small wine shop nearby. I know the owner, and she has some exclusive German Rieslings. Tristan raised an eyebrow with a grin. You know a lot about wine. I'll be happy to learn more. Ira stopped suddenly. Tristan skidded to the side to avoid colliding with her. She looked back at him with an embarrassed and quizzical expression on her face. You mentioned drinking rum and tequila, but you never told me your age. His lips pushed forward and to the side in a pout, even as his eyes twinkled. Now, Ira, it's rude to ask a gentleman at his age. His pout moved once more to his usual smile. I am a big boy. He rolled his eyes upwards, his lips twisting into a leering smirk. In more ways than one. Pervert. Her eyes flashed downwards, below his waist into the center of his denim-clad hips. First wine, then lunch, you tease. Whatever you want. Do you believe in love at first sight? Ira sighed, downing the last sip of wine in her plastic stem glass, licking her lips as she savored the tart pear sweetness. It's silly. Tristan's eyes lowered as he finished the final quarter of a cucumber sandwich, blushing as he chewed. He swallowed it before continuing, preferring to focus on his words. I guess it's a little silly, but it's sweet, right? To suddenly know you found the one. She groaned, her head tilting up to look towards the branches and leaves of the large tree they claimed as their own. The one. Suddenly the answer falls in your lap. Please. That's not love, or whatever someone may describe as love. Love itself is complicated. She leaned back against the tree, stabilizing herself before digging into the basket, nabbing what may be the last roast beef sandwich. Love at first sight is a mere infatuation. It certainly has lust involved, could lead to stalking. She took a bite of the morsel, pleased that he even remembered to remove the crust. But that's not love. Tristan looked over to her, his lips pursing and his expression once more unreadable, his eyes clouding over. Do you believe in love? Ira coughed in surprise, choking on the food in her mouth. Tristan moved closer to her, patting her back as she finally freed her air pipe and swallowed. He stroked her shoulders, his head nuzzling against her hair. I'm sorry. She coughed gently before she cooed, feeling his cheek against her head. She enjoyed his thin fingers, leaving goosebumps along her burning skin. I believe in love, though it's difficult, she murmured, moving away from him. Yet she faced him, opening up to him. And it's rare. Tristan smiled, scratching his left cheek again. So it's hard work. That's why you don't believe in love at first sight? Love at first sight only exists in childish fairy tales built on simplistic concepts. She gave a wry smile, her voice taking an edge. Or in very hard to understand tragedies. So either it's something that requires no work at all, or it only leads to endless suffering. Tristan chuckled as his eyes shifted towards the moving grass, contemplating. Those eyes changed into different shades of blue depending on his mood and thoughts. This time, they were a deep sapphire as he daydreamed. Okay, perhaps not love at first sight, but have you heard of a string that... I have absolutely no idea what string is. That interruption was dry and dripping with deadpan sarcasm. Tristan's peach lips puckered together, his eyes flashing in annoyance as he ran his fingers through his hair to fight off his irritation. Just listen. He looked towards her again, his hand moving to touch her own, gently caressing it. What if everyone was connected by a string? Connected to each person they met. Some strings are thin. They just bumped into each other or waved hi. He tilted his head, his fingers circling her skin. He could hear a soft gasp and notice a shudder. That was admittedly distracting, so he forced himself to continue, trying to keep his voice steady. Some strings are thick, like a rope, maybe a parent or child, perhaps sibling relationship. Then there is one string. One string no one notices until something catches their eye. He lowered his head to look into those bright, bold eyes of hers, taking in the always vibrant and passionate hue. A bright red string. It stands out amongst all the other strings, and it's attached to you, forcing you to follow it. Ira leaned closer. Does it tug as well? He chuckled again, nodding. Yes, it pulls, it tugs, as hard as it can, so you have to obey it. You follow it all the way until it leads you. His fingers shifted, moving between hers, intertwining them. To a fire-haired woman drinking a cup of coffee, the sun reflecting her eyes as she studies the streets like she was surveying her kingdom. Ira looked at their hands, her lips curling faintly as her dark fingers curled against his ivory ones. Her lips gave him a smile reserved just for him, separate from her smirks and wide grins. She lifted her hand, taking his with her, pressing her lips against his pale fingers. You're such a cheesy romantic. Her cheesy romantic. She chuckled, her breath hot against his skin. I guess you didn't have a choice. He blushed at that kiss before he shook his head. No, I did not. Ira, He paused, getting a little caught up in the moment. He slowly let go of her hand, freeing her, a little lost for words until he nodded to himself, deciding something. Are we? Ira laughed with a snort. You're speechless. the next stage of the charm disease. Tristan released a snort as well, taking on her habit. Oh, God. He smacked himself on the forehead and covered his eyes, blushing as he found words tricky. Finally, he spoke, his hand lowering back to the grass. I just made this speech to you, so I know we're more than just casual, that we're... He trailed off, pursing his peach lips. His eyes were a deep sapphire mixed with dark clouds, his heart pounding heavier in his chest. You and I, we're serious, right? Her eyes widened before they softened, her lips curling into a smirk. Do you mean if we're exclusive? If we are to the next level? His eyes were on hers, gulping as he scratched his left cheek, digging into a dusting of peach. This romantic, dashing young man looked so vulnerable at this moment. Gorgeous. She tilted her head from side to side, hemming and hawing. When his eyes stormed and his cute brow furrowed, she grinned. She enjoyed throwing him off balance sometimes. She turned around and leaned back until her head landed on his thigh. Her wild hair spread and curled over his legs and onto the grass. Her eyes settled in a half-open gaze. Yes, Tristan, we are serious. It's just you and me. Her hand lifted to reach his face. Tristan obliged, his eyes back to their calm waters, his head lowering so she can caress his cheek. I hope not to screw it up. Oh, as long as you're mine, you won't. She could not help that possessive streak. I'll try not to do the same. I may suck at it, though. Humility from my fiery queen, huh? He chuckled, lowering his head further to kiss her forehead. We're human. Screwing up comes with the territory. Human. He saw her as human, not a monster. Somehow that affected her deeply, almost as profoundly as that sweet kiss on her forehead. Her eyes were wide open with surprise, mulling over his words and the feelings he revealed. A soothing calm washed over her, and she closed her eyes, a soft smile on her lips. Tristan, I believe you promised me truffles. His laugh was airy. Coming right up. Chapter 8. Hope for the best. She was dressed to kill, figuratively. High red heels clicked on the stone floor as she entered the Tuscan sun. Her wild hair coiled over her shoulders, a shade of orange complementing the vibrant rouge keyhole blouse and small silk black scarf she wore. She held her black purse close, her curves hugged by a tight black pencil skirt. The hostess at the podium nodded. Good evening, madam. Do you have a reservation? Ira raised an eyebrow. The prickling itch of offense tickled the back of her neck as she took in the question. I have not seen you here before, she smirked, her thick lips shimmering under the copper sheen of her gloss as her teeth were bared. You must be new. The young woman moved her head back in confusion, unsure how to respond to the sudden pressure on her shoulders. I'm sorry, but you need a reservation. Lady Dante! A deep, booming voice saved the faltering hostess as a large man with a beaming grin walked towards them, his impressive mustache shifting side to side. He gave a flourishing bow to fiery Ira. So happy you can join us. We owe you so much for helping to keep this place in our family. The complexion of the hostess paled as she instantly understood her error. Lady Dante. Boss Dante. Dante! She knew of the name and the reputation that it carried. It made her blood run cold. She looked over to the dark, compact, and now to her knowledge obscenely powerful woman, looking her up and down before she bowed her head. Her eyes studied the floor, because closing tightly, hoping her face did not connect to the rich golds and blues of the tile. Ira chuckled. turning her head away from the bowing staff to gaze upon the other patrons in the restaurant. Her smirk widened just as eyes darted away from her in fear. She lifted her palm, shaking her head as she turned her attention back to the exuberant owner and his petrified worker. I am pleased that you fit me in last minute. But Francesco, you know there is no need for such formalities. Oh, Lady Dante, you are welcome here any time. We are here to serve. Francesco stood up, moving to the side and holding his arm up to lead Ira up the stairs. His other hand moved behind her, hovering over her back. The owner followed Ira up the black iron wrought stairs to the second level, serving as an exuberant guide. He had the perfect spot for her, a table next to a large bay window overlooking the coast. The sun was setting, and its intense pink and orange lights faded towards rich purple and midnight blue of the sea. The most coveted view in Montrose for the most beautiful woman in the city. He pulled out a chair for her, making sure to first wipe his sweaty palms on his napkin before doing so. Ira grinned, appraising the view. You outdid yourself. I appreciate this seating. Only the best for you. You have done so much for my family, Lady Dante. Just call me Ira. I rather not hear my name thrown around. That name carried weight, and she was not willing to scare Tristan. Yet. She sat her purse on the windowsill before taking her seat on the cushioned wooden chair, gazing at the window. My apologies, Lady Ira. I am curious to find out who this lucky man is, maybe. He stood back, noticing how much effort she had put into tonight. He must be quite the catch if he caught your eye. Ira gazed out the window, looking down towards the streets, watching for long brown bangs and ocean blue eyes. He is. She looked over at Francesco, beaming at him. She looked like a maiden with a crush, instead of Monterosa's most dangerous woman. He is. The older man was taken aback by those glittering red eyes, the odd optimism and innocence in them. He stepped back to steady himself before motioning over to one of his waiters. This is Luca. He'll make sure all of your needs are met tonight. Not all her needs. Those were for her date to handle. She coughed, waving away such pleasantly moist thoughts. The waiter walked over to her, flashing a bright smile, though he couldn't help eyes for leering. May I offer, Signora, some wine? We've a vintage Merlot, perfect for a beautiful evening like this. Francesca must have prepped a step. Merlot was her favorite red. I believe Merlot is a bit more French. Please, Signora, we Italians perfected French wine, among other French things. I see. I'll have to keep that in mind. Though she appreciated that flirtatious confidence, her smile and the slight turn of her head away were dismissive. Unfortunately for Luca, his classic looks were not much for the nouveau beauty of her angel. She moved to look for something in her purse before shaking her head, recalling she had left her phone back at the manor. No phone means no calls or texts on arrangements with prospects that Edward kept passive-aggressively mentioning. Good riddance. She moved her hand back to look down at her rose-gold watch. 7:20 p.m. She was 10 minutes early. She could start with wine. Her attention turned back to her waiter, pleased that he remained at attention. I would love Merlot. Bring over the bottle and... She paused, looking across from her to the empty chair. He may like to try it with her, or at least not have her drink the entire bottle. Bring 2 glasses. Luca bowed with flair. As you wish. Please let me know what else your heart desires. She released a laugh, her mood light and joyous. This was their first romance movie-worthy date. After 2 weeks of picnics and visits to their beloved cafe, this was to be a special night. This was almost perfect. Just one last thing was needed. Tristan knew better than to disappoint her. "Here are a dozen roses, young man. My, she must be a special woman." Tristan beamed at the older woman over the counter, taking hold of the bouquet delicately. He gazed at roses that were a deep dark burgundy, and others a deep maroon. Yet only one rose took center stage, with its vibrant crimson petals standing above all the others. "She is very special." The florist watched that wistful gaze on that young man's face. "Oh, how adorable." The little smile around her wrinkled eyes turned sour. "When was the last time I got flowers?" She glared at the older gentleman watering the flower pots. 30 years. It has been 30 years, Henry." The older man scoffed, guffawing at his wife. "We own all the flowers in this shop. You'd call me cheap." "You are cheap," the florist growled out, shaking her head with pursed lips. When she caught Tristan's eyes, those creviced, puckered lips flattened into a smile. "Oh, ignore us, dear. I'm just a little jealous. Let me get you a receipt." She pulled out a piece of paper and pen, calculating the cost of the freshly arranged. "What's the occasion?" The young man was in a slight stupor. The scene was straight out of a sitcom. He scratched his cheek, giving a smile as he looked at the florist and her crotchety husband. "A romantic date with my special lady is always an occasion." "You are a keeper." The woman leaned forward, her eyes still on handwriting the invoice, while she could not keep her nose to herself. "Where are you two going?" "Damn it, Marie, let the guy take his flowers." Tristan pressed his teeth against his bottom lip, the bottoms of his eyes lifting as he tried hard to keep his laughter from deep inside his belly. "The Tuscan Sun, that Italian restaurant." Marie gasped, her hand over her heart, the pen almost flying out of her hand. "How did you get reservations?" The wonder in her glittering eyes morphed into envy. Her attention diverted once more to her husband. "Did you hear that, Henry? The Tuscan Sun. You never tried to take me there." The old man paused in his watering, rolling his eyes. "Sweetheart, you don't like Italian." "That's not the point, Henry." Marie shook her head, frizzy gray strands trembling as she pouted, hands turning to the vintage tan keyboard. "Young men know how to treat their ladies." "Get over it, you old—" Tristan finally released his chuckle, lowering his head to hide his face. The sounds of their bickering did not bother him. In fact, they brought him joy. They are fighting together with love, much like the couples in those old-fashioned sitcoms he used to watch. As a child, he thought couples like that only existed in TV shows or in his fantasies. He closed his eyes, his chuckle dying in his throat slowly, unwanted memories accompanying the nostalgia. He turned his attention to the bright rose in the center of his bouquet, and those memories were locked away. The red, curvy silhouette of a certain woman shut that door for him, her toothy grin decorated with thick, voluptuous lips. Would Ira be like that with him? Would she bicker and banter with him in a shop, forgetting the customers they were waiting on, teasing each other with gentle barbs? Or would they act like young lovers in wizened aged bodies? He too pulled up the rose further, taking in its strong scent, imagining the feel of orange curls fluttering against his fingers. Would she want to own a shop, or more likely, a bakery with him? She was glamorous. Those wild curls were as bright as an inferno, and her eyes sparkled crimson like the flowers surround him. Eyes that appraised him as if he was a prized possession. Something that entranced him more than annoyed him. Would a small shop be enough? Would he be enough? What would she like for their life together? "Young man, do you want your receipt?" Tristan jumped slightly, startled before giving a hiss. He pulled his hand away from the stem of the bright rose, gazing down at his index finger. A burgundy drop fell from a fresh cut on his skin, a bubble that glowed like the petal of the rose that entranced him. He flinched slightly before giving Marie an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, I was a little out of it. He gave a little bow as he took the receipt gingerly from the florist's hands, hiding the cut. These are beautiful. I know she will love these. Marie placed her hand over her lips to hide a giggle. Please come back any time. Tristan grinned, picking up the paper bag at his feet, using it to soak in the blood from his cut before walking away. He held the bouquet and proudly with his other hand. He slowed to a stop next to Henry, setting the bag down for a second. He covertly passed the older man one rose. His sapphire eyes glittered. A beautiful lady deserves a pretty flower. The older man raised a thick eyebrow before he took hold of the offered flower. He looked over to his wife, milling about the counter, before gazing back down to the rose. His lips curled downwards into a scowl towards the younger man, but his deep-set eyes glittered with silent understanding. He turned towards his wife, shuffling his feet to the counter. He revealed his receding hairline as he carefully held out the rose. For you, Marie. Tristan kept his eyes on the couple, picking up his bag and taking slow steps backward. He was watching the TV again, his eyes rapt with anticipation. He was a sucker for romance. Marie tilted her head down to the gloved hand of her husband, sniffing slightly. Her lips betrayed the slightest smile before she scoffed, turning her head away as she accepted the sweet-smelling token. You're so cheap. We have so many of these roses. Ah, woman, give me a break. He leaned over the counter and gave Marie a kiss on the cheek, causing her to let out a girlish giggle as if it was their 5th anniversary instead of 30th. It took every single fiber of his being not to cheer as Tristan watched the scene unfold. His heart swelled, and he quickly left before his heart grew too big for his lean chest. Maybe they could have a chocolate shop. Ira would like that. He could make her what she loved every day. He could try new flavors of truffles to see that tiny, toothy smile, and watch those voluptuous lips take a slow bite, the chocolate melting against that pink tongue. He was getting ahead of himself. You are a cheesy romantic. He imagined those words in Ira's voice as he walked away. He hummed softly, enjoying the warm caress of the sun on his skin. All he needed was a change of clothes. Nothing could go wrong. Shit. He stopped, grimacing as that cliché cursed him. A pair of large men, using the hood of their sweatshirts to hide their faces, walked past him. Their shoulders hunched upwards as they headed towards the flower shop, their dark, loose clothing clashing with the heat of the day. Tristan took a sidestep into a small alley, his eyes narrowing as those men jerked their heads from side to side, before the larger one lifted his leg and slammed the sole of his boot against the door. Tristan flinched, grinding his teeth. Give me a break. He looked around before grimacing, hearing the screams coming from the shop. He looked down at the roses, giving a little wistful smile before his eyes narrowed, and he nodded. I've got time. He whistled as he calmly walked back towards the flower shop, a habit of his in moments like these. He paused when he made it back to the door, quietly sneaking in, stepping over the glass as his blue eyes pierced into the back of the heads of the two punks. One, dressed with too many gold chains, held a knife to Henry's neck, the old man's arm nearly breaking behind him as he was held back. I've heard you two haven't been paying Don Dante a cent. We're here to collect. The old man grunted, trying to struggle his way out. We have nothing to do with them. What the hell are you talking about? Shut up, old man. That raspy nasal tone came from the smaller of the two, his eyes shifting back and forth, holding a large knife to Marie. Just give us all you got, and we won't tell them a thing. You know how the Don can be. Tristan grimaced, hearing that name. Dante. Of course. Of all the names to use, it would be that one. Though racketeering was one of the many lists of crimes connected to that family, he doubted that holding a small floral shop hostage would be at the same level. He smirked, lowering himself a bit against the shelves of lilies before setting the bouquet on that shelf, slowly letting out a whistle. "What the fuck?" was the exclamation from the one holding Henry hostage before a large bag of fruit, bread, meats, and cheeses would have been a good lunch, slammed into his face. With that sudden surprise, the old gardener was free, running towards his wife. "Marie!" Tristan cursed, seeing the young man turn, pulling his knife back to stab the older, slower man. Tristan sprinted, taking the roses with him, pushing the heavier criminal against the shelves before shoving his arm in front of Henry to shield him from the knife, being rewarded with a slice. Ow! The smaller punk jumped back in surprise. "Who the fuck are you?" Tristan ignored the pain as much as he could, unleashing a dashing smile. "Just a satisfied customer." He held up the bouquet with a grin. "Their roses are absolutely stunning." His grin faded, and he leveled a cold, stormy glare. "Are you sure Don Dante would want low-life assholes like you tossing around a name like that?" "Shut up, prick." The skinnier punk lunged at him. Tristan dodged it, tossing the roses to blind the man before jumping up and leveling a solid kick into his gut. He turned to Marie, holding up his hand. "Hide behind there." He then turned his attention to the old gardener struggling to get up. "Henry, run and get help." A solid punch to the head quieted him. He hissed in pain, remembering the bigger man he shoved out of the way. His knees almost buckled, but he held his ground, giving a little smirk. "Forgot about you there." The larger man, covered in chains, pulled his right hand back into a fist and his left hand out with his knife. "Ain't looking so pretty now, boy." Tristan spat out a little blood before beaming. "I think your girlfriend would beg to differ." It was a low blow, meant to distract and anger. It worked. The larger man snarled and then lunged at him. Tristan sidestepped to the side, being between the angry bull and Henry, allowing the older man to run out of the shop. Tristan grabbed a pot, throwing it at the angry criminal, who grunted from the impact. He backed up, looking towards the counter where Marie was cowering, before cursing, seeing the skinny man grab her, apparently recovered from that kick. He picked another pot and threw it directly at the thin man, causing him to yelp and release a cry as the glass shattered on his back. This made Tristan smirk before he was tackled to the ground, glass cutting into his cheek. The big bull held him down, holding the knife in Tristan's face with an ugly grin. "I'm gonna cut that pretty face of yours so bad, ain't no one gonna want it." Tristan's world froze, those words triggering a memory. "What?" "Your bitch mama won't want you." The large man leered over him, the knife leaving a small cut as he licked his lips tauntingly. "Too bad, you sure are pretty." His blue eyes widened, a tempest causing thunderous waves to crash in those depths. He clenched his fist, taking deep, shuddering breaths before releasing a snarl. Before the knife could hit him, he took hold of a shard of glass, taking aim before slashing at the man's eye. He gashed it again, destroying that leering gaze, making sure that the criminal will never look at him like that again. Never again. As the larger man screamed, Tristan shoved him back, barely containing his rage. Memories, thousands of horrible memories, caused that storm. He was struggling to control it, gripping the glass tightly in his hand as he stared with hatred at the screaming man, a low whistling hiss escaping his lips. He was going to kill him. The skinnier man released a shout in a high-pitched squeak. "Take it easy, lady!" The knife dropped as he backed away from the counter. Marie stood up with a pistol leveled between those beady eyes. "Get the fuck out of my store!" That word knocked Tristan back to reality. He dropped the shard, and his heart almost burst. His bottom lip trembled from shock, and he steadied himself against shelves as the skinny man took hold of his partner and sprinted from the store. Tristan looked down, seeing blood drops from the man he maimed, his blue eyes fluttering, the clouds covering his eyes. Young man! Young man!" He blinked, looking up suddenly, his head turning to that voice. The bright red rose was before his eyes, the largest one from the bouquet. He looked from that rose to the teary face of Marie. The older woman was blubbering, her own bottom lip trembling. The gun was abandoned on the ground as her hand gripped the rose, shaking. It was the only one that made it. Oh, young man, thank you. Thank you. Tristan gently took hold of that rose, his fingers digging into the thorn. The pain awakened him a little more. He took a deep, shuddering breath, shoving his guilt deep down into his stomach before he smiled down at Marie. I'm just happy to help, though I wished I could have done more for the store. Marie shook her head vigorously. Oh, nonsense. It was those assholes who made this mess. And Dante, what would they want with us? Tristan flinched, shaking his head. I'm pretty sure that these two have nothing to do with them. He looked towards the door, hearing multiple footsteps. He hissed, his shoulder and back sore from the impact to the ground as he turned to face the concerned and out-of-breath Henry, followed by a man in a suit holding a Glock 19. That was a police-issued gun. Henry brought back a cop. This was taking precious time out of his day. Marie, thank God. Henry moved past Tristan, his arms wrapping around the shaken woman. Tristan smiled softly, seeing the two alive and reunited, and he slowly tried to walk away, hoping not to get noticed. Too late. A hand on his shoulder stopped him. What the hell happened here? Sharp violet eyes turned to glare into his blue eyes. Did you have anything to do with this? Tristan flinched, taking a deep breath before he was about to speak. That young man saved us. He was the one taking on those two stubborn punks who wrecked our store. Henry held his wife close, eyes filled with nothing but gratitude. Tristan's eyes widened before they closed, and he grinned. It was nothing. I just wanted to help. The officer looked at the couple and the boy he was addressing, his lips pursed together. So you saw the two that did all this? Tristan's smile faded. Yes, officer. The officer looked him over. There was a bruise forming on his eye. He had various cuts on his cheek, near his chin. He may have been bracing the younger man's shoulders. It shouldn't cause those blue eyes to twitch and telltale signs of pain. So then, hero, you're gonna need to give me a statement. The young man balked, shaking his head. Look, I don't have the time. I need to get new groceries. Listen, kid. Apparently there are two assholes kept shouting at Dante as they messed up the store. That could mean they're connected and may bring reinforcements. Now, I doubt it because the Dante family isn't known to hit little ma-and-pop flower shops, but we can't take the risk. Tristan frowned, seeing the frightened Marie clutch at her husband. The only comfort the old man could do was patting her back. Tristan's brow furrowed, chewing his bottom lip. I still don't. Also, the officer released the young man's shoulder. He ran the same hand through his blonde hair, slicking a few loose bangs away from his shape. You're in rough shape. It's a good thing you did over here. You can handle yourself from the sounds of it. But you need to get to the hospital. Officer, you see... Tristan looked down at the rose in his hand, frowning in defeat. I have a date tonight. I'll try to get you out of there quickly, but you still need to be looked at, and I need a statement. The officer gave a reassuring smirk. I'm sure your Rose will understand. Tristan looked down at the cut on his finger, giving a weak smile. I hope so. Chapter 9. Red Flags. She was dressed to kill. Literally. She was going to kill Tristan in this outfit. A low growl escaped through dark red lips as her nails tore into the wood. The wine still sitting in her glass from earlier. An unopened bottle of Merlot taunting her. She looked down at her watch, her eyes narrowing into a dangerous glare as she took another snarling breath. 9 p.m. 9 fucking p.m. She tore through the wood against her nails before she curled her hand into a fist. Fuck! She lifted her hand and brought it down, the impact resounding throughout the full restaurant. The dense wood slowly shattered at its sturdy legs, losing the battle against her all-consuming anger. It was the first victim, the table toppling down, the legs destroyed. The bottle fell with it, cracking open and spilling dark red liquid along the wood floor. She ignored the gasps of those around her, looking down at the table, at the wine seeping out. She imagined it as something else, as someone else. A beautiful someone would try to crawl away from her, his legs shattered, blood gushing out of his mouth, his whimpers and cries in her ears, a song of horror and agony just before she would grip his hair, long strands of his silky hair in her hand. She would slam that angelic face into the ground, repeatedly. Ira gritted her teeth, taking another deep breath as she imagined the blood on her newly purchased shirt, adding lovely patterns of dark browns and burgundy to its bright red shade. She was going to consume him until there was nothing left. "Hey, what the hell, lady?" Funny seeing his professional charm evaporate as he stared at the broken table. He pointed at her. "Just because you got stood up doesn't mean you get to destroy our shit." His accent was gone, and what was all smiles and flirtations was now weak, scolding and impotent anger. Pathetic little mouse. Until she found her main course, perhaps this mouse would make a decent appetizer. She stood up, her hand moving back into a fist, ready for the kill, before Francesco stepped between her and his waiter. "Lady Dante, please. Luca, he's new, okay? He's my nephew. My sister kept hounding me to give him a job, and he doesn't know about the hierarchy." The large man was pleading, his brown eyes watering with tears as he pressed his hands together in prayer to Ira. "So just leave him be. I'll give you anything. I don't even care about the table, so please, please don't." He bowed his head, as low as he can, his bumbling voice weakening into shuddering whispers. Ira looked down at the shaken restaurant owner, her eyes shifting to take in the shocked and now fearful Luca. Perhaps he has never seen his uncle beg. Maybe he didn't understand how tiny his voice was compared to her roar. She tilted her head, looking down at them. "I want an order of each of your chef's specials, 2 orders of your famous bruschetta, and pasta carbonara with lobster. Then 4 orders of tiramisu, 10 cannoli, and 2 more bottles of your Merlot." She didn't even blink, those orders calming in a simmering monotone, the inferno barely being held at bay. Luca opened his mouth to protest, but his uncle held up his hand, silencing him. "Right away, Lady Dante." He at once turned to his nephew, growling, "You heard her, idiot. Now get the order to the kitchen." Luca looked back at Ira, unable to comprehend what was happening, how much power she seemed to yield before nodding, running to the kitchen. Francesco turned back to Ira, beads of sweat crawling down his forehead. "Now, just wait only a moment. We'll have that out right away." Ira didn't even nod. She sat down, her purse on her lap. She stared forward, ignoring the glares of those who didn't know better, perhaps whispering derisively about her to their companions, about how rude she was, causing a scene. Those glares were almost as irritating as the fearful glances, nearly as annoying as hushed whispers about her rage, perhaps taking bets on the likelihood of this place being around tomorrow. Whispering, gossiping squeaks from mice. She was surrounded by mice. She glanced back at the destroyed table, her brow furrowing with scalding embarrassment. It was burning her skin with its heat. She could feel the rage of humiliation dancing into a passionate embrace with the intense sadness of loneliness. The 2 emotions mingled with each other in her mind and in her heart. It hurt. She had been feeling many pains. Lately, her shoulder acting up, her memories nearly ruining every night. And now this. This hurt. She opened the purse on her lap, struggling to dig through it, trying to fight back that unwanted pain. She pulled out a rolled-up bundle of green, looking down at it and nodding to herself. It wasn't right to take out her rage on Francesco, his weak nephew, or on the table. She needs to save it, save all of this hatred for the right person. When Francesco returned with several bags of food, she stood up again, nodding silently at him. Before he could say a word, she pressed her hand against his chest, stopping him. Take this. The older man swallowed deeply, shaking. Lady Daunt, stop your fucking shaking and take this. Her voice rasped and vibrated with a snarl. She sounded less human and more like a demon. Francesco nodded, setting down the bags before carefully taking the rolled-up bundle from her hand. He swallowed before his eyes widened, looking down at the bills she gave him. There must have been at least a couple thousand rolled up in that bundle. All of it looked like nothing but $100 bills. Francesco looked back at Ira, surprised at her generosity. Lady Dante, you didn't. She held up her hand, silencing him with a hiss before she put on her purse and picked up the bags of wine and food with her one hand. I'm leaving. She turned back to him, giving a tight-lipped smile, the smile of someone forcing their blazing rage into a bottomless and dark pit. Enjoy your evening. Before anyone could say anything else, she left, down the stairs, ignoring the host opening the door for her as she walked into the warm night. A warm night where the stars were shining and the moon was bright. Her brother would swoon in those romantic nights. Each star was a shining diamond against the deep purple and blue satin sheet glimmering with its beauty. She will enjoy this night when she orders the bounty of her so-called boyfriend and has him delivered to her. She will enjoy him when she is watching her men burying pieces of him on her island before tossing the useless remains onto the coast. This night will not be wasted once he is, Hey there, beautiful. Ira's high red heels stopped clicking on the sidewalk. Her eyes were on the ground, her fist clenched tight around the handle of the bag. She didn't realize how long she walked, and she didn't care at this moment. Her prey just sauntered up to her like it was nothing. Like it was nothing. You fucking piece of shit. She dropped the food onto the ground, red eyes gleaming with bloodlust as she clenched her fist to deliver a vicious blow. A blow straight to that swollen black eye. Wait. His eye was swollen. Her eyes opened wide, seeing his face. Her gaze focused on it, studying it, taking in every single detail. There was a bandage over his nose and left cheek. His left eye was almost swollen shut. He gave her a little smile, though his lip was cut on the right, causing him to grimace. He held a rose in his hand, lifting it up towards her, his voice soft and light. I'm sorry I'm late. I had a little trouble earlier. He was hurt. Her hands shook. Her bloodlust shifted, desperately searching for a new target. Who did this? Who hurt you? Tristan shook his head, holding up his other hand to wave away her concern. It's nothing, babe. Just nobody. Who touched you? He blinked, hearing that roar. He lowered his hand, his smile fading as his eyes widened with alarm. Ira, I'm okay. She shook her head, her wild hair trembling like a flame. Someone put their hands on you. Someone hurt you. Unforgivable. This is unforgivable. How fucking dare they? She looked down again, shaking as the hatred she kept inside her bubbled out and adapted to the change. Her voice lowered an octave, shuddered in wicked whispers. Kill them. I'm going to kill them. I'm going to find them. I'll rip them apart. The rust and ash filled her nostrils. Her promises traveled with the wind, her murderous intent pouring out of her. Tell me who they are, and I will find them and rip them apart. I will kill them. I will... Baby, stop. He didn't know how to feel about her shaking and incoherent growls. A part of him telling himself she was just emotional, that she was worried about him. Another part was far more concerned about her instability. She shifted side to side like a twitching, growing flame, wanting to consume and destroy. He was afraid of this. The longer they were together, the more he saw this unstable side of Ira. Underneath all of her confidence, behind her dry wit, was magma, simmering and threatening to push through that self-possessed surface. This was a warning, a loud beeping warning that made the hair on his neck stand on end. He should be panicked. He should run for the hills. Yet he didn't. He stood right there in front of her, her anguish at his pain, her passion for him, how possessive she was. It made him feel like the most important person in the world. His arms reached out to pull her close. He felt her stiffen and gently stroked her hair with his free hand, nuzzling against the curls. "I'm here, baby. I'm here. Don't worry about that anymore. I'm fine." Her shoulders shook with barely contained anguish, her gaze unfocused in those wide eyes. The sound of drums kept pounding in her ears. Blood overpowered her tongue and nostrils. "I couldn't protect you. I didn't. Ira, please." He hated when she wasn't here with him anymore. "Come back to me." She stopped, her wide eyes closing as he kept stroking her hair, calming her. She shook her head against his chest, shuddering, slowly coming back to reality. "Was this why you were late?" He nodded, kissing the top of her head. Yeah, I stopped to get you flowers, and some assholes made a name for themselves." He slowly pulled back, lifting the rose to show her. This was the only survivor. He gave a gentle sigh, his blue eyes moist with frustration. "It reminds me of you, my burning rose." "Cheesy." Ira tilted her head. "I was so fucking mad at you, Tristan." "I tried to call you, baby." She nuzzled her head against his chest, trying hard to hide her embarrassment. "I didn't bring my phone." "I understand, and I was pretty upset, too. They still made me miss a date with the prettiest woman in the world." He took in her red keyhole top, his hand moving from her hair to stroke her bare back. "God, you're gorgeous. And I missed a fancy dinner with you, too? God damn it." She rubbed her forehead against him. "I got plenty to go. I'm pretty damn hungry since you made me wait so long." She narrowed her eyes, her lips pursing into a pout. "Thanks to some dicks. You need to tell me about them." He shook his head. "No, I don't. It's not a big deal, I promise." His voice trembled as he remembered the wound he left along with the screams. He closed his eyes to shake it away. "I don't want to think about them anymore. He flinched, his hand moving to scratch his cheek. Instead, he changed his mind, gently placing it on her cheek, stroking her warm skin. "I just wish I was the more handsome company for you tonight, Ira." "What are you talking about, Tristan?" Ira nuzzled her cheek against his touch, lifting herself up a bit more so her bright eyes burned into his deep ones. The cuts on his skin, the pain and warmth he had in his wet gaze. He was breathtaking. "You are absolutely beautiful tonight." His eyes widened before they softened at those words. His breath caught in his throat. To Ira, even now, he was beautiful. He was wanted. "Ira, thank." Her lips pressed against his, moaning against them, cutting off his words with her passion. He flinched as her lips pressed against the cut, but that bit of pain was worth every moment of tasting her lips, savoring them. His eyes closed, and he dropped the rose to pull her closer to him, moaning into the kiss as her lips parted against his. He happily tasted her just as deeply. They stood there for several long moments in each other's embrace before slowly she pulled back, a grin on her face. "I want many, many more kisses like that from you." Tristan was trying very hard to calm himself, his hand struggling not to run under her shirt. I would love to give you as many kisses as you want. He grinned, his cheeks red and warm. Ira smirked, raising an eyebrow. Oh, what things? He gulped, struggling to remember words. The things we shouldn't do on a street corner, though the moon is lovely out. Fair enough. She looked back at the giant bags behind them, musing before she nodded to herself. Let's have some dinner first at my place. Then you have all night to describe such things. Tristan nodded, his breath hot. Maybe this would not be a waste after all. Whatever you command. Chapter 10. Roses. The restaurant takeout had been scattered throughout her kitchen on marble countertops. The carbonara and bruschetta were devoured between the two of them, and there was only one slice of tiramisu left. Other desserts were left waiting on the glass and dark wood coffee table, along with her purse and his phone. There were far more pleasant meals to enjoy. His lips pressed against her neck, kissing her heated skin, leaving wet petals of heat. She tried hard to fight against the sensation, her fingers gripping an unfinished glass of wine. When he moved to nibble her ear, his breath sending sparks along her nerves, causing a few drops of wine to hit her cherry wood floors as she shivered. She bit her lip, preventing a gasp. I still need to punish you. Tristan cooed softly into her ear, his hand stroking her muscular thigh through that tight skirt. Why? That breath was leaving goosebumps on her skin. She took a deep breath, her eyes shifting to the side, trying to look dismissive. Because I still waited, all alone, gazing with deep emptiness out into the night. He couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head as he pressed his forehead against her shoulder, his hand drifting up that skirt, fingers leaving a burning trail against her thigh. Babe, I'm wounded. Literally. Forgive me? She finally released a low moan that time, unable to help it when his touch made her toes twitch. His black shirt clung to his skin, barely hiding that lithe form she currently was aching for. He was really distracted. I will after you are punished. He surrendered, kissing her shoulder before giving a little smile. Okay, what is my punishment, Ira? She smirked, setting the glass of wine down on the table before turning to him, her hand pushing his away from her legs. You can't touch me. He flinched, his brow furrowing as he pouted. That's not fair. Now, I can touch you. I can do whatever I want to you, and trust me, there are. Her eyes looked him up and down. So many things I want to do to you. You just have to lie there. She leaned her body against his, pushing him down against the couch, his head resting on the soft leather arm. And let me. Some cuts along his back caused him to release a hiss as his shirt rode up. However, looking up into those bright, warm eyes, Ira's body firmly pressed against him, her powerful hips holding him down. He could not protest. In fact, he was finding her terms more than agreeable. I can do that. He moved his hands behind his head, his hips jerking against hers. I'm your prisoner. Punish me as you see fit. Oh, he had to do that, didn't he? Had to say those words in that husky tone of voice, hips pressing against her. She shuddered, looking forward to the banquet underneath her, her lips pressed against his, kissing him hungrily, forcing his mouth open. He groaned in return, kissing her back as deeply as he could, their tongues and taste mingling together. He clasped his fingers tightly together, his face flushed against that messy and passionate kiss. She cooed as his hips shifted up a bit against hers again. She pulled back from those soft, delicious lips to bite down on his earlobe in a warning. Don't move like that. It's really distracting. He flinched at that little bit of pain before giving a wink. A beautiful woman is on top of me. I can't help it. She frowned, her mouth moving from his ear to his neck, her teeth pressing down against the pale skin. Behave. There was more than the pain in that bite, a whimper escaping his lips. Oh, okay. That was quite the reaction. Tristan's voice weakened, a tinge of vulnerability mingling with concern and undeniable lust. She pulled back from his neck, gazing at that hint of red left on his porcelain skin. A tiny rosebud, budding from a most welcoming place. She moved forward, giving that small bud a lick. He panted as she paid attention to a weak spot. Ira? This was very interesting. Ira's lips ran against his neck, gracing him with little kisses. I want to give you a rose, too. She parted her lips, pressing her mouth against his neck, and bit down again. This time, she didn't let go. She jogged her teeth over his flesh as her lips slowly closed in, only to stop and give a long, hard suck on his sensitive skin. He jerked, giving another whine, his fingers twitching against his hair. That hurts. Yet that bit of pain and fire on his neck caused his hips pressed up against hers, this time on instinct as he could not help his arousal. She was marking him, claiming him. She was like a fire engulfing him. A small bit of fear clenched at him, causing him to tremble under her. Those bites on his skin reminded him of how wild and dangerous she could be. This woman was haunted and possessive. She was also passionate and incredibly sexy. He could only have one answer for her. Yes, you can give me more roses, wherever you want. He unclasped his fingers, his deep ocean eyes on hers as he sat up slightly. Her hand moved to his stomach, pressing down on him. He smiled softly, trying to fight the temptation to kiss her. I won't break the rule. His hands moved down to the edge of his shirt. She moved her hand away. Her breath caught in her throat as he dragged up that black curtain to reveal himself to her. Over his chest, then his head. Stop. He blinked, pausing. Babe? Her voice came out with a low purr. Put your hands back behind your head. I'll get stuck in my shirt. She nodded, licking her lips. I know. Tristan shuddered, chewing on his bottom lip as he laid back, elbows tied by his shirt. He was bound and trapped, a sensation he wasn't opposed to, not with her. The unmistakable chorus of violins and horns interrupted him. 4 notes sang out in C minor. Beethoven, Fifth Symphony. Oh no. Those blue eyes opened wide in shock and horror, his head turning towards the glowing and buzzing phone. He gritted his teeth, his hips hitting the couch as the awful cruelty of that timing punched him in the gut. Ignore it. Her fingers trailed over the waistband of his pants, back and forth, toying with the zipper. He wanted to. He desperately wanted to. When the song seemed to end, he relaxed and nodded, his lips parting to continue. 4 notes. C minor. Fuck you, Beethoven. Fuck. Ira, I have to take this. She blinked, her lips curling to the side, her brow furrowing. Are you serious? Now? He bit his lip as hard as he could, before he nodded. Yes, when they call, it's usually a problem. I'm really sorry. Ira jumped against the other arm of the couch, her tongue hitting the roof of her mouth to release a loud click of annoyance. Fine. Answer your fucking phone. His brow furrowed, hearing that anger and annoyance. They both had a right to the irritation that prickled at their skin. Why now? Tristan fumbled a bit with his shirt, hearing a rip for his efforts as he finally got it off his arms. He rolled ungracefully off the couch, his long fingers gripping his phone. His fingers scratched the back of his hair, causing his hair to stick on ends while, after a few seconds of incoherent grumbles, he took a long deep breath, finding some ounce of serenity, before he answered the siren song of being cock-blocked. Hey, yeah, now is not a good time. He listened to the voice with a frown, trying extraordinarily hard to ignore the glare of burning holes at the back of his head. I had a really long day, so no, I'm not planning to. He paused, taking a sharp intake of breath. Work? I wasn't planning on working tonight. He looked over at Ira. His blue eyes narrowed before softening, an apology written all over his gaze. Ira gave a derisive snort, turning her head up and looking haughtily away from him. However, she didn't seem pissed at him, frustrated, yet not enraged. For that, he should be grateful. He pursed his lips together, both listening to the phone and keeping his eyes on the beautiful woman impatiently waiting for him. He grunted, his other hand running through his hair. Can it wait? Seriously, can we just... He released a puff of air. Wait till tomorrow? Yes, I'm downtown. I don't know. He looked towards the large window facing the city, trying not to be awestruck with the view as he gathered his bearings on a location. Near the Center Arts District. He pressed his head against the bottom of the couch cushion, rubbing his forehead back and forth as he nodded. Fuck, Northport is where you are? Okay. Give me 20 to 25 minutes. Yeah, I'll be there. Bye. Another click tumbled out of Ira's mouth. Her thick lips pursed together. 25 minutes. Northport is 10 minutes away. Great. A whopping 15 minutes. I was hoping for a sleepless night. I'm sorry. His voice was muffled by the couch. I'm really, really sorry. You could have ignored it. She shook her head. Who was that? Your boss? You can say that. Ira gave another snort. Just quit. She turned to look down at him, smirking slightly. I'll take care of you. Tristan looked up at her, his eyes widening slowly before they softened, taking in her words. You're so sexy, and the idea of just being your sugar baby is so tempting. But this job isn't something I can quit. Why? I think being my sugar baby is a better idea. He lifted a hand to scratch at his cheek, shuddering with the airbrushing against her marks. It's important work. At least to me it is. A bright, bold eye twitched. She pursed her lips together, tempted to force him to concede. However, she wanted him willingly. Wanted something normal with him. She looked away with an overly dramatic, forlorn gaze. You're like water. I'm dripping wet. She released a loud groan, her head leaning back, and drowning in disappointment. Tristan whimpered at those words, cursing his absolutely shitty luck. He looked down at the phone, checking the time, before getting an idea. Let me touch you? No. Oh, don't be like that. He grinned, licking his lips. I can be a little late, and you don't need to do a thing for me. I'll take it as a fitting punishment. He moved back onto the couch, crawling over her before he leaned down against her. He noted that slight moan from her supple lips, along with a raised eyebrow. His face tilted down closer to hers, his voice husky. I don't want you to be disappointed. I want you to feel good. She parted her lips, hearing that low tone in his voice, that soft rasp. Her angel had a dark side that came out with that deep voice. She leaned her head up, her lips running along with his. Do you think you have enough time? He grinned, his hand moving down to test that flame, his fingers moving that skirt up slightly. A worthy challenge to please you. She closed her eyes at that touch, panting as his hand caressed upwards, his mouth parting against hers. Yet his fingers stopped. He didn't kiss her. She gave a low growl, opening her eyes. He had a little smirk on his lips. Long lashes fluttered over those storming midnight blue depths. I think you need to give me permission. Oh, that dirty bastard. That sexy, devilish, lustful bastard. She laid her head back, wild curls cascading over the couch. Yes, touch me. As you wish. Chapter 11. Pest Control. She leaned back against the couch, springs pressing against her spine. Her mind wandered, toes curling a bit as she remembered that smirk across his peach lips, his eyes storming as he made her quake. He wasn't as angelic as she thought. She took a shuddering breath. The memory was pleasant. It was a needed distraction while she waited on this shit-infested couch. At the sound of skittering, something around the floors, she lifted her leather boots onto the shabby wood composite coffee table. Ignoring the vermin, she went back into that most pleasurable time in her memories before a lovely song rang from her purse. She sat up, giving a little hiss and stretching her left shoulder, getting adjusted to the weight. She turned to the large red purse next to her, scrimmaging inside of it before smiling as she lifted her phone, seeing a photo on her screen, remembering the day it was taken. He had snuck out her phone during one of their coffee dates, making her squeak in surprise as he pulled her close. His lips brushed against her ear, his breath dancing along the edge, causing her to shiver. A moan caught in her throat. His fingers gently stroked her shoulder, a cheesy whisper escaping his lips. Say cheese. She was confused at first, hesitating. This was a regular event, normal for couples like them, yet it was new and awkward for her. Only when she felt Tristan's lips on her cheek did she feel calm. Only when his cheek pressed against her, his smile wide for the camera, did she smile. A smile only meant for him. A small, happy smile, accompanied with a chuckle as the flash of light hit them. She cooed at the memory. Her finger gently slid over his face, giving the screen a soft caress as it opened before bringing it to her ear. Hello, beautiful. She smirked as the voice in her ear caused those words to become a chorus, both having greeted each other the same way at the same time. Her eyes moved to the side, looking towards them. Jinx, you owe me a drink. Damn it, I was just taken by surprise. Am I that predictable? You are, which is what I love about you. There was a soft gasp. Followed by a pause. Ira blinked, looking at her phone before she laughed. Babe, you're speechless. I wish I can see your face. You took me by surprise again. You stole all my charm away. I'm nothing but a bumbling mess before you. I certainly hope you're a humbled mess, too. You didn't call me back after taking off. And no, texts don't count. She pressed her lips together in a pout. I should punish you again for that. I would humbly accept your punishments. His voice lowered, a soft rasp in that tone as it grew more heavy and husky. Over and over and over again. She pressed her thighs together, biting her lip as she shuddered. I may not be so nice next time. It's a risk I'm willing to take to please you, Ira. Oh, the way he said her name with a subtle purr in his low voice. He was definitely not as angelic as she thought. She chuckled. You're a tease. Oh, I don't think so. In fact, I recall I did a good job of making sure you were satisfied. In fact, I think you teased me. She gave a little snort, regaining some control. Hey, you didn't have enough time since you had to work so suddenly. What do you do? Another pause. Her eyes narrowed. Silence. She pulled the phone away from her ear, glaring at it before pulling it close again. Tristan. Sorry, someone else was talking to me. Why was he so nervous? Tristan, do you not like your job? She could hear him take a sharp intake of breath. I like it. It's just a little rough sometimes with a lot of late shifts. She tilted her head, an eyebrow raised. If we were to continue the game, I guess that you would be an unlikely bouncer. His chuckle was airy, his voice no longer trembling. I am more of a cleaner, actually, a janitor. Ira's eyes narrowed. A janitorial career was beneath him. Yet, he wouldn't be dumb enough to lie to her, right? She took another breath, calming down before she spoke, her voice firm. Quit. You won't need to worry about that anymore. Babe, that's sweet, but I mean it. Her fingers gripped her jeans, her heart pounding. I can take care of you. You should quit. Not worry about late nights. Not worry about cleaning floors or streets or whatever. Not worry about anything except me. That's incredibly sexy. I'm not flirting. That came out with a slight snarl, and she covered her mouth, shaking her head. Her body shook as she struggled to control the flame known as her temper. I'm not flirting, just... She paused, taking another deep breath. Just think about it, whenever you're ready. There was a silence on the phone before his voice, gentle, returned to her. I do not know what you do. Are you a CEO or something? There was a mild chuckle. Gonna come pick me up with a helicopter? Do you want me to? Another pause. Can you? She smirked. I don't have the title of CEO, but... She leaned back against the misshaped cushion of the couch. I inherited a bit of a family business. Must have been a big bit of family business to afford that penthouse. Indeed, more than enough for us. She cleared her throat. So think about it. I will, sugar mama. Oh no, please don't call me that. Just a glimpse into this future you're proposing. She pouted again. I'm going to rescind my offer. She could hear a dramatic gasp from the phone, followed by a long, exaggerated whine. No, the easy life I have always wanted, and you'll take it from me? What I give, I easily take away. She smirked, trying to hold in her laugh at his mock whining. She lifted her head from the phone, her ears focusing on the footsteps coming up the stairs, going towards the door. Her smirk widened into a grin. Her teeth bore into a near snarl. Babe, are you still there? Ira looked back towards the phone, that predatory grin on her face. I'm here, sweetie, but sadly I must let you go. Damn, are we still meeting later? The doorknob turned and then jerked when stopped by the lock. Ira gave a low growl, hearing the cursing from outside the door. Yes, sweetie, at the Moonshine Lounge, right? 6:30 p.m. Don't be late. She closed her eyes at the sound of keys clanging together, being jammed into the lock. I'm not the one with the poor track record. Ah, babe. She gave a low chuckle as the door finally opened, her eyes looking up towards the thin man who entered. That grin never left her face. It also never reached her eyes. "See you soon." She lifted her head from the phone, setting it down on her purse, her tongue clicking against the roof of her mouth. The skinny man jumped at the click, dropping the full bag of groceries onto the vinyl floors in surprise. He turned, slamming the door closed and pulling out a knife, his eyes wide with panic. However, upon seeing the compact woman on the couch, he relaxed with a smirk. "Did Eric let you in so his dick can get wet?" She tilted her neck to the side, a loud pop escaping. Her left arm, covered by the sleeve of her coat, rested on the top of the couch behind her, letting her stretch her shoulders. She leaned forward to rest her chin on her right hand. Her body was relaxed, but those eyes were sharp, focused. "I'm offended, Daniel." That sneer faded from his face. "How the fuck do you know my name?" She released a low chuckle, her red eyes piercing into his hazel ones. "Don't be so surprised. You work for me, remember?" He could feel the pressure, the tension, and the heat in the air. Those eyes were clawing at him, his instincts screaming. Prey needed to run. He slowly backed up. "Do not move." He stopped, frozen, fear clutching at his feet, keeping him still. Cold sweat ran down from his gaunt cheeks to his chin, dripping onto the ground. A roach skittered between them, the only sound allowed in those few seconds. She tilted her head from side to side. "I don't recognize you. Then again, I can't remember every insignificant bland face that walks through my office." She sat up, her left hand moving to dig through her purse, pulling up a gold ring, setting it on the coffee table. "If you joined the big leagues, I would think you'd recognize this." She only wore that for board meetings with other family bosses and dons. The large gold ring contained a crest, a snake coiling around a horned demon, decorated with 7 distinct gems. Each gem, a different color, represented the top family members, the sins. This was the Dante ring, containing the crest of the most powerful family in Montrose. Any guard, housekeeper, store owner, any cop, any city official, any operative under her broad umbrella would have an inkling of a memory of this ring. This skinny boy showed none. Nothing in those eyes, empty of everything but stupidity, displayed any kind of memory of this ring. Daniel gulped, trembling as he slowly shook his head. Her lips curled up, pearly whites exposed as she grinned. "Good. Then we won't need to buy your family flowers." Daniel moved, heading towards the door, his hand reaching out for the knob before her fist shattered his forearm, causing his knife to fall to the ground, a loud crack echoing through the room. Her eyes glowed with bloodlust, and she laughed, savoring his screams. Her right hand gripped that thin forearm. It was less structure, almost gelatinous now in its movements, the skin turning dark red and purple from the damage. Her left hand gripped his neck, the hot metal digging into his skin, searing the flesh as she held him tight. "You made a terrible error, using my name for a little flower shop heist. You're a fucking moron." He clawed her arm for air as drool, snot, and tears, mixing as agony and terror gripped his heart, squeezing it. "Honestly, I really don't give 2 shits about that. If you only did that, I would have just had you executed." There was a snarl in her throat as she gave him a twisted grin. "I wouldn't have bothered wasting my time to come to some shit-ass dump, waiting on some broken piece of a shit couch for some worthless shit mouse like you." Her eyes slowly narrowed into slits and her grin vanished. Darkness covered her eyes. But you touched something of mine. You hurt him. Her voice softened into a hiss. Maybe even left a scar on his beautiful face. How could you? He tried to speak, his hand desperately fighting her metal grip for life. Don't kill. Her glare into his eyes was devoid of any semblance of mercy or sanity. Her grip tightened, cutting off all air, her right fist letting go of his arm to pound against his stomach repeatedly. How could you, you piece of shit? He is mine. He is mine. Daniel's hand fell limp, as all he could do was cough up vomit, gore, and blood. His lips turned blue, his neck a near black as she tore his short life away from him. She didn't even notice, still punching until blood and guts covered her fist, her rage all-consuming. Die! Die, you worthless piece of shit! Just die! She was punching the wall now through the hole she caused in him. She finally pulled back, watching that corpse fall onto the ground with a thud. She tilted her head, a growl rumbling in her throat as she watched for any signs of life. It was over before it even began. How unsatisfying. She gave a deep sigh, not even turning her head before her right hand lifted to stop a fist coming towards her face. Her nails dug into the skin as she gripped it, turning to look into the face of a larger man. She gave a little smirk, seeing the pain in that remaining brown eye of his. You must be Eric, the fat rat to this little mouse. The fuck did you do to Danny? The larger man tried to pull his hand away, but with each jerk, her nails dug in deeper, piercing his flesh. He howled in agony, his other lifting to punch her away. She quickly dodged it before she turned to swing her arm and his body against the wall. He grunted from the impact, feeling the wall crack under his weight and her strength. His eye widened in shock, panic and terror taking hold of him now. When he was back on the floor, he moved to crawl away, the sudden need to run overtaking any other thought. It was too late. Her boot lifted and slammed down onto his leg, shattering it like glass. He screamed as the pain overwhelmed him. Bitch! You crazy bitch! Shut up! Her metal hand grabbed the back of his neck, lifting his head to steady the gauze patch over his eye. That looks fresh. She tilted her head in interest, her right hand moving to remove the medical gauze, studying that wound with her red eyes. There was a hole there, a freshly carved hole where an eye should have been, blood and pus seeping out of the uncovered flesh. Who did this to you? Eric shook, his lips blubbering as drool and snot ran down his chin. She slammed his face to the ground before lifting it back up by his neck. Who did this? His nose was broken, and blood streamed from the misshapen nostrils. Some pretty boy. He fucking took my eye. Just like you broke my leg, you crazy whore. Her eyes widened in surprise, her lips curling into a smile. Did he have blue eyes? Eric's fist hit the ground, an answer choking out of him. I don't answer me. Yes, the asshole had blue eyes. Fuck, bitch, don't kill me. He broke down, his body trembling as the end of his mortality was looming over him. Her angel wasn't an angel at all. He was a beautiful demon with fake ivory wings, trying to live in the light. He needed to be in darkness. With her. Her smile was full now, a low giggling escaping from her mouth. I didn't realize he could do this. My beautiful Tristan. She let go of Eric's neck, standing up to release a low and pleasing groan, her eyes sparkling with delight and hope. He's perfect. My Tristan is perfect. He will be mine, part of my family. He can complete my family. She looked back down at Eric, watching him slowly, trying to crawl away, seeing him twitch as each little bump of the floor hit his leg. She chuckled, her mood brighter, skipping forward a few steps before lifting her boot and stomping on his other leg. Another sickening crack with a scream erupted through the room. Her smile reached her sparkling red eyes. Her face twisted into a mask of vicious glee. Oh no, I'm not done with you yet. You're coming home. I need to make sure I have a welcoming gift for him. Chapter 12. Bitch Named Karma. The low lighting against wood floors emanated a warm glow that contrasted against the industrial-style stone walls and metal beams along with the ceiling. The ceiling themselves reflected the wood of the background, though this time with an old Art Deco tiling. As soon as someone would enter from downtown streets, they would feel out of time and out of place. This was a gem of a bygone era. The bartenders wore suspenders with tan shirts, their hair slicked back to fit with the 1920s styling as they set drinks onto the granite countertops of the deep red sculpted bar. However, the jeans and patterned leggings of the waiting crowds and the LED screens that decorated the walls would break the illusion, reminding one that the lounge was only a mere replica of that era. It didn't stop Tristan from feeling a little out of place. He eyed the menu with a furrowed brow, hoping to find something that would not break his wallet or kill his stomach. His eyes took in the odd mixture of luxurious, exotic cocktails, ignoring the happy hour mixed drinks. The idea of paying $18 for a cocktail made his wallet cringe, but his wandering eye could not help but be entranced by the opulence. He scanned the crowd at the bar, then near the open metal doors, hoping to glimpse warm dark skin and bright fiery curls. Several appraising glances shifted his way, and he sunk further into the booth. His companion would be against flirting while he waited. He chuckled, finally finding a distracting thought. Setting the menu down, his hand reached to touch the bandage on his neck, his eyes closing as he sighed, remembering Ira's lips pressed against his skin, teeth bearing down, almost breaking the surface, but just doing enough to leave a mark. The same marks traveling down his skin, each touch of his shirt against those marks giving a slight burn that made him shudder in pain and delight. Would a reasonable person enjoy that bit of pain and possession, even from a beautiful woman like her? His hand moved to his lips as he remembered her kiss, voluptuous lips pressing hard against his, commanding him to open his mouth and accept her, a command he could not and would not disobey. He adored how she would look at him with those bright, bold eyes. She wanted him. He chuckled, putting his hand down and toying with the menu again. Unlike his guardian, who seemed more intent on scolding or mothering him, Ira wanted him. She wanted him so much that her roses on his skin still burned more than the other bruises he gained that day. He looked up, hearing several giggles from the bar, looking towards a group of women and men, eyes again appraising him. He gave a small smile and shook his head as they motioned him to come over. They weren't what he was waiting for. They weren't who he wanted. Unfortunately, she was late. Ira gave him so much shit for his lack of punctuality last time that he was savoring the idea of using it against her, to tease her for keeping him waiting. He shuddered at the memory of her writhing on that large leather couch, her body arching from his touch, while he had to go out in the night, alone, and fight the urge to throw his unsatisfied body into the sea. He shook his head with a grunt, looking out towards the open doors. Sweetie, where are you? Wow, didn't you grow up? His eyes widened, the warmth on his face replaced by a frigid chill. That voice, where the fuck did that come from? His eyes darted from the doors to the bar, racing towards the backside of the lounge. His hand moved back up to scratch his cheek as his breath was caught in his throat. The world was closing in on him again, and no matter where he looked, he could not find the source of that whisper, of that sudden stench of cheap cigarettes mingling with rank cologne. It was strong enough to clog his throat, the scent clawing deep into his memory. It was a slurring hiss that made every single hair on the back of his neck stand. Where did that come from? It was unlikely for that bastard to be here. He was too cheap for this place. Right? He couldn't be here. He could not be here. Tristan scratched at his left cheek, hissing at the sting from the fresh cut. He pulled his fingers back, looking down at the red that coated his nails. Shit. He looked around again, his breathing slowly going back to normal, his pounding fast in his chest. No way was that man here. He couldn't find beady black eyes leering at him as they did before, piercing through the door of the closet and into his chest. He wasn't in that closet anymore. Those eyes never looked at him like that again. Never again. He took another long breath, slowly coming back up to earth, away from that darkness. He was no longer there. It was just his imagination. Don't think about it. It doesn't matter anymore. He was free. He nearly jumped when a hand touched his shoulder, blue eyes looking up wide before they softened, seeing bright, fiery eyes looking back at him. Those red eyes blinked a little in shock, and he had to laugh, seeing Ira's complete confusion. I'm sorry. You scared me a little. I can tell. Her lips curled up into a smile, her hand squeezing his shoulder gently. Are you all right? He turned his head to kiss her hand with a chuckle, looking up at her with a wink, the awful memory and panic now gone. I'm all right now that you're here, beautiful. Heat flushed her cheeks with that kiss. Tristan enjoyed seeing her pause with small affections. It was surprising how something simple like a kiss could catch her off guard, forcing to think of a flirty response for him. His fiery queen was sweetly awkward. However, her eyes took in that cut on his cheek and narrowed. She eyed it suspiciously, her jaw set firmly. He closed his eyes, a hint of fear climbing to the surface, just like it did when she roared for him. He spoke first, cutting off the line of questioning before it could begin. That was my fault. I have a bit of a bad habit. One hand caressed as his lips softly brushed against her fingers with soft, tiny kisses. You need to stop that, then, she smirked, cooing at his teasing kisses. Only I should be allowed to mark you. A part of him knew she wasn't joking. Something must be wrong with him if he found those words more sexy than crazy. He had his own issues to deal with. You marked me plenty already, sweetie. Her hand moved away from his lips to stroke his cheek. He hissed a little as her palm pressed against the cut, feeling that slight burn from her touch. It was not unwelcomed. With that touch of pain also brought a gentle touch of affection. He savored that connection, nuzzling his cheek against her hand. Ira gave a soft coo as he nuzzled against her hand, and he looked up to see that her eyes were lidded, a precious ruby under her lashes, as her thumb slowly moved to stroke his lips. I wish you didn't cover them all up. He kissed her thumb softly, his body turning and his arms moving to wrap around her waist, the warmth of her skin just barely beneath her white cotton dress. Hearing whines of disappointment from the lovely group of hipsters at the bar made him blush, while seeing that proud smirk on Ira's face made him blush. You left some pretty dark marks, babe. I had to cover them up. She turned back to him, her hand moving from his cheek to his hair. Well, what if I wanted to make sure everyone knew who you belonged to? His smile was as bright as he winked. I think everyone here can tell. Still, I'd like to leave a unique mark. Her hand brushed against the cut, making him flinch. Her chuckle was low, with a hint of a purr. Maybe something permanent, so it doesn't fade like my roses. That made him pause, his brow furrowing. He closed his eyes, dropping his arms from Ira's waist with a sigh. He shifted to make room for her next to him, as well as giving him some space to think about those words. Ira, I can't tell if you mean some things you say. Her body was next to him, close to him, her voice deep and soft. What things, sweetie? He lifted a hand to scratch his cheek. Her hand reached out to grip his wrist, gently yet firmly stopping him. He looked over at her, his blue eyes gazing into her red ones, seeing that glare before it softened at his gaze. He lowered his hand to intertwine his fingers with hers. You tell me I'm yours. You're talking about taking care of me and having me quit my job. And now, his lips twitched a little. His eyes lowered away from hers. You want to brand me? You mean a lot to me, babe, but I'm not too sure about. He wasn't good at this, at expressing his fear, at hurting her. I hope I'm more than property to you. Tristan, of course you are. She pressed her forehead against his, her body trembling. You are more than that to me. I'm just. Her voice started trembling. I'm just playing around. He doubted she was just playing around. Her anguish that night, how she painted his skin with reds, blues, and purples. Her offer, it was a lot to take in. Her joke about marking him permanently was too far. She had to know that was too far. Yet she wanted him. No one wanted him more than she did. His other hand moved to stroke her sides, gently touching her shoulder, pressing against what little remained of her arm. He cooed softly and kissed her forehead. I don't mind a little kink, sweetie. I kind of like it. My queen is rough. His eyes took in her supple lips, loving how thick they were. As long as we leave out the branding and give yourself to me a little. He lowered his head, pressing his lips against hers. She moaned into the kiss, her hand moving from his fingers to stroke his cheek. His body warmed up a bit as he remembered how she tasted, how she felt, how she quivered from his very intimate touch. However, not wanting to be kicked out before they got their first drink, he pulled back, kissing her cheek. You may scare me, but that doesn't stop how sexy you are. Her trembling had stopped, and she gave a little snort before chuckling. I shouldn't scare you, as long as you behave yourself. She looked down at the cocktail menu, eyeing one drink displayed. Tristan, I know I can be intense, but you are not my property. He turned to him with a gentle smile. You're my boyfriend. Those words did not match her sultry, deep voice. He couldn't help but laugh. Her eyes narrowed, and she pressed her lips together firmly. What? He shook his head. That was adorable, and so not like you. You should call me your pet instead. She gave a haughty scoff, looking away from him. However, her thighs shifted underneath her skirt. She was not opposed to the idea. She looked at him again, a smirk on her face, her eyes sparkling. Pervert. He grinned, kissing the cheek again. For you, my incredibly sexy master? Of course. He wrapped his arm around her, stroking her shoulder. His eyes drifted back towards the menu. Decide on anything, sweetie. The whiskey old-fashioned sounds amazing right now. What about you? The dark and stormy cocktail sounds good to me. Like you sound good. She bit her lip. Behave. Oh, I am. I mean that the cocktail sounds delicious. He smirked, stroking her shoulder. I can go get it. I think I owe you. No, you stay here. I'll get the drinks. Oh, is my sugar mama gonna pay? Shut up. She attempted a glare while hiding a chortle, shaking her head as she stood up, her curls fluttering back and forth as the light hit those strands. She indeed was like a flame as she started walking to the bar. Tristan smirked, admiring how that dress hugged Ira's curves, trying hard not to think about how those thighs pressed him down against the couch. She didn't want to own a bakery or a chocolate shop. She just wanted him. God knows he wanted her. He reluctantly took his eyes off of her to catch the TV in the corner, resting his chin on his hand as he waited. His eyes lost focus and he yawned, rubbing his eyes until a familiar-looking face showed up on the screen. He sat up a little straighter, leaning forward. Not just the face, but those eyes. A bright pair of violet eyes belonging to a blond man speaking into the microphone. Tristan's eyes narrowed as he took in the headline. A man was found dead at a motel near the warehouse district. He leaned forward, facing the screen as it grabbed his full attention. His hand moved to cover his mouth, eyes widening, seeing two photos appearing now on the screen. These two men were the ones who caused so much hassle at the flower shop. The smaller one, named Daniel Prost, was murdered. The larger man, Eric Mackey, was missing. It can't be. He flinched, seeing the photo of Eric with both brown eyes staring back. He pursed his lips tightly, almost gagging as the screams from that day echoed in his mind. Eyes closed tightly as he tried to forget the glass digging into his palm as he gored out that familiar brown eye. His chest tightened and he panted. Cold sweat dripped down his chin to the table, his elbows digging into the wood as he had hid his face in his hands. He needed to shake away another disturbing memory. When he heard a glass being set on the table, he didn't jump. As that warm, familiar body pressed against him, he released a shuddering sigh. Ira's lips pressed against the side of his forehead, kissing it gently. Babe, what's wrong? Babe, it's really nothing. You said that before. Tell me. He stiffened, feeling her hand stroking his arm before slowly relaxing at her touch. He lifted his head, his eyes wet and red. I'm stressing out over nothing. Please don't worry. Her lips pursed together again, her eyes narrowed and brow furrowed. Tristan, tell me. She pressed her forehead against his shoulder. I want to take care of you, remember? He gave her a slight smile, one hand moving to rub his eyes. I know, I just don't enjoy thinking about the past too much. He lifted his free hand to the top of her head, running his fingers through her hair. Remember the assholes who made me late for our date? She looked up at him, nodding. Yes. He motioned towards the TV with a flinch. Apparently, they killed each other, or one killed the other. The guy who I... He paused, taking a sharp intake of breath. One of them is missing. As Ira looked over at the screen, he reached out to grab his cocktail, trying to stop his hands from trembling. He turned, hearing her snort, watching her as she picked up her glass, taking a sip of her whiskey old-fashioned, savoring the sweet and smoky flavor. She seemed so relaxed, so unnerved. Of course, she was. This had nothing to do with her. As she set the glass down, she gave him a slight smirk. Why is this an issue, babe? Two low-life dickbags finally ran out of luck. She shrugged, twirling her index finger around the rim of the glass. Considering that you are still cut up from them, I really don't have sympathy to spare. He chewed the inside of his cheek, hearing her dismissive words, that slight scoff. The guy, Daniel, he didn't need to die. Yeah, he was a prick, but... His eyes clouded over. He didn't deserve that. And his friend, He didn't want to admit it, didn't want to face that gaping hole. I fought him and took it too far. He didn't deserve that either. That's bullshit. He blinked, hearing those words, his cloudy midnight eyes gazing into Ira's burning ones. Those red orbs had a spark in them, and she lifted her glass, using it to point to him. He swallowed heavily. It's wrong. No one deserves this. Another snort. They held up a flower shop, and they hurt you. I bet they had hurt a lot of other people, stolen from a lot of other shops. And for what? Some cash? Some shot at fame? She gave a derisive laugh, looking down at her cocktail. Karma certainly thought Daniel deserved it. I doubt his partner turned killer will be on the loose for long either. She wasn't wrong. They were violent scumbags. They were also stupid, tossing around the name of the most prominent crime family in the city. The same family that his mentor failed to cow, to even touch with her raids. Even if Eric and Daniel were not bad enough to deserve death, they were stupid. Somehow his trembling stopped. His mentor wouldn't agree. Of course she wouldn't. But he shouldn't torment himself so much. He didn't need to carve out Eric's eye, but it ended the fight and took out the more dangerous criminal. The elderly woman from the flower shop, Marie. She pulled out a gun and almost shot Daniel. What if she did? Would it be wrong? Wouldn't that be karmic? Soft, warm lips pressed against his cheek, bringing him back from his thoughts. He gave a weak smile at that attention, eyes back on her again, gazing through low lashes. She was still angry that he had been hurt. She was protective of him even now. It made him feel needed. He lifted his glass, finally taking a dark and stormy sip. I don't know if I can fully agree with you, but maybe you're right. Of course I'm right. Her voice was low as she lifted her glass, holding it up towards him. I propose a toast. He blinked, his eyes clearing up. To what, babe? To karma. His lips parted a bit, his brow furrowing, before releasing an airy laugh. Their glasses pressed together, the sound echoing as he softly repeated, To karma. Chapter 13. A few misgivings. The Ferrari Aperta was more than just a vehicle. It was a limited edition beast of power. It rides at 217 miles per hour and sped up to 124 miles in less than 7 seconds. Its speed and power were clear when one gazed in awe at its bright red spider chassis. Its V12 engine announced itself on Dante Island with a roar before its brakes, unleashing a harsh screech as it stopped just before the manor steps. The thunderous sound of its arrival caused the valets to jump back in shock, tripping over themselves to avoid not just near death, but also the possibility of their corpses leaving dents on the super beast. There was only one person who could tame this beast, only one person who could match the violent red styling of the convertible coupe. Edward's eyes narrowed into a glare as he stomped down the steps, gritting his teeth. He clenched his fists, his arms firmly to his side as the doors opened, then rotated to reveal a grinning Ira, ruby eyes hidden beneath large sunglasses, stroking the beast she has conquered. She tilted her head towards him, trying to keep her chuckle as that wrinkled visage turned a lovely shade of crimson that matched her new car. Isn't she beautiful? I saw this today and I figured, why not? I need to spoil myself. With a Ferrari? His voice finally erupted, one hand moving to hit his forehead, fingers massaging the skin as his head throbbed. Ira lifted herself from the embrace of the supercar. This is not just any Ferrari. This is simply perfection. A perfect fit. She moved her sunglasses up against her hair, her red lips up in a proud smirk. She ran her hand against the metal, her eyes sparkling as it wasn't just the car she was thinking about. It's perfect for me, and now it's all mine. Do you know how much this car costs? That was an important question. That was the question that Edward wanted to know. Ira blinked, standing up fully, her plastic prosthetic hand resting on her hip, her right hand scratching her hair as her eyes rolled up. Nope. I suppose there were quite a few zeros I had to write on the check. Edward stepped back, one hand moving to clutch his chest, his brow furrowed deeply as he aged. Well, I saw this enormous waste of money as soon as it popped up, and I hope you have a good reason, or any reason, for why you had to have this car. Ira's eyes narrowed, and her right hand to her side. I don't believe that I have to justify anything to you. Edward took a long, deep breath. Lady Dante, after the trouble we have been having. Minimal trouble. You haven't been paying attention. Another one of our allies has been hit at the docks, this time causing a delay in our weapon shipments, thanks to our nuisances. Ira raised an eyebrow. Those angels again. Have we lost much? He clenched his teeth again. No, but a purchase like this doesn't help. Not when our partners are tightening their belts. We have other cars. Other beautiful, impeccable cars that you and Kana have yet to demolish. Why did you need to buy this one? He took another breath. Please, just soothe my curiosity. Ira narrowed her eyes, thinking about his words. Had she been so distracted? She looked back at the car, the sight of it calming her nerves. It was red. I didn't know they came in red. He looked down at the car, back to Ira, back to the car. He clenched his teeth, his shoulders hunched. If steam could come from his ears, it would... Red? That is all you're going to say? It was red? Ira snorted. And sexy. Edward lifting a finger to point at her chest, his lips parted to unleash such a scolding. A new car for a hot date, right, boss? A low and gruff voice interrupted. Ira froze, her smirk vanishing from her face. Her face turned into stone as she listened to the calm, careful footsteps of black loafers coming towards them. Edward looked into the violet eyes of the new arrival. Darian, what did you say? Darian brushed away a stray blonde bang from his eyes as he fixed Ira with his steely purple gaze. She has a date tonight, with the same boy that she's been seeing for over a month. Been too busy with him instead of helping with our vigilante problem. Blood-red eyes turned to meet that amethyst gaze, her lips twitching. You haven't been spying on me. I know Sybil didn't tell you. Darian walked until he was side by side with her, a bitter smirk on his face. You call our men to clean up a mess you made at some dump and pick up some two-bit nobody to keep in our cells? You then called me about a brutal murder with that nobody as a prime suspect who yammered about some boy who cut up his eye. He deliberately turned to face her. The same boy who gave me a statement describing the same nobody in our cells. I'm not a fucking idiot, Ira. Those eyes narrowed into furious slits, her teeth bared. Call him a boy one more time. Please, test me. He was facing the hell in her eyes as tension rose between them. A heavy weight pressed down on his shoulders, a drop of sweat to travel down his cheek. However, he wasn't the one who poured gasoline into the blaze. Edward, taking in the entire conversation, was the one who made it erupt. You bought a Ferrari to impress some boy? She turned, her eyes wide open, her piercing gaze to the older man, unleashing a low growl as she suddenly grabbed Edward by the throat, veins popping from her hand as she lifted him up with ease. You're pissing me off, old man. Her grip tightened. My life is not your business. My love is... Darian backed up, his brow curling up in surprise. Love, boss. Ira choked on her words, lips pressed together. She froze, realizing what she just said. Edward's hands gripped her wrists. Cold sweat down his brow as his feet kicked the air. Ira, put me down. That brought her back to reality, curls trembling with the shake of her head. I mean... Darian's bottom lip trembled, shaking his head as he tried to ignore the tightness in his chest. Boss, let greed go. Her grip released, and Edward dropped to the ground. He was trembling as he used a handkerchief from his front pocket to wipe away the many beads of sweat from his forehead. He looked at Ira, seeing her gaze unfocused. She revealed too much. Edward stood up fully, putting the handkerchief back into his chest pocket. His voice was still firm but soft. Lady Dante, this gentleman... Ira looked over at Edward, her eyes gaining focus. She cleared her throat, the tension slowly leaving the area. She calmed down. I said it was none of your business. One of Edward's eyebrows rose. I take it not a son from our partners? Partners who are getting irritated with us. Darian parted his lips, but one burning glare shut him up. He was no match for her. Ira's eyes moved back towards Edward, a smirk on her lips, but those eyes did not match that confident smirk. I didn't see anyone of interest from your binders of men. But this gentleman is interesting enough for a multi-million-dollar car? She gave no reaction, her face emotionless. Edward fixed his tie. Fine, whatever. I just hope that this car lasts longer than the others. You know, more than a day. Maybe once you are finished with your date, you can finally get back to business. Ira fixed the glare on his back as he sauntered towards the manor, gritting her teeth as he had to the last word. Asshole. She turned over to Darian, snarling. You asshole. You bought a new car, killed one man, crippled and ignored another. You missed meetings and ignored our pest problem. Darian glared. All for someone who is not family. Yet. Darian's eyes widened again before they closed tightly, gripping his forehead with one hand. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you actually thinking that? Ira's eyes softened, a slight smile on her face. Yes, I am. She looked back to him, the smile turning into an arrogant smirk. There is a sin missing, and he shows promise. Do you have a problem with that? I do. It's not something you get to decide on your own. Her tongue pressed against the roof of her mouth, giving a click as she turned away. Later, as you know, I have a hot date tonight. Her hand ran through her hair, the red and orange strands glistening in the sun like embers. And I need to get ready. Darian looked behind him to see his Dodge Charger, police issued, waiting for him. He growled, looking down at the Ferrari Aperta, watching with a forlorn gaze as the valet, as carefully as possible, drove it to the garage. I guess the boys in blue and I will watch out for our two pests while you're out there making terrible decisions. Can I at least take the... No. He glared at her back as she walked up the stairs, hips and muscular thighs shifting side to side under a tight peach skirt. His gaze on her until she walked into the manor. He remembered that porcelain, baby-faced pretty boy with big blue eyes. That date, being so worried about being late to a date with a rose. A rose with sharp thorns that the boy was stupid enough to grasp. Stupid and brave enough to grasp and allow the thorns to dig in. Something he ached to do. Something he feared doing. Fuck that guy. Darian walked towards his car, his mind back to the increasingly tricky city of Monteros. An unusual sound came from Ira's wing. He leaned next to the French doors, his eyes closed as he listened to the nostalgic sound of his sister singing. He overheard the argument as he cleaned Sybil's room and caught a word he didn't expect to hear from his sister's lips, much like he didn't expect to hear singing from outside her doors. She sang a love song. The trepidation he felt also came with joy. He smiled, gripping the cup of coffee he got for her. Whoever this guy was, he made his sister happy. Her voice grew louder, her low voice becoming higher, reaching the heights of the song. This mystery man made her human. His smile faded as he gazed down at the mug. This mystery man made his sister sing, but what would she do to him? Could this man tell that something was perpetually burning inside of her, simmering underneath the surface? His brow furrowed, his orange eyes closing as he sighed, turning to face the door. He took a deep breath and knocked, frowning slightly as the song stopped. There was a bit of fumbling, and a few quick steps before one door opened, and Ira peeked out, her cheeks slightly red. Her eyes went wide, seeing him, and she cleared her throat, standing up straight, looking away from him with a slight pout. You heard nothing. Orson closed his mouth firmly, shaking his head as his lips shuddered, his shoulders staying tense. Yep, sis, I heard nothing. Ira's eyes narrowed. Don't tell a soul. She looked to the side, lifting her left shoulder to hide her face. Orson held out the cup. I think you asked for coffee with whiskey, sis? You shouldn't drink before heading out. She took the cup, taking in the smell with a pleased hum. Caffeine to keep my focus. Whiskey to calm my nerves. Taking a long and heavy sip, she walked back into the room, motioning him inside with a head tilt. We're going to a show tonight. I can't remember what we are going to see, but... Your date is excited? She paused with a grin. Yes, he is excited. Damn it, I guess he's not so much of a secret anymore. She moved to the large marble-topped Baroque vanity, past the large bed in the center. She looked into the mirror, setting the cup on the counter before leaning in close, making sure the winged-back eyeliner and gold eyeshadow matched her red eyes. She nodded to her reflection before looking down at her phone. Ori, I need your help with something. Orson blinked, walking inside. He had zoned out for a few moments, trying to think of the words he wanted to say to her. He gave a little smile, moving next to her. Need help with your hair, sis? She nodded, her lips pressed together, her brow furrowed as her shoulders hunched up towards her mid-neck after she sat down in the burgundy and cream upholstered chair. She was vulnerable, somewhat helplessly. Orson looked closer at the photo, scooping those thick wild curls with one hand and picking up a few pins with his free hand. This was comfortable for him. He often brushed and pulled up Sybil's thin, straight hair, and while Ira's was the exact opposite, he often did this for her when they were kids, tying up her thick locks and hiding them underneath an ash and blood-covered cap. He shook his head, trying to shake away that memory, sticking the pins between his lips to free his hand for a brush. They stood there in comfortable silence, Ira's eyes closed as he pulled up her fiery hair, placing one pin after another to hold those voluminous curls up. He took the gold and red rose patterned scarf from behind the vanity chair, wrapping her hair up further. He heard her chuckle, watching him work in the mirror as she took a few more sips of whiskey and coffee drink. She lifted her head to make it easier for him to tie a bow in the front with the scarf. When he was finished, he moved his hands to her shoulders, patting them gently. What do you think? Ira grinned brightly, turning her head from side to side, watching the loose orange curls frame her face. You were always so good at this. Thank you. She stood up and spun around to show off her attire for the evening. How do I look? She wore a red, low-cut dress with golden embroidery. At her waist was a black sash, complementing the vibrant red and gold colors of the fabric. One sleeve cloaked her right arm while her left shoulder was exposed. The gown showed off her well-earned muscles and curves, enhancing her fiery confidence. Orson gave a soft smile, one hand moving to rub the back of his head. You really put in a lot of effort. You must really like this guy. He gave a nervous laugh, trying to broach the subject. Ira smirked, turning around to open a drawer in her vanity, pulling dangling gold and emerald earrings. Tristan. His name is Tristan. She closed the drawer, her hand running against the counter, gripping it. I'm sorry I didn't tell you, Ori. I had Sybil keep an eye on him for me, but... You didn't want us to know yet. I get it, sis. He lowered his fidgeting hand. How serious are you two? She stood still, her hand gripping the counter a little tighter, her head tilting to the side. A part of her wanted to remind him it really wasn't his business. However, what remained of her conscience told her he was her little brother, her little Ori, the only piece left of her short-lived peaceful childhood. She leaned against the vanity. I know it may not have been long. However, we are very serious. Her eyes closed, and she took a slow breath, thinking about Tristan's deep blue eyes, how his fingers would caress her cheek before drifting down to massage her left shoulder. She smiled softly, her eyes opening as she turned to look up into her brother's caramel eyes. I'd like to have him here, as part of our family. I think. She remembered the wound that Tristan had left on their guest's face, the carved-out hole where an eye used to be. He'd fit in. Orson's eyes narrowed, and his lips curled down into a frown. Sis, are you serious? Ira blinked, her smile fading. Like I said, it hasn't been long. She stood up straight, turning to face the mirror, her fingers fidgeting with a loose curl. We talked about how I would take care of him, so he doesn't have to worry about work. But I suppose I should broach the subject of the family with him first. Her large little brother's lower lip trembled a little. Our family, it's not, normal. I mean, it's dangerous. I'll protect him. His lip twitched a little, hearing those words. Those words motivated her. Those words trapped him. He grimaced, looking at mutilated shoulder, the smell of copper and ash festering in his nostrils, screams echoing in his ears. Okay, but we're not exactly in legal. Ori, I'm getting annoyed, especially when you have Sybil in your life. She was facing him, getting closer to him, sharp red eyes boring into his orange ones. Tristan and I will talk about it. Sis, what about your temper? Those red eyes widened, her head tilting. My temper? The blaze lit her eyes, her glare seeming to glow like a flame. Excuse you. He flinched, backing up. Oh, what happens if he makes you mad? Relationships are complicated, and I don't want him to get hurt. Her hand gripped the broad area between his neck and left shoulder, pressing down on that collarbone. That really isn't fair, is it, Ori? His eyes shifted to look at that hand gripping him, seeing those veins pushing up against her skin. Sis, I want you to think about this. About what, Ori? About the fact that my brother doesn't trust me. That my brother, Her fingers dug into his skin through his shirt. My baby brother, who I have done everything for, doesn't want me to be happy. He felt his eyes water. He tried to shut his eyelids together, fighting those tears. Sis, please. Why the fuck does everyone think I can't have him? Why does everyone doubt me? After all I have done for you, why do you doubt me? The inferno blazed, the tension weighing on him as he felt his bone bend. Sis, it's starting to. Why can't I have what you have, Ori? Why can't I have love? Do you think I'll fuck it up? Do you think I would ruin this? Do you think I don't deserve him? After all of my sacrifices, I will not give him up. No one will stop me. I am not. Sis! He released a cry as tears fell. Sis, you're hurting me. Her voice was silenced, her eyes unfocused. She was frozen, looking at nothing, her hand trembling. I don't want to be alone. Orson looked down at her, his hand moving over hers. I want you to be happy, sis. I really do. She blinked, looking to the side, then up towards his hands over hers. A shuddering gasp crawled out of her lips as she pulled her hand back. She walked back toward the vanity, gritting her teeth. Then don't question me. Her fist slammed down on the marble counter, breaking it apart, coffee spilling onto the soft carpet, the wooden vanity crumbling under the force. Am I clear? Orson jumped back, the pain fading from his shoulder, but fear still clutching his heart. Oh, okay, sis. I'm sorry. Get out. He gulped, looking down to the ground before nodding, shambling out of the room and closing the door. He massaged his thick flesh, the soreness still reverberating. His hand moved to wipe the sweat off his forehead. I'm sorry. She would never say sorry, so it was up to him. He had to apologize to Tristan. Chapter 14. Pretty Lies. Tristan gritted his teeth a little as he used the comb to brush his bangs from his eyes. His hair was being difficult today, thanks to the moisture in the evening air. His bangs curled up and defied him. He sighed, setting the comb down and looking at his watch to check the time. Shit, I need to hurry. He stepped back, looking at himself in the mirror, tilting his head to the side to check on the marks on his neck. His hand reached up to touch the fading, light brown marks peeking from the collar of his blue button-down shirt, smiling softly. He gave a soft moan, feel a bit of heat rise from those marks before he shook his head, fighting off the distracting thoughts. He pouted as he lifted the dark navy blue tie, wrapping it around his neck underneath the collar, covering those fading roses as he tied a Windsor knot. When he finally completed the puzzle that was his tie, his lips pressed together and shifted to the side in a pout. His mentor scolded him into a suit, and while he had to admit the gray slacks with the light blue complemented the pinks in his skin, he was uncomfortable in this getup. He stood up straight, one hand moving to fidget with his bangs again before he waved it up. Nope, I give up. His mentor wasn't here. He didn't need to worry about her fussing with him. He unlocked the door, and his head swung back, just missing the rotten wood slamming towards his face. A freckled teen looked up at him, green eyes twitching in desperation. About damn time, Trix. I need to go. Tristan took a deep, shuddering breath, relieved that he didn't get another bruise. All right, Jace. The bathroom is all yours. He didn't have time to finish his words. The freckled teen grabbed him by the collar of the suit and shoved him out of the tight quarters before slamming the door shut. Tristan skipped 1 or 2 steps before quickly grabbing onto the railing, staring down the narrow staircase of death. He wiped the sweat from his brow, huffing slightly, before he walked down those stairs, grabbing the matching gray suit jacket and putting it on as he headed towards the door. "Wait!" A young woman's voice traveled down the stairs in a bellow. "I gotta see you in a suit." He froze mid-step, glancing up towards another roommate, raising an eyebrow at her before releasing a breath that caused one of his long bangs to lift from his eyes. "Really, Jess? You know I look great." Hurried footsteps echoed through the creaky wooden floors as Jessica ran towards the end of the hall to glimpse him. Her tan skin seemed to glow copper under the warm light of the Victorian sconces on the wall, and she leaned against the wooden railing. Her chest settled onto her plastic prosthetic arms as she looked down at him. "You do look great, and oh so stiff, like a fancy board." Tristan huffed, his head tilting up in indignation. "Well, at least I'm a dashing board." "Cocky." Her hazel eyes scanned him up and down, a smirk on her face. "You're putting in a lot of effort for this chick, huh? What's her name again?" One plastic finger touched her chin, her eyes rolling to the ceiling. "You keep saying it with a stupid grin on your face." "Ira." Those blue eyes softened under his long lashes. "My beautiful girlfriend." The edges of Jessica's lips twitched. "Yup, there's that stupid look." Tristan's smile widened into a grin. "I can't help it. She agreed to see a musical with me. A musical." He looked down at his watch before releasing a chuckle. "And she'll give me shit if I'm late." "Why didn't you have her come pick you up here?" She walked down the stairs, her metal feet putting down a creaking weight on each step. "Is she too good for us?" He released a soft chuckle. "No one is too good for you, Jess." His eyes glanced to the side as he scratched his cheek. "I just really wanted to avoid, well, Ava coming home early and asking all the questions." "The music lived up to the era. You didn't put on your tie correctly, didn't you?" "Why didn't you introduce me?" "Me? Are you embarrassed by?" "You get the idea." "You are her favorite." She leaned against the wall, looking at him up and down, letting a forlorn sigh escape as she noticed how the fabric clung onto him and embraced his lean form as the colors made his pale skin tone glow warmly. "More like the troublemaker. She thinks I'll be the one to give her a heart attack." He noticed her downward gaze and lifted a hand, long fingers tussling Jessica's dirty blonde hair. "Maybe she'll let you patrol with her next time I'm out." Jess flinched and pouted as he messed up her hair, her cheeks getting warm at the light affection. "I'm still getting used to these limbs, so I doubt it." "Don't doubt yourself. You're a much better fighter than you give yourself credit for." He tilted his head, remembering Ira's offer, looking around the small place he currently called home. "I'm not always gonna be around, either." Her eyes widened, the color draining a bit from her face. "What does that mean?" Tristan avoided her stare. "Just a possibility. I really have to go, Jess." He moved back towards the door, opening it and stepping out before she could stop him. "Make sure Jace doesn't cause trouble." "Wait, Trix." He closed the door, taking a deep breath. He ran his fingers through his hair, shaking his head. "Shit, I talk too much. Please, say nothing to Ava." He prayed as he stepped onto the street. He kept his eyes forward as he walked down the narrow streets, jumping over a stray sleeping dog cuddling next to a muttering stray human. This was a rough part of Montrose. Their stone and brick two-row home was the nicest one on the street, having been well kept by his mentor. Every other apartment around them hosted boarded and iron-barred cracked windows or doors, highlighted with graffiti and bullet holes. Flickering streetlights could not reflect off the rusted metal of abandoned cars. It wasn't a safe place, but it was also under the radar, perfect for their evening activities. He wondered where Ava was scoping out a lead to a drug operation near Northport, or a weapons trade on the docks. They were finally leaving an impact significant enough to annoy the thugs that run the city and emboldening the police cowed by them. Hell, maybe Dante's family took notice. He flinched, trying to forget about the two cronies who claimed the Dante name, trying to ignore the images of the bloody remains of Daniel and the distinct memory of Eric's gored and empty eye socket. It was just karma. He may have caused the injury, but everything else that played out was a well-deserved coincidence. Yet, the more he thought about it, the more he wondered, why was everything so messy? The attack on Daniel was brutal. One arm was left as jello, and his organs pulverized until there was a hole through his stomach. Eric and Daniel were partners. Why such a vicious death? Eric's blood was found on the scene. If that was Eric, then he would have been injured as well. There should have been an easy trail to follow. How did he get away? Did he get away? The Dante family would have murdered just for throwing out their name. However, this wasn't a cold, emotionless execution. This was personal. Whoever killed Daniel held nothing but rage and hatred. Like a beast. A chill clawed down his spine, a heavy weight on his shoulders, his body tensing as he suddenly thought of a blood-red demonic visage. A roar echoed in the back of his mind as he thought of a monster. Wrath. He stopped walking, gritting his teeth as a cold sweat dripped down his chin. Wrath was the top enforcer of the Dante family, a killer so monstrous that his heart clenched painfully at the memory of fighting it. He leaned against the light post, panting softly as he oriented himself. Fuck, stop it. Stop thinking about this. Tonight is not about that. Tonight was about him and Ira. He sighed, stretching his neck from side to side, as he tried to ignore the memory of that roar, a sound that shook him to his very core when he heard it. A sound very familiar to the one he heard now. He stood up straight, jerking back as he looked behind him at the sign of their favorite cafe, before looking at the empty street. Light suddenly appeared from a corner, announcing the Ferrari Aperta. The curved chassis of the supercar screeched into a stop. The roar quieted to a purr as the red-winged doors opened. Ira leaned back in the seat, showing off a few of her own curves as she smirked. Get in, sweetie. Holy shit! He was stunned, his legs shaking as he stepped into the masterpiece of a vehicle, the luxurious leather pressing softly against his suit. A helicopter would have been cheaper, babe. Ira's voice was low and sultry, matching the purr of the car. I wanted to pick you up in style. She pulled away from the curb, her left plastic and metal arm on the wheel as her right arm controlled the gear. Do you like it? Tristan released a low whistle as he savored the ride, his hands moving up to touch the dash. A smirk crossed his lip as one hand lowered, fingers running against her leg. Don't hold a candle to you, sweetie. He loved hearing that gasp. Keep that up, and I'm going to crash. She was wearing the perfect dress. The golden red enhanced her skin, and the neckline was low enough to reveal those ample curves he wanted to enjoy. His fingers stroked her thighs idly, and he smirked, hearing a low moan. You're absolutely stunning, babe. You didn't have to go this far for me. Her thigh twitched, a soft sigh escaping her lips as she was trying to keep focused on the road. Loose curls peering from under the golden scarf fluttered in the wind. You're right, I didn't. She turned to him for a moment, grinning ear to ear. I wanted to. Besides, I'm just driving an old car. Right. Even without a roof, this has the brand new car smell. He tilted his head to the side, the chilly night wind flowing against his hair. I'm really curious about your family business. Her eyes narrowed as she looked back at the road. Waste management. He froze, his hands stopping their idle strokes. Isn't that code for... Her face was frozen for a few seconds, letting a tense silence fall between them. He tried to gather his thoughts before finally deciding to speak. Ira, are you into... A loud snort interrupted him, followed by a hearty laugh. I'm sorry, just your face, it's so cute. She was grinning again, her eyes glittering with the stars. I just inherited several successful restaurants in the town. They're all franchised out, like the Tuscan Sea we were supposed to meet at. He released a deep breath as her laugh calmed him. That sounds very successful. Still, those must make a lot of profit for this. She shrugged. I'm an aggressive woman. What can I say? He caressed her thigh, causing her skirt to shift. That's incredibly sexy. I find you incredibly distracting. Her shoulder tensed as she leaned forward, trying to keep firm concentration on the drive. If we crash, I'm blaming you. At least we'll die together. I'm not dying just yet, nor am I going to let you die either. She turned to him, a soft smile on her face. I'll protect you. He lifted an eyebrow, fingers twirling slow circles on her skin as he contemplated her words. I can handle myself. I meant it when I said I can take care of you. His heart fluttered and he nodded, swallowing slowly. I know. He bit his bottom lip, his hand leaving her thigh as he gathered courage. I want to take care of you too. His fingers lifted to caress her chin. Ira, I love you. We're here. His words were cut off as she paused in front of the valet of the Lunar Opera House, the car weaving into the tight space between a Lexus convertible and an Audi R8 Spider. He was surrounded by vehicles worth more than all of his organs combined, and his confession was ignored. He looked away, trying to shake off the wetness in his eyes as the wing doors opened, a hurtful silence falling between them. I guess we should get going. A sudden jerk on his tie pulled him towards Ira, her lips pressing against him, a low moan in her throat as she trapped him. His eyes closed tightly, his mouth parting against hers. To his joy, her lips opened for him, letting their tastes mingle. One of his hands moved to caress her jaw and cheek, the other pulling her towards him, savoring her warmth. She was by his side, and that was all that mattered. Ira pulled back slowly, her face flushed as she gave him a gentle smile. Smile she reserved for him alone. Her fingers gently brushed a few bangs from his eyes, looking deep into those ocean depths. I love you too. He released a soft gasp, his eyes fluttering as he tried to hide the wetness growing them. Oh, sweetie, but I hate this tie. You look so uncomfortable. She smirked, undoing the Windsor knot and flinging his tie away. Show off a little skin. His neck felt free. Your roses are still there. Her red lips puckered into a pout. Oh, is that a problem? His hands moved to the top of his collared shirt, slowly undoing the first two buttons, letting his porcelain skin with those fading marks show. Not a problem at all. He kissed her forehead, nuzzling against it. I'm thrilled, babe. Thank you. She blinked, closing her eyes and savoring the moment before a soft cough from outside brought them back to reality. The valet peered down at them, a slight blush on his cheeks as his eyes were to the side. The show is about to start, ma'am. He bowed his head. Would you like me to park your car? Tristan's cheeks had a lovely dusting of peach as he rubbed the back of his head, pulling away from his dazzling date to exit the car. Ira released a giggle, her cheeks warm as she exited the vehicle, taking off her driving prosthetic arm and tossing it towards the passenger side. Yes, I would. The valet nodded to both of them as they walked to the curb, and, As if handling a rare gem, he dragged the car away from the curb to place it into safekeeping. Tristan wrapped his arm around Ira, his fingers trailing against the warm skin of her back. His eyes lidded as he tilted his head a little bow towards her. "Shall we?" Ira was calm and in control as she leaned her head against his shoulder. "We shall, Angel." Chapter 15. Broken Promises. The sound of waves crashing against the cliffs echoed along the road as they drove from the theater. Ira pulled off the scarf and pins from her hair, letting the long curls flow free against the crisp sea air as she drove along the coastline. Tristan removed his suit jacket, resting it on his lap. He looked at her, a little smirk, recalling how attentive his companion was during the show. "You were awake through some of it, right?" Ira tensed her shoulders. "Yes, I was." "Really? What were your favorite parts?" Ira gripped the gear shift, looking straight on the road with a scoff. "I liked all the clothes." Tristan leaned his head against his palm, resting his elbow on the door of the Ferrari before he lifted an eyebrow in judgment. "The clothes, huh? That's cool. What about any songs?" Ira bit her lip, her eyes glancing to the side as she thought about the songs she desperately tried to remember before she perked up. "One song. I liked that song by the lead. That song, you know. Mmm." Tristan leaned towards her, his eyebrows raised. "The song was very entertaining, love." "Shut up. You know, She took a deep breath, getting her nerves in order. Her lips parted, and the melody took flight. He blinked, his smirk leaving his face as he took in the low alto and rich vibrato from her lips, his eyes sparkling with surprise. The lyrics flowed passionately from her mouth, and her shoulders danced with the rhythm of the song. "No shit." Tristan covered his mouth, taken in by her voice, and letting it fight and win the war with the currents of the sea. Finally, he released his laugh, his eyes sparkling in the moonlight as he leaned his head back, joined her in song with his ethereal tenor. Her voice reached soprano heights. They came together in harmony. Ira carried out the last word longer than he could, a sound that won out over the roar of her car. Tristan kissed her cheek, nuzzling his forehead against it. "My fiery queen sings." Her face turned a bright hot red as she silenced herself. "Don't tell anyone." His eyes softened, his smile gentle. "You have a beautiful voice." "Shut up." She bit her lip, her eyes away from his. "I rarely sing for anyone, really. I just wanted to prove to you I was awake." His long lashes fluttered, his hand back to his favorite spot on her thigh. "I'd like to hear you sing for me." His voice grew low and husky. "And me alone, Ira." Her embarrassment replaced with a growing lust. "Oh, my angel is getting possessive. You'll have to do your best to make me sing again, sweetie." "I'm certainly willing to try." She cooed softly, his bold fingers moving under the slit of the skirt as she felt his breath against her neck. "I'm going to crash. We are going to die if you keep that up." He softly pressed his lips against her neck, leaving a teasing kiss. "I'll behave." She bit down on her bottom lip, shivering with the breeze and the need he was igniting. "Well, you won't have to behave for much longer. I'm going to take you to my place, and I'm not sure when I'll let you go." "I need all the time in the world to make you sing a high note for me." He sat up, his hand gently stroking the back of her hand on the gear. He shifted again in his suit, readjusting to get comfortable, before he lifted a hand to his cheek as he sighed. "Don't do that. It's a bad habit." He released a trembling chuckle. I'm not comfortable in this getup. I hate to ask you this, but could we? He pressed his lips together, his brow furrowing in thought. Could we stop by my place first, just for a change of clothes? She nodded. Sure, we can make a quick stop. I'm sure I'll be making a mess of your suit. He choked on a groan, recovering with a grin. I've been looking forward to this for a long time. Pervert. He looked down at his hands, his head furrowed. After all the dates, the dinners, the ridiculously fancy car, and the penthouse, he felt his confidence lowering and shame bubbling up as they drove back to the city. He reluctantly directed her towards the part of town where the streetlights dimmed and flickered. Groups of men scattered upon their arrival, and scantily clad women peered with lustful greed towards the Ferrari Aparta as they drove past. When he looked over at Ira, an apology on his lips, he noticed the smirk on her face, her posture confident and in control. She was impractically rich, but nothing here scared her. She joked about being in waste management. He studied her longer. Was that a joke? What the hell did she go through? Her eyes moved to glance over at him before motioning to the street again. Babe, I'm getting a little lost here. Oh, sorry. He shook his head and focused on the road. Turn that corner, and I'm in the center row home. She nodded, glancing back at him again, confused before she turned, and then, as they arrived at that row home, slowed to a stop. Sweetie, I don't think you want to be here. She winked. I can always buy you a change of clothes. He leaned against the car door. I know you can. He turned to flash a smile, though with his furrowed brow and downward gaze, it didn't hold the same charm. I guess I wanted you to see a bit of myself, too. You're offering me the world, and I can't give you anything like that. Please, I don't care. She sat up, leaning towards him to kiss his cheek. What you are giving me in return is beyond anything I can buy. All I want is you. He looked up to gaze back into her eyes, leaning forward to brush his lips against hers. That is so adorably corny, and I love you for it. You would take care of me. Of course. His heart beat faster. No hesitation. The offer wasn't part of a flirtatious game. It was genuine. An answer bubbled to the surface. An impulsive answer that would open to a future he was excited to experience. He took a deep breath, his eyes lidded as he gazed into Ira's eyes. I'm looking forward to spending this night, and much more with you. I want to take care of you, too. He pressed his lips gently against hers, enjoying the small caress of their lips together. She purred against his lips. Is that a yes? He leaned back, his eyes toward the dashboard. I need to think about that a little more. After this and more nights with you? Okay, babe? Her hand reached up to stroke his left cheek, running her thumb against his lips. I'm not very patient, but I can wait for you. He kissed that thumb, and then gripped her hand gently, pressing his lips against her fingers, one after the other. His lips then lingered on the back of her hand, going softly against her skin. I just need to grab a few things. I'll be right back. She nodded as he reluctantly let go of her hand. The doors opened, and she watched as he stepped out, gritting her teeth, her lower lip trembling before she took a deep breath, shaking her head as she pushed her impatience deep down inside. She leaned her head back against the headrest, thinking back on the night, on their relationship, the dates, the picnics, the warm embraces, the deep kisses, and his touch. She cooed, her thighs rubbing together as she thought on the promise of tonight. He's yours. Just need him to confirm it, that's all. She pulled off her driving prosthetic, setting it to the passenger side with his tie before she stepped out of the car, taking her purse with her and placed it across her shoulders. She leaned against the door, taking in the fresh evening air as she heard his footsteps towards his soon-to-be former home, enjoying the moonlight. It was always so beautiful, even in an area like this. The glow of the moon added an ethereal serenity to the boarded homes and cracks on the pavement. It also enhanced the stars in the sky. They could just look at the stars if she brought him up to the roof of the penthouse. She chuckled, feeling a warmth building up under her skin before she noticed his footsteps had stopped. She didn't hear a house door opening. Instead, she heard him give a gasp and then a brief, brusque sigh. She blinked and walked towards him. "Babe, what's the hold-up?" Tristan turned to face her, shaking his head and using a smile to dismiss concern. "It's nothing." "Tristan, you're here! The music! How was it?" Ira stopped, hearing that melodic voice, deep with an accent that caused her left shoulder to twist and her eyes to go wide. It was a nostalgic accent that brought back the feel of sand under her feet, the sound of lambs under the shade, safe from a bright glowing sun. She stepped forward, suddenly feeling so small, her tiny feet digging into the sand as she looked out to a shepherd calling out to her, in reach of the voice of her father. Her head turned, and she saw an older woman next to him, holding a large jug of water on her head, while waving for her to come to them, her red eyes glittering with a mother's genuine warmth and love. She was about to walk to them before hearing a young toddler laugh caused her to pause. She recognized that sound and turned her head to gaze into the caramel eyes of Ori. He was laughing as a tall young girl petted his head, running her fingers through his short, wiry curls. Ira's eyes watered, watching that unforgettable face turn towards her. Bright silver eyes, glowing like moonlight, met her crimson gaze. That young girl smiled, her lips parting, and her hand reaching out, beckoning her. Ira reached out with her left hand, her small fingers stretching to hold that welcoming hand towards that warm light as her heart was pounding like drums in her ears. "Sister." "Babe, are you okay?" The scene vanished as quickly as it appeared. The heat of the sun gave way to the cool night breeze. Below her feet was pavement, and her left shoulder was trembling as a sudden sharp pain cut into it, stabbing it, reminding her of what she no longer had. She looked around, disoriented, her right hand gripping her forehead as she stared at the ground. "It was nothing. She is not here." Tristan bit his lips, his hand moving to stroke Ira's back. "Sweetie, it's okay." "Oh, is that Ira? I hope you are a gentleman." The voice returned and slowly lifted her head. Her left shoulder trembled as she took in black boots with a silver buckle and gray slacks over muscular yet svelte legs. Her blood-colored eyes moved up towards the button-down white shirt with a black cardigan, and then to a strong jaw with dark satin lips. Full lips with small scars curled up into a slight smile as that jaw tilted slightly. Ira hesitated. That sharp pain going from her left shoulder and up to her neck made her pause. It was Tristan's soft touch on her back that gave her the strength. She glanced up into silver eyes that glowed like moonlight, eyes that burned into her mind, the eyes of someone who made her a promise in those dark, hellish days, the person she vowed never to forget. Yet there was not a hint of recognition in those eyes, not even the foggiest memory. The one who she wanted to see for nearly 20 years had absolutely no idea who she was. Ira gritted her teeth beneath her lips before forcing a smile. "Tristan, you never told me about her." Tristan's eyes widened, shoulders tensing before he released a little laugh. "Oh yeah, it slipped my mind." "Oh, he didn't, of course. Embarrassed by me, no doubt." The woman laughed. the sound sending more needles of agony into Ira's nerves. My name is Ava. I'm Tristan's guardian. Roommate, Tristan corrected. I'm not a kid anymore. You are not indeed. Ava tilted her head with a nurturing smile, her hand brushing a wild black curl from her face to behind her ear. Not when you have this lovely woman with you. Though, where is your tie? She stepped forward towards Tristan, her fingers reaching out to button up his shirt. I told you to wear one. Tristan's cheeks turned a bright shade of pink as he stepped back. Evie, come on. His hands reached to touch those buttons, and Ira could not help but notice his fingers lingering on them. Ava sighed, one hand moving to touch her forehead as she shook her head. I'm only trying to help. She turned over towards Ira, her head tilted, and her brow lifted as she noticed the trembling shoulder. Ira, is your shoulder okay? That smile was still plastered on Ira's face as she shook her head, her hand moving to massage her throbbing joint. I'm all right. Nothing I can't handle. She moved her hand away, standing straight and using all of her willpower to stop her trembling. She pointedly moved away from Tristan, leaning back against the car, her eyes back on this woman, this coward. Her eye twitched slightly as words she did not mean spilled out with crumbling ash from her mouth. Thank you for your concern. Ava stepped forward, those eyes still filled with pity. It's just, I know that is an old wound, but you're in pain. Tristan stepped forward, placing a hand on Ava's shoulder, his touch gentle. She's just tired, Evie. You don't need to butt in all the time. Ava rubbed the back of her head, her hair wrapped in a tight bun. You're right. My apologies, Ira. I didn't mean to cause you discomfort. Ira felt her eye twitch, her lips tightening into a clown-like grimace. Not a problem, Ava. She was not sorry enough. She was nowhere near sorry enough. Not yet. Ava nodded, her hand rubbing against her neck before she smiled again and motioned over to her home. Would you two like to come inside? Ira's hand went back to her shoulder, gripping it tightly, her heart pounding in her ears as the blood filled her mouth. Everything stunk of burning flesh, the breeze burning her skin. She was losing herself, trying to cave in, away from the flame that was her bubbling rage. It was Tristan's voice she tried to focus on, desperate to use anything to distract her. Hey, Evie, I'll meet you inside soon. We're gonna stay out for some more air. Ava looked over at Tristan before her eyes shifted over to Ira. Her eyes narrowed slightly before she chuckled, the sound rich and melodic. I suppose I have overstayed my welcome. She turned to face Ira fully, bowing her head. It was a pleasure to meet you, Ira. She had a smile on her face as she gave a small wave. Get well soon, I wish. Ira looked up, forcing a thin smile. I will. Her voice was calm, not a tremble to be found. When the coward walked into that dilapidated house, she released the snarl she had held back. The coward didn't even remember her, and didn't remember their promise. A promise she kept. A promise she sacrificed nearly everything for. The coward didn't even remember it. It hurt. A soft touch went to her shoulder. This touch, in any other circumstance, would have pulled her from the brink. Yet it only worked to push her off as his words from their first meeting, ringing her ears, mixing with the pounding sound of drums. Do I remind you of her? The touch froze for a moment before it slowly slid down from her shoulder to her back, leaving a hot burning trail of agony. Babe, that was a while ago. I asked you a question. She tensed and moved away from him, from that touch, her eyes smoldering slits. That woman, do I remind you of her? Tristan's brow furrowed before he let out an airy laugh. Sweetie, she's just my roommate. She doesn't answer the fucking question. He tensed, his eyes wide at the outburst. His lips pressed together firmly, his eyes narrowing before he sighed deeply. "A little, that's all. But you're nothing like her." "Of course I'm not. I'm not a fucking coward." It erupted. All the pain, the agony fell forth like magma from her lips as she paced back and forth. "I'm not a fucking bitch who leaves their family alone to rot in a hellhole, then has the audacity to forget about that family. And, she pauses, her eyes shifting towards him, raises someone else." Tristan's eyes narrowed, his fists clenching together before he took a long, shuddering breath. "Ira, I don't know what you're talking about." She shook her head, struggling. "No, you don't. But I remind you of her. I look like her. I am not her. Is she who you wanted instead?" "What? No." She was in too deep, and she couldn't pull herself out. Not when her world was burning and drowning in blood. "She took care of you, even gave you a home, protected you. I saw how you touched her. I recognized that look in your eyes as she touched you." Her hand lifted to point at him, her left shoulder trembling as the phantom pain weighed it down. "Yet she didn't want you in that way, didn't she? Not like me, throwing myself at you. Is she who you imagined when you kissed me, when you touched me?" "Ira, no. What are you talking about?" Her voice lowered to a guttural growl. "Perhaps you should spend the night fucking her instead. Have all your dreams come true." "I want you." She stopped, blinking at hearing that outburst, her eyes wide as the world seemed to freeze. The only thing moving was Tristan stepping into that hell with her. "I want you." He grimaced, shaking before his shoulders relaxed. "Ira, when I'm with you, I only think of you." His hand reached out to touch her cheek, pressing it as he moved closer to her. "The way you snort before you laugh, how you devour everything you eat, and yes, how you sound when I touch you." His bottom lip trembled, and he wrapped his arms around her, trying to pull her back to him from whatever the hell she was reliving. "I'm not going to even pretend to understand what's going on or what happened between you and Ava." He slowly pulled back, his eyes wet as he looked into her eyes, like the angel she first thought he was. "But I meant it when I said I love you. Right now you're hurting, and I want to help you, babe. I want you to let me." Her eyes darted back and forth, her body trembling like a flickering flame. "Help me?" "Yes, I want you to believe me, and more than anything." He lowered himself down to her, his lips brushing along hers. "I want you to love me." The rage subsided, and she ached for his lips, to get rid of the rust in her mouth, her lips parting. "I do, love." A screech cut through the air. Her head turned towards that wretched building, and rage returned as she watched the miserable coward play the hero violin. Whatever calm his presence brought her was ripped away. She gritted her teeth, drowning in the taste of blood as her fists clenched, her nails digging into her palm. She needed to hurt something. Anything. Anyone. She pulled away from him, her wild curls shuddering like embers. "Don't touch me." His hand moved to touch her arm, beckoning to her. "Baby, please." She tensed, her voice a hissing snarl. "Don't touch me." Tristan gritted his teeth, his brow furrowing as he gripped her arm. "Ira, listen to me." "Enough." She tore her arm away, lifting her clenched fist as her eyes glared into his, more beast than human as she slammed it against his jaw. "I told you not to touch me." There was a deafening silence as he hit the ground. As she stood there, glaring down at him, her eyes narrowed into burning slits, her fists clenched. She needed to hurt someone. He was there. He was her prey. The soothing sound of drums filled her ears, her lips almost curling into a smile as she remembered the times she thought about killing him. The comforting scent of smoke mixed with flesh filling her nostrils as she realized that killing one of the cowards might be a suitable punishment. That would be worth it, wouldn't it? To see the horror in those silver eyes, watching Ava's mouth fall into a contorted scream as she held what remained of his corpse. That would be hilarious. It would be worth... Sweetie? She stopped, seeing his eyes looking up at her, his tears falling and hitting the pavement. The world stopped as she watched him slowly stand up. He didn't even touch his bruising jaw, letting blood drip from his lips as his hand reached to touch her fist. His eyes were soft and sincere. She sank into them. His lips flinched before they curled up into a small pained smile. It's okay. You're just hurting me. Hurting. I'm okay. She pulled her arm back, away from his touch, her chest tight, a loud, piercing screech in her ears. What was she thinking? What was she going to do? He was right. A pained chuckle clawed out of her throat, her fist trembling. I'm just going to hurt you. I'm going to ruin you. She felt her eyes water, and she closed them tightly, torn between laughing and weeping. What the fuck is wrong with me? His hands moved to touch her face again, and she walked away. His smile vanished as she moved further away from him. Ira, don't leave. I need to think. I need to be alone. Her voice was trembling as she turned away to get back to the car. Ira, wait! Please! Stay away from me! She didn't look back at him as she stepped into the car, forcing the door closed as he tried to run to her. She let the roar of the engine drown out any other plea from the outside, pushing the gas pedal to speed away. She had to get away. Anywhere but here. She didn't know how long she was driving for, nor did she care. All she could think about was how everything fell apart. Her teeth clenched tightly together, the lights and trees around her blurring together as the clouds took away the glow of the stars and that wretched moon. The copper stayed on her tongue, and she couldn't get rid of rotting, burning flesh and ash from her nostrils. And worst, her right hand still throbbed. She hurt her Tristan. Damn it. Ori, you were right. You were right. The Aperta skidded after she slammed on the brakes. She jolted as the chassis collided with the stone wall of the tunnel, hearing the crumbling of metal and the screeching noise of cracks forming on the window. She looked down at the steering wheel, grinding her teeth before she slammed her head down onto it, again and again, her body rocking with heavy sobs. Those blue eyes were wide with fear, and then they softened, and he reached out to her. Perhaps a part of him was coated with ebony. At that moment, he was an angel, and she wanted to rip his wings apart. All because of that coward. Ava, that's not even your fucking name. She pulled back, slamming her fist down on the steering wheel, denting it, then bending it under the repeated blows. She slammed her fist against the dashboard, crumbling the carbon fiber with a demonic snarl. Why don't you remember me? Why did you forget? How could you? The interior of the multi-million-dollar Ferrari was being reduced to scrap as all of her memories spilled forth, as she found herself back in that darkness, reaching out for someone who never came back. You never came back. Why are you here? Why are you with him? You stupid bitch. Of all fucking people, why you? She slammed her fist down on the gearbox, hearing crackling sounds along with a pop of the engine door opening. She slammed her head against the bent steering wheel. This fucking car didn't even last a day. She lifted her head back up and kicked the passenger side door to open it. She climbed over to the door before she stopped, as her fingers brushed along the silky fabric of a suit jacket. Her fingers trembled, stroking it slowly before she gasped, shaking her head furiously as she exited the wrecked car. She brought out her purse with her, setting it on top of the car to dig for her phone, trying to calm her frayed nerves and halt the wretched sobs from racking her body. She swore she wouldn't cry anymore, not after that coward abandoned them. She hissed, failing to stop the pain from her shoulder, shuddering as she pulled up her phone. Her thumb was trembling as she dialed the Dante manor, taking a slow breath as she put the phone to her ear. "Boss?" A groan left her lips. Of all people to be home. "Darian, aren't you working?" "We have a situation. One of my boys' computer was hacked. I don't know how or why, but I can't deal with this." Her left shoulder shook as she struggled to concentrate. "Tell me you educated your friend in being less careless." "I already did it, boss. I didn't like the prick anyway. And the issue is that while I could cover it here, I came back to check to see if Sybil could find anything. It's our pests again." Her eyes closed tightly, her voice trembling. "Fuck, I really don't need this." "Boss? Ira?" The usual calm and direct tone of the phone softened slightly. "Did you have a bad date?" Her bottom lip trembled. "That's not your—" She shook her head, taking another breath. "I'm fine. Can the operation be moved to another location?" "This is very short notice, boss, but we can give it a shot. However, this will cause another delay and lessen our profits. You know how Ed is with money. We need to have a good reason for our suspicions." She pressed her tongue against the roof of her mouth, releasing a click as she paced. "It doesn't matter. Having Seraph destroying the place would do a lot worse. I rather we just move the operation and—" She stopped, her eyes widening, thinking about Seraph. Those eyes, she remembered them clearly. Those silver moonlit eyes peering from underneath an angelic visage. That woman, Ava, had those same eyes. She released a soft coo, a calming washing over her at the gleeful revelation. So, not only was she a coward, she was also her enemy. Her shoulder stopped throbbing as her lips curled into a grin. Well, I think we have a reason." "Boss, what are you talking about?" "Move the product into the new location, like I said. But let's keep the operation going for one more night. If Seraph shows up, I'll be waiting for her." Her voice was low and steady, with an aggressive, confident edge. She heard his chuckle from the phone. "Is your night looking a little better?" Her eyes were on the suit jacket when she looked back towards the car. She bit her lip before shaking her head away from the ruin of the night. She was looking forward to this. If the coward was also Seraph, then it would be enough. She would pay her back tenfold for her abandonment. "Yes, quite better. Except—" "Yeah, boss?" "I need a ride." There was silence on the other line before she heard an exasperated sigh. Chapter 16. The Ugly Truth. "Would you like to talk about it?" Those are words that he really did not want to hear. Ava always seemed to have a knack for reading the wrong mood at the most inconvenient of times. He released a bitter chuckle, closing his eyes tightly and shaking his head. "Not really." His voice came out in a grunt as he ascended the rusted ladder, ignoring the pain that emanated from his jaw. He stopped climbing. His eyes closed as he remembered the look in Ira's eyes. Rage mixed a deep agony. He pressed his head against the cold, rough steel, remembering watching her sink into her personal hell. He wasn't an idiot. Her left shoulder would tremble and her eyes grew distant. These were moments he noticed from the start. She faded from reality and sunk into hell. A soft touch from his fingers onto her skin would bring her back. Even a whisper from his lips could bring that piercing light into her eyes and a small smile on her lips. None of that worked last night. Not even begging for her to trust him worked. He winced, feeling the cold night air on his jaw. That not even hitting him worked. She was his beautiful rose with sharp thorns. Not even him holding on to her, letting those thorns pierce his flesh, brought her back to him. Tristan shuddered, fighting back his tears as he struggled to regain focus. The latter groaned against the weight of his guardian, descending it back towards him. He tensed as her gloved hand touched the top of his head. Seraph, I'm fine. Fine, you are not. We can do this another time when you are more focused. In that motherly voice, he released a laugh. Underneath that calm, deep tone was a gentle warmth that matched the light of the moon. He looked up at her, a rueful smile on his face. I'd rather get this over with. Seraph removed her hand from his head and used it to grip the ladder. You're usually so much more talkative about your times with Miss Ira. Her eyes narrowed as she took in the blues and purples coloring his jaw. Are you still planning on talking with her after this? His smile vanished as he climbed past her. Yeah, that's none of your business, Evie. Jess is worried about you. Have you talked to her? He stopped, glaring at her with a storm of annoyance swirling in his eyes. I will not talk about this with Jess, and I will not talk about this with you. He turned away, crumbles of red and orange dust dropping from the ladder with his ascent. With each step up, he shook off his doubts, removing distractions from his mind, and becoming Archangel. Seraph shook her head and followed him up the staircase. Criminal operations took place in the warehouse. Drugs were manufactured in the warehouse and then packaged towards the dock. From there, they would be traded in other states and countries. Guards stalked the perimeter, and Archangel was grateful for the cloud cover. The whirring of machinery masked the squeaks of the ladder, and the pair avoided the lights beaming from the windows. When they reached the top, they climbed onto the roof. The pair took cautious steps to the skylight, looking down into the warehouse below. Archangel's eyes narrowed as he looked down inside. The machines are on, but I don't see any packages, no boxes, no syringes. He tilted his head. All guards, no workers. He looked over to Seraph, his brow furrowing underneath his ivory mask. Something's off. Seraph stepped forward, looking down at the skylight. A small pale glint reflected from the glass. Her head jolted up towards a tall building in the distance. She pulled Archangel by the back of his black robe, avoiding a bullet that drilled through the cement underneath his feet. The sniper! Envy! Archangel gasped as he fell back against the skylight, his eyes wide, hearing the hissing of cracks forming under him. He looked down below, seeing the guards waiting for them, before a sudden chill gripped his spine. It was not just guards in there looking up at them with anticipation. The crimson demon met his gaze, and tension gripped his shoulders. The pressure grew heavier as the gravity of their situation was bright as the skylight. Seraph, it's a trap! Seraph jumped back to the skylight, dodging another bullet at her feet. She turned towards Archangel, seeing the fear in his eyes. Then we need to get out of. Another shot rang out from that building and punched through the glass between them. They were in Envy's sights. The glass below their feet shattered, slicing through cloth to tear at their skin. Sarah flinched at the pain before pulling out her katana from her scabbard. She took hold of Archangel's arm as they fell. Brace yourself! Archangel's heart being squeezed in his panic, his breath coming out in shudders as he pulled out his swords. He closed his eyes, waiting for the guards to pull their triggers and shoot them before they could even collide with the rails. No single bullet rang out. No one pulled their trigger. Why weren't they shooting at them? He released a short hiss as they landed onto one of the raised platforms, his hands gripping his sword tightly as the eyes of the Dante family henchmen on them. A few of the surrounding goons released short guffaws. Others polished their weapons, pistols, assault rifles, and even crowbars for those brave enough to get close. The enclosed space of the warehouse, the sniper outside, and the imposing man wearing the boar mask of gluttony blocking the main exit doors made their odds look dangerously grim. That wasn't the worst of it. That venomous presence crawled and clawed at his spine. The surrounding air grew hot. Weight pressed down on his shoulders. Sweat dripped down from his chin onto the metal platform at their feet. It took focusing his eyes on Seraph to prevent him from falling to his knees in horror. The hair on the back of his neck, under his hood, stood up on ends, and he bit down hard on his bottom lip. He could see those steel-covered boots slowly walking towards them, the screeching sound of the end of a spiked club trailing on the grating accompanying those foreboding footsteps. It was unmistakable. Well, 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 the heroes arrived. The monster's voice was deep and laced with a growl. You are as predictable as you are pathetic. Archangel took a deep breath, forcing himself to stand as proud as he could, though his knees were still threatening to buckle. He could only be bolstered by Seraph stepping forward in front of him, holding her sword out before them. Her silver eyes glowed like the moon under the bright fluorescent light of the warehouse. Her gaze was steady, held with a stoic strength. We are honored to meet your acquaintance once again, Wrath. She held her katana close to her as she turned her upper torso to the side, her sturdy legs steady as she faced this crimson and ebony demon head-on. You will not capture us this night. Capture? The monster's massive shoulders shuddered as it released a deep guttural laugh. No, I don't intend to capture you. The laughter stopped. Everything grew silent. The only sound that could be heard was its heavy, deep breaths. The rhythmic silence was only broken by the loud pop resounding off the walls as the demon tilted its head. I intend to feast. That roar ripped into him, just as it did the first time he came face to face with that demonic visage. It caused him to freeze as the monstrous being rushed forward, lifting that giant spiked club with one arm, slamming it down. Seraph raised her sword and grunted as its steel collided with the ungodly weapon, the impact thunderous. That sound of steel on steel shook Archangel out of his panic, and he turned to cut through the monster's side with his blades. He gasped as his swords clashed with Wrath's left arm, stopping his swords cold, sparks flying. The only damage done was slicing through the fabric, revealing a black and silver cybernetic limb. A low growling laugh shook forth from the demon as it lifted that free arm away from his swords and swiftly jutted it forth, gripping his throat. Archangel! Seraph jumped back and lashed forward, aiming her sword for that arm, only to have it blocked by that giant spiked club. It should be unwieldy, yet it extended Wrath itself. The demon's body vibrated with its chuckle. The dashing hero trying to sneak up on me. How stupid. It lifted him by his neck, easily dismissing his struggling and ignoring the slices against its demonic steel hold. He gasped, swallowing down his panic. He lifted his head up and smirked. So, you think I'm dashing? That grip tightened around his throat, and he almost dropped his hands. He gasped, a burning pain building against the flesh of his neck, those murderous crimson eyes on him, a guttural voice seething from that mask. Hilarious, little mouse. You are not enough meat for me. His heart squeezed tightly as that cold steel hand gripped his throat. Hearing that voice, his eyes closed tightly and his bottom lip trembled. His head lifted, waiting for the sudden tilt that would break his neck. Yet it never came. The hand around his neck trembled. He opened his eyes. Those eyes gazed towards his bruised jaw. He coughed, forcing a light laugh to escape his lips. Seen no one so good-looking, monster? Those eyes studied him while the monster stood still. In fact, they almost recognized him. Let him go, Wrath! Seraph pushed forward, her eyes narrowed and brow furrowed as she tried to get the demon's attention. I am your meal, not him. The furious spark of hatred returned to those blood-red pools. You're right. I've been waiting years for this. Those metal fingers freed his neck, dropping him. Tristan watched as Seraph stepped onto the jails, leaning forward to jump after him, only for her ankle to be grabbed, her intentions denied. He shook his head, regaining his focus and sheathing one of his swords, grabbing onto one of the lower metal platforms. He took a deep breath, trying to use the momentum to aim for one of the windows of the warehouse. Seraph is mine! Finish the boy! That roar once more ravaged his core, and he let go of the railings, panting, feeling the fear grip him. The goons were finally moving into action, guns aimed straight at him. He jumped back, holes and cracks appearing onto the ground as bullets drilled into the ground. He unsheathed his sword and turned both blades towards the lights. The reflection blinded the mobsters, allowing him to press his back against a wall for cover. His heart pounded rapidly and loudly in his ear, continually ringing. He breathed deeply to focus on the task at hand. Survive. He tried to focus his ears. Among the sound of bullets was also the distinctive thunderous clap as Seraph's sword collided with the giant club of wrath, the roar repeating in rapid succession, a vicious storm causing chaos in those upper railings. He slowly tried to move his head to take a peek, only to bring it back against the wall, a bullet grazing his mask. Fuck! Cracks formed on his facade as he focused on the large doors leading to freedom. Large doors that were blocked by the giant man donning the visage of gluttony. He gritted his teeth, taking in another deep intake of breath, lifting one hand to tap the earpiece at his left ear. Seraph, we need to get out of here. I'm going to the doors. A crackle and sharp grunt answered him. There are windows here, but I can't. A booming roar cut off her voice. You will not leave me again. His knees buckled at those thundering words. He admired his mentor, not even a monster who waited years to rip her apart. Years. What did that mean? Years. This wasn't about the two of them taking down a criminal enterprise. This was personal. The pounding of his heart returned to its rapid, desperate speed. Seraph, Wrath knows who you are. Another crackle of static answered him. He looked beyond the corner of the wall, and relief entered his lungs as he saw Seraph kick Wrath back to jump on another platform, towards the windows high above. That small bit of home was lessened by the creature quickly following and slamming the club down onto the platform, breaking it apart and cutting off another escape route. He moved his head back as bullets sped towards him, barely escaping death for maybe the 10th time. The demon knew who she was. Seraph needed him. I'm coming to get you. You need to get out of here, Archangel. I'll be fine. That voice was ragged. Several pauses of breath made her words slower. Get to an exit. Seraph, no. Get out and get the police. Now, Archangel. The sound in his earpiece cut out to his panic. Shit. He looked towards the door, grinding his teeth as he focused his determination on the exit. Fine, if I get rid of the big guy, this will make things easier. He held his swords tightly and sprinted into a slide, stopping to kick at Gluttony's left kneecap before turning his body to hack into the large and open torso. Yet Gluttony didn't even have to move. His muscular arms blocked the sharp blades. Tristan's slash left nothing but a quickly closing paper cut. Archangel's eyes widened in disbelief, and he jumped back, looking at his swords and seeing barely any tinge of blood. What are you people? Orange eyes gazed back at him. I can't let you out of here. He glared back into those eyes. You will not stop me. He dashed forward again, this time aiming lower for his ankles. The large man didn't move. Those caramel pools looked molten, those large eyes misting. You're just some normal guy. I'm sorry. That made Archangel freeze in his motions. one hand reaching up to touch his mask. Oh no. Oh shit. His mask cracked in half. He was exposed. He grimaced before he jumped back again, barely dodging bullets as he hid back against the precarious safety of the wall. Fuck. Looking behind him, he watched as Gluttony tied a large chain around the handles, sealing their escape shut. Fuck. This was going horribly wrong. One Sin saw his face. Seraph, I'm coming towards you. He gripped the bridge of his nose, squeezing it tightly. I don't have a choice. He sheathed one of his swords and pulled his hood over his mouth to hide his face. Stepping away from the wall, he looked up at those platforms and sprinted towards them. He slid against the ground, slicing the ankles of their attackers, forcing them to collapse as he moved past. Having a free hand helped, but he found it was also a hindrance, forcing him to punch first to make sure he stayed out of their main line of vision. He was almost there. He fell back as Seraph landed in front of him. The masked woman hissed in pain before she gasped and rolled to the side, a loud resounding boom of the spiked club hitting where she once was. The ground shattered underneath them as the sound disoriented them. Archangel tried to stabilize himself, shaking his head and rushing towards the fight. Sir! Another shot rang out, and he cried out, feeling it graze his left leg, the burning cut searing his flesh. He held himself up, letting out a hissing breath before throwing his sword towards Wrath, aimed at its back. The demon turned in an instant, easily shattering the metal sword with its club. You live. Annoying. Its eyes diverted from its main meal to glare at Archangel, only for it to freeze, malice vanishing in an instant. Another expression crossed those hellish eyes that widened in shock. Archangel smiled and released a bitter, airy laugh, feeling the rest of his mask fall. His face was exposed, stormy blue eyes glaring at the beast. He may never join Seraph again, but at least with this distraction they'll survive. Seraph, now! A sword pierced through Wrath's left arm, sparks flying as it sliced through black metal and dark wires. The monster stumbled before swinging the club at Seraph. Seraph avoided the blow, and Archangel sprinted forward. He ducked under the club and sliced through Wrath's side. He smirked in satisfaction. The monster can bleed. You are human, barely. What he heard in response was barely a whisper, a soft hissing sigh of a single name that escaped from underneath that demonic mask. Tristan. He looked up at the monster and saw what he feared seeing the most, a look of great familiarity. It wasn't the fact that his face was seen. It knew who he was. He turned away, dashing toward Seraph. Seraph, let's get out of here. She nodded, looking towards his leg. Are you okay? Not the time. They both moved quickly, jumping back towards the platforms. Escape was the only thing on their minds as they sprinted up. He could hear the guns aiming at them, triggers being pulled. Cease fire. Those barely registered for Archangel and Seraph as they crashed through a window and into the night. Alive. The words tumbled like dirt onto the ground. The stench of blood and ash was overpowering as she stood up, looking towards the broken window. Cease fire! She could feel all eyes on her as not one shot rang out. Next to her, a gruff voice muttered out in disbelief. Boss, are you kidding me? Her club swung, colliding with the source of that voice, sending that body into a wall. Shut up! The small bit of pleasure she felt from that act of violence was fleeting. The man that she killed did not satisfy her need. A loud screech entered her ears. What the fuck, bitch? Why did they get away? Why the fuck did you let them go? Shut up! Her body swayed back and forth. Millions of thoughts and memories raced through her head, overpowering the screeching in her ear as she processed the faces she saw tonight. A face that was filled with love for her, even after she wounded him. A face she couldn't get out of her mind, no matter how hard she tried. His beautiful face, contorted with fear and revulsion, his deep ocean eyes glaring at her as he cut into her. He called her a monster, barely human. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Sparks flew from her busted arm, the weight of it causing her shoulder to pull down, a stabbing pain ripping through from the joint, up her neck, igniting her nerves. The sharp sting of his sword on her side strangled her heart. Why? Of all the people in the world, why him? Why was he with her? Her large body trembled, and she could feel a large hand gently pressing on her left shoulder, trying to soothe it. Sis. Her body tensed, and she jerked her shoulder away. Leave me alone. She was tearing down the doors and walls of her memory, tracing over every frame playing out in her mind. Every word, every image devoured until she consumed all the information she could before feasting on the next. The so-called job, the side pauses on the phone, the random cuts on Tristan's flesh. These things she ignored. Even just moments earlier, while choking him, she noticed that bruise. All of it. She was purposefully avoiding until she was staring at it, until she couldn't ignore it any longer. The stink of burning flesh wouldn't go away. Copper curdled on her tongue. What was worse was that the sound of war drums and gunshots echoing inside her ears. She was back there, in that hell, gripping what little remained of her arm, the blood pouring onto the dirt, mixing as the complete agony ate at her reality. Tristan. Archangel. He was her enemy. She shook her head. No, he's not. He cut her. Tears welled up, her throat closing. I love him. He lied. She was staring at the copper-scented mud beneath her boots. I don't want to hurt him. Stop lying. Her eyes closed tightly, gritting her teeth. I'm not lying. He was her prey. She gasped, opening her eyes wide, taking in her left arm, twitching in the dirt next to her. I don't want to be alone. I don't have to be alone. The smell receded, and the taste faded from her mouth. The scene before her eyes was crumbling into the floor of the warehouse. Her shoulders slowly relaxed, and the pounding in her ears dimmed. I don't have to be alone. He's mine. He was her enemy. For now. He was masquerading around as a hero with the coward, but he really wasn't the angel he pretended to be. She turned her head, taking in the many wounded around her, the eviscerated ankles, the bleeding stomachs, each one made by him and him alone. Seraph, a hypocrite, did not allow her sword to pierce anyone but her opponent. Even then, the damage was just to a prosthetic arm. Tristan did not hold the same consideration. There was darkness inside him, the same kind he had when he stabbed out Eric's eye. She would reach for that darkness, tug at it, and pull it, and no matter how hard he tried to fight her, she would bring it out into the light for the world to see. Anything that Ava helped him build to shield him, Ira would destroy until there was nothing left. Then he would be hers, completely. That coward, that Ava, would be left with nothing. Wrath closed her eyes, taking a deep breath before doing the only thing she could do at this moment. Laugh. It was a low laugh, barely heard beneath her mask. It increased in volume as the hilarity of it all hit her. Her laugh grew into a roaring cackle, echoing in the warehouse. Everyone around her was fearfully silent as they took in the sound of her all-consuming joy, her mind preparing for war. With Tristan. Her beloved Tristan. The reward. Chapter 17. The Choice. He was alone today. Again. The chair across from him was empty. The sounds of rushing cars, clamoring voices, and stampeding footsteps beyond the little fence were his only company. He looked down at his phone. his fingers gently running over the last message he had sent. Talk to me, Ira. He wasn't sure which message number that was. It pained him to realize that he had lost count in the past week. This is pathetic. No, what was pathetic was the few words he already typed into the message box, his heavily lidded eyes scanning the screen as his trembling thumb hovered over the send button. Please stop ignoring me. He bit his bottom lip, knotting his brow tightly before he cleared out the message. Setting the phone next to his cold cup of tea, his fingers traced the rim of the porcelain cup. His free hand ran through his long bangs, letting the afternoon sun touch his face, his swollen eyes closing as the heated rays caressed his cheeks. Soft fingers trailed over his partially parted lips. A deep, sultry chuckle rumbled against his ears. You look tired, babe. Therefore, I choose coffee over tea. It's stronger. His lips curled into a smile against her fingertips. It's too bitter. You'll need to add some sweetness to that. He could feel her hot breath on his lips, her voice deep and magnetic. Well then, perhaps a kiss would make it sweet enough. He opened his eyes with a grimace. Clouds slowly covered the warm caress of the sun. He sat up and stared at the empty chair across from him, glancing at an untouched plate holding a chocolate croissant. His bottom lip trembled, and he shook his head. This was her favorite spot to survey her kingdom, and she wasn't here. He stood up, his fingers gripping the table, reluctant to leave before he finally let go, turning away from that empty chair, leaving the croissant and tea behind. He walked out the door after grabbing his phone, ignoring the barista waving at him. His chest tightened as he realized Ira was ignoring him. As he walked, he moved away from the center of the crowded sidewalk, his shoulders tensing slowly until knots weighed him down. The noise and lack of open space were closing him in, and he stepped into an alley between two stores, hiding in the shadows of the walls, fear clawing at the back of his neck. His eyes darted all around, trying to take in every direction as he took short, hard breaths. He waited for a gun against his head, to hear the distinctive sound of a trigger being pulled. Maybe the last words he hear would be a cliché pre-mortem one-liner like, Dante says hello. Or perhaps there would be no trigger at all, just a guttural growl behind him, before being crushed into the ground, sharp spikes digging and ripping into his skin, his entrails splatter along the street as his bones were pounded into tiny shards. He gasped, cold sweat down his chin at that vivid image. It was stupid to lunge himself towards that creature. It may have temporarily saved Ava, but it also left them with a giant target on their backs. No corner, rooftop, store, nothing in this town was safe anymore. This was Dante's city, Wrath's private hunting grounds. That monster wanted them dead, and it was only a matter of time before pieces of his body would be scattered across the ocean. I'll protect you. His shaking slowed to a stop as those words echoed in his ears, bubbling from just below the surface of his mind. His shoulders relaxed before he tensed up again, a bitter sigh escaping his lips. You don't even want me. His head lifted as his phone jolted and shook in his pocket. He dug into his pocket, swallowing slowly as he lifted the phone to his gaze, his thumb running against the screen. The contact information opened before him, and he grinned, a deep hole in his chest filling with hope. As he opened the message, that hope bore sweet fruit as he eagerly read the words displayed before him. When are you free? He released a light laugh, his free hand scratching his cheek gently, the tension lifting from his shoulders and loosening from his chest. He took a long breath, and a sense of calm washed over him as he typed a response. Any time you want. Hey there, Trixie. So it was you I saw at that bar. Tristan's fingers froze. Warmth retreated deep inside, leaving only ice. His eyes shifted towards the ground, following the cracks and litter of the cement to familiar faux leather loafers. The acid in his stomach churned as the stench of cheap cologne and cigarettes invaded his nostrils. Slowly, he set his phone back in his jeans pocket. Paul was here. What? Not gonna say hello? We were practically family, kid. He clenched his fist, closing his eyes tightly as he forced the memories of a dark closet, surrounded by the creaks of an old rusted bed, back into the abyss, struggling not to sink into the same deep depths. Fuck off. Paul released a gruff chuckle into a hoarse cough, smoke escaping his mouth. Now, that's not very nice, Trixie. I just wanted to say hi, for old time's sake. His eyes leered at Tristan, looking him up and down. I couldn't tell you were a boy back then, but wow, look at you. The pretty little fag sure grew up. Tristan released a low hiss, his eyes opening and shifting up, leveling a piercing, stormy glare at the piece of shit before him. Fuck off. The older man frowned, thick black eyebrows furrowing low, shadowing over his black eyes. Whatever. Got too good for me, I guess. He smirked. Especially since you have that exotic piece of ass I saw you with the other day. A hot slut like her is out of your league. His blood boiled. Paul crossed the line. Tristan lunged, pressing the man against the graffitied brick wall, his elbow against Paul's throat. His hand clenched into a fist, and he wished he had a sword or a knife he could use to rip that tongue from the tar-filled mouth. Darkness grasped at his ankles, pulling him into the scorching abyss of hate. With a whistling hiss, he pulled his fist back. Hey, what are you doing? His words were caught in his throat. That sudden shout, tuning him into the crowd, watching with beady eyes. His eyes darted back and forth as his chest tightened again, sweat down his chin. The brick walls, the fences, and the new wall of shifting glances and faces were closing in on him, the mixture of hatred and panic drowning him. He turned to glare at Paul, his eyes burning into those black ones, his teeth clenching, seeing those drooping lips on that tanned face curl into a smirk. His fist trembled, and he wanted to do nothing more than smash it into that smirk. Instead, he lowered it to his sides, taking deep hissing breaths to control the storm inside of him. Stay the fuck away from me. He turned away, moving towards the crowd. That hoarse voice called out a final stab into his back. You know, it was a shame about Marie. She would have loved to see how sexy you are now. Could have made a lot of money from you. Tristan kept walking, wiping its own blood into his jeans, the leering crowd and Paul fading into the distance behind him. However, his mind raced as those final words cut into his psyche. He imagined ripping out Paul's throat. He imagined cutting into his stomach and watching guts and entrails fall out. His head tilted as 1,000 different deaths ran through his mind, each one gorier, more satisfying than the last. Yet, it all came down to one final vision, the vacant face of a woman looking down at him with a cold sneer, her pink nails digging a burning cigarette into his skin, ignoring his whimpering pleas as his own searing flesh filled his nostrils. She lowered her gaunt face to his ear, her voice drilling a venomous whisper. I should have never had you. I never wanted you. Who could? A drop of cold rain hit his face, that image fading away into the mist. He took a deep breath of air, coming back from that abyss, swallowing down bile and acid that threatened to fall forth from his mouth. A stinging tear fell down against his cheek, contrasting with the cool drops of rain as he clenched the phone in his pocket, his heart pounding as he took slow steps forward. He was wanted. He had to be. There you are. Ava crossed her arms as Tristan walked through the door, her brow furrowed tightly. I already made sure that Jace and Jessica already had gathered their things. You packed too. She paced in that tiny hallway, her hands motioning wildly. Another place just outside of the city, I found, closer to Argento territory. The area is less elegant, perhaps, but it should keep everyone out of the crosshairs for now. She bit down on her thumb, forward a few steps before turning around, taking a few steps back. There was no answer, but a strange silence. Tristan, are you listening? His hand never left the door, his fingers tracing the wood grains idly, his nails leaving pale scratches. I saw Paul. Ava blinked, her hands moving down to her side. Paul? He should be in jail. Yeah, he should be. He bit his bottom lip hard, feeling his teeth cut into the flesh. But he's not. A bitter chuckle snuck out from his lips. He wanted to catch up. Anger crawled up his spine, causing him to tremble. Tristan, calm down. Her left hand moved to guide his hand away from the door. This is a large reason for you to gather your things. Her eyes looked toward the stairs. Her lips pursed together. This was a fruitless endeavor. We clearly need to leave. He pulled his hand away from hers, his voice low and steady. I am not leaving. That's not an option. Her voice lowered, her eyes on him. We're not safe here. You are not safe. His eyes narrowed, and he turned to face her, the taste of copper coating his tongue as he ground his teeth together. That fucker is still alive. Ava grimaced, stepping back. Whatever you are thinking, stop. He is still alive, Evie. That fucker is alive and taunting me. He looked down to the ground, his breath coming out in short, heavy huffs, his chest heaving as he struggled to fight off the bleak memories. He won't be for long. Tristan, you will not kill him. Why not? His face was expressionless, even as his heart raced. Why shouldn't I? Ava's jaw was set firmly, her gaze level with his. No one deserves to die. It is not our place to decide that. You don't think he deserves it? He stepped forward, his expression unreadable, the icy words tumbling from his mouth. Even after he hurt me. No, of course not. It was the most obvious fact in the world. It's wrong, and it'll break something in you. His heart was about to burst. His hands balled into tight fists, nails digging and cutting into the skin. Once again, he was trying to use the sharp agony to calm himself. I am not leaving this city. I am not running. Ava reached out and took hold of his arm, her grip firm. Listen to me. His eyes shifted towards her hand, a scoff escaping from clenched teeth. No. Ava shook her head, her eyes trying to capture his gaze. We have to leave. We don't have a choice. I do. He felt his heart beat slow into a calm beat, a smile forming on his lips. He relaxed his hands and dragged out his cell phone, looking at that last message. His fingers traced over it before he nodded to himself. I'm going to make my choice. He jerked his arm away from her, her grip no longer holding him back. Where are you going? She stepped forward, reaching out to take hold of him as he opened the door. It's not safe. He gripped the phone tightly in his hand, releasing a deep and long sigh. I don't care. He stepped out of her reach, gazing forward into the upcoming storm. There is someone I need to see. He stepped outside, ignoring any protests as he shut the door behind him. He looked up towards the clouds, his eyes reflecting the dark gray skies above him as he walked into the rain's waiting embrace. Chapter 18. Don't Let Me Go. Water dripped from his clothes onto the carpet underneath as he stroked the dense and dark engraved door. He traced the golden etchings along the wood grain, his heart beating quickly in his chest. He heard the elevator close behind him, his escorts returning to the grand lobby 24 stories below. This was a mistake. He pressed his forehead against the door, listening to the soft sounds of footprints coming closer to him. He was being hunted. His breath caught hearing the click of the lock being turned, and he lifted his head away from the wood. He was running to her. An orange glow was visible over the marble floor as the door slowly opened and he stepped back. He should leave. Yet he stood still as the door made way to reveal the woman he had feared and ached to see. Ira. Tristan. She looked at him from underneath her wild curls, her body wrapped in a crimson silk robe. I didn't know when to expect you. Her voice was terse, its familiar warmth hiding from him as she leaned against the doorframe. Her eyes focused on the wall of the penthouse foyer, letting a heavy silence create distance between them. His eyes dropped to the floor, his fingers twitching against that cold silence. He pursed his lips together, chewing on his cheek as his eyes dared to bring themselves from the ground to study her. Her arm crossed around her body, everything tensed and protected. Tristan's bottom lip trembled as he recalled her warm caresses and sweet promises. His jaw throbbed from the punch she left, from the screams. Worst of all was her retreat into her own personal hell. She had locked herself in that fire and was not willing to leave. Not yet. So he'll join her. Even though it was selfish, he had nothing to lose. He reached out, his fingers stroking along her cheek, gently caressing her chin. Her lips parted, but no words penetrated that silence. Just a long sigh. Yet she stayed right where she was. He stepped closer to her, his arms wrapping around her, his head nuzzling against her curls. Her shoulders curled up, and her body stiffened in his arms until his fingers gently ran against the curve of her back. She leaned against him as he stroked her skin through the ruby silk, her head turning to rest against his chest. He smiled, his fingers trailing up to curl into her hair as she accepted his embrace. I missed you, sweetie. It hasn't been that long. Her one arm wrapped around him, gripping the damp shirt that clung to his back. The last time I saw you, you ran away from me. You were hurting, and I wanted to reach you. He hid a whimper under a chuckle. I still want to. I know it'll be hard, and that it won't be perfect. But for the past week, all I wanted to do was to see you again, talk with you again. He lowered his head to nuzzle along with her forever wild curls. To touch you again. She shook her head with a giggle, her forehead nuzzling back and forth against his chest. That was the cheesiest thing I have ever heard. She looked up at him, her bright eyes taking in his gentle gaze. His laugh was airy as his hands moved to cup her face. If you think that was cheesy, what I wanted to do most of all, he lowered his head, his hot breath against her thick lips, was kiss you again. His lips pressed against hers, wincing at the pain radiating from his cut mouth. That pain changed into joy as her lips pressed back against his. Her arm kept him close to her, and his fingers stroked her hair, getting lost in those precious fiery strands. The other caressed her neck, trailing down to stroke her bare shoulders under the robe. Her body was hot against him, contrasting with the dampness of his clothes. He pulled back, cooing as he pressed his forehead against hers. I need you, Ira. This week has been absolute shit. And with you, none of that matters anymore. She stroked his cheek gently before her hand trailed down to stroke his neck. You're shivering. She touched his shirt, studying the moisture soaked into it. You're also getting my robe wet. Just your robe, babe? He purred as the weight on his shoulders lifted, the distance between them vanishing. He raised an eyebrow as his eyes traveled down from her face, following the tantalizing slit of her robe. Or are you getting wet elsewhere? Her finger pressed against his lips, cutting him off. Get in. She pulled away from him, walking back inside her suite, her bare feet barely making a sound on the wooden floors. He stepped inside the penthouse, noticing every detail: the vaulted ceilings, the marble counters, the extensive open views of the city skyline ending with the horizon line highlighting the ocean. He even watched droplets of rain cast shadows along the wooden floors of the living room. This was part of a life she had been offering to him, a life he'd been putting off as too soon, too overwhelming, too much. She had everything, and he had so little. Who was he kidding? There was nothing he could offer. He knelt down, trembling fingers undoing his shoes before he gasped softly as a warm towel wrapped around his head. Ira was too stubborn to allow one arm to hold her back, struggling to dry his hair. I can do that, babe. Thank you for the towel. He looked up at her, lips in a smile as she blushed, her eyes aside and her hand moving behind her back. His eyes followed those wild orange curls cascading down her body, taking in the curves underneath the robe, her vibrant dark skin enhanced by the crimson silk. He shivered from the sudden warmth coursing through his body, realizing what else came with her offer. He stood up, stepping out of his shoes and drying his hair with a towel, chuckling as her eyes were intent on watching him. His body was the one thing he could offer, and she could use it whenever she wanted. I could put on a show if you want me to, babe. Her thick lips curled to the side, scowling. Already working that charm of yours. She motioned to the fireplace and the couch. Go, sit. You're still shivering. The scowl faded from her face, a small and gentle smile taking its place. There should be a blanket on the couch. I'll come back with another towel. Taking care of me already? He cooed, watching her walk up the wrought iron and wood staircase, watching her hips sashay back and forth. He unbuttoned his shirt, not wanting to stain what had to be an expensive couch. Does rainwater stain leather? His brow furrowed, frowning as he stared at copper-dotted insets along the arm of the sofa. He didn't want to find out, so he set the shirt on the floor before unbuttoning his jeans, and pulled them down before he yelped as a towel hit his back. Babe! Ira snorted. Am I interrupting the show? Tristan pouted, wrapping himself in the new towel, taking off his pants before sitting on the couch in only his boxers. However, he was quick to pull the blanket over his lap. He winced as the soft fur pressed against the burning cut on his leg, struggled to ignore it. I didn't want to get your couch wet. He stroked the blanket timidly. Even her accessories cost more than he was worth. I'm causing you a lot of trouble. No, you're not. She sat down next to him, looking towards the fireplace, the warm glow dancing along her loose strands of hair. Her shoulders lifted as her gaze lowered to the floor, her toes curling against the sumptuous black rug beneath their feet. I'm the one who caused you trouble. I can't believe you still want to talk to me after I freaked out and hurt you. She grimaced, her hand rubbing her neck. I can't believe you want to be with me. Why wouldn't I? He lifted a hand to her cheek, long, delicate fingers gently tracing her skin. I'm not blind. You have demons, I know that. I know you have memories that haunt you. He tilted his head, watching her eyes twitch, her lip trembling. I don't understand it, not everything, but that doesn't mean I don't want to try. He lowered his head to her shoulder, pressing his forehead against the muscle. I have shitty memories, too. Some of those really hurt and scare me. So I want to help. I want to ease whatever pain you have. This may sound selfish, but maybe it'll help ease my pain, too. Your pain? He flinched, closing his eyes tightly, gritting his teeth. Yes, like I said, my week has been absolute garbage. He pulled her into his embrace, wanting to be as close as he could to her. I'm in seriously deep shit with the Don. He caught himself. Some terrifying people. He bit his lip, shuddering. I shouldn't be here. But you are here with me. Guilt lodged in his throat. I don't want you to be in danger. I can handle myself. She kissed his cheek. I can protect you. You seem so sure. He was still trembling, even when he tried to laugh. What's hilarious is that's not even the worst of it. Her hand, free from his embrace, curled against his damp hair. How is being in danger not the worst? He trembled, his hands gripping her, fingers clinging to her robe. I saw someone I had prayed was dead, someone from my shitty memories. He released a hiss, his head lifting, his brow tightly arched down and furrowed, a raging tempest in his eyes. He's here in town, and knowing that is eating me up. She looked into his eyes, the embers of the hearth reflected against her gaze. Why are you telling me this? Tristan released a bitter laugh, burrowing his head against her shoulder. I recalled our conversation in the bar. I guess I wanted to hear you tell me he deserves to die. His eyes well up, guilt clawing at his throat, making his voice come out in a raspy stutter. That you wouldn't think less of me? She moved away from his arms, turning her body to face him, her fingers gently stroking his chin and lifting his head to look into her eyes. What do you want to do, Tristan? His eyes widened, and he gripped the couch, Ava's words echoing in his ears. Something I may regret? Something I know is wrong? The storm in his eyes was calming down, leaving only haze and clouds in his gaze. His face softened as a familiar shame stole away the rage he felt. I hate that son of a bitch, but it's wrong to want him to die. She snorted, moving her hand away from his chin. Why? She tilted her head to the side. Why is it wrong to want someone you hate to die? He bit his bottom lip, remembering how angry he was at Ava. Now he was using her very words against himself. Because no one deserves to die? Didn't we have this conversation? Her face was close to his, a small smirk on it. Some people certainly don't deserve the life they were given. Tristan. Her voice lowered, a growl in her throat. Sounds like this man had hurt you. That growl made him tremble, fear and desire mingling together, causing goosebumps to grow against his skin. He did. Then it's not wrong to want him dead. His hand moved over his forehead and then covered his eyes as he took in her words. Those words were branded in his mind, along with the words she used to describe Lady Karma. You're nothing like Evie. She would never say that. Ira's tongue hit the roof of her mouth, releasing her telltale click. Well, I am not exactly a fan of hers. I can tell why you'd feel safer with me. He moved his hand down to her thigh, gently stroking the muscular curve through the soft silk. Do you want to talk about it? Not really. Do you want to talk about what happened between you and Mr. Son of a Bitch? He had left the door to that memory open just enough to give her a peek. His fingers trailed the edge, tempted to let it open as wide as it could. He closed his eyes, flinching, before releasing a light laugh and slamming that door shut. Not really. Ira tilted her head to the side, her hand moving to massage a knot along the back of her neck. One day, you'll open up to me. Tristan smirked, long bangs wavering side to side over his eyes. I hope the same with you, babe. He looked down at the flesh exposed from between the long slit of her robe, his touch making that thigh twitch. I hope to have you wide open for me. He noticed that deep sigh and shuddered from her voice coming out with a reluctant tremble. Pervert. She stood up, moving away from the couch, her hand rubbing her head through those thick knotted curls. Think about what you want to do, not what someone else tells you to do. Be selfish because what you want is all that matters. She gave him that soft smile, reserved only for him. Right now, I want a drink. How about you? He watched her walk towards the kitchen, his eyes once more on those curvy, healthy hips, the same ones that held him down on this extravagant couch. He closed his eyes, his fingers twitching as he recalled her arching against his touch, her voice deep with a soft purr in her throat as he made her moan. She had left painful, pleasurable marks on his skin, and he was given only a few mere moments to make her quiver. His jaw throbbed, recalling another promised night ripped away from his grasp as her hell took her away from him, leaving him cold, alone, and empty. Danger or not, he didn't have to think about what he wanted to do, not when she was standing right in front of him. He stood up, and his hand reached out for hers, fingers wrapping around it. Ira turned, her head tilting up as her eyes widened in surprise. Tristan. He pressed his lips against hers, his fingers intertwining with hers. His free hand cupped her chin while he parted his lips against her. As she followed suit, he groaned, and his tongue tasted hers wantonly. He felt fire from the cut on his lip, a searing pain that only pushed him further, taking as much of her flavor as he could. His hips pressed against hers as he pressed her body back against the wall. She wrapped her right leg around him, forcing him to ground himself harder against her. Her nails dug into the back of his hand as she burned against his skin, the cold melting away. He pulled back and hissed in delight as her teeth dug into his lower lip, his eyes fluttering at the sensation. She was intent on claiming him, and the agony from her teeth caused his hips to grind against hers. Those throbbing movements let her know precisely what she was doing to him. When she released his swollen lip, he buried his face against her hair, his breath hot and damp against her ear. I think you know what I want to do, Ira. His voice was low and heavy, his hand trailing down her neck. They caressed languidly between her curves, slowly exposing as his fingers parted the red silk. She licked her lips between gasps. I don't think I gave you permission. He groaned and pressed his lips against her neck, his tongue leaving little licks before his teeth ran along the sensitive flesh. He took utter joy, hearing that soft squeal from her, his hand stopping its journey at the sash, barely holding her robe together. A laugh deep in his throat. You're right, I'm so rude. His head moved up. His lips danced along her ear, making her shift against him as he whispered wetly, May I fuck you, Ira? Her eyes widened with scandalous surprise. Here I was expecting an undeniably romantic, cheesy line. She shuddered, her body arching against him, her nails nearly ripping the skin from the back of his hand. Instead, you talk dirty. She took a shuddering breath, her body flushed. You're no angel at all. He flinched at her nails before grinning, enjoying the surprise on her face and the delicious agony she gave him. His hand ran along her stomach, still teasing the sash. I never said I was. Do you want me to beg? A whimper escaped from her lips as they parted, her eyes lidded as she gave in to her need, her thighs twitching. As tempting as that is, I can't wait. Her voice trembled, and she moved her hand from his fingers, pressing the palm against his flushed cheek. I need you. That trembling whisper traveled into her ears like the sweetest melody. Those 3 words held him, comforted him, and loved him. Ira needed him. She needed him. No one else needed him as much as she did. He pressed his forehead against hers, panting and trembling in her molten embrace. God, I love you. He kissed her, lapping at her lips. Fuck, Ira, I love you. Blood seeped around her nails as she clawed into his back, making him jerk. Stars glittering before her eyes as he knocked deeply against her. She panted against his lips before swallowing. I know. I love you too. Then keep me. He buried his head into the crook of her neck, feeling her hair coil around him. And don't let me go. Her nails ripped along his skin, long, fiery marks, blood leaking down his pale skin. As the delightful agony coursed through his nerves, her whisper crept along with his ears, sultry and wet. I promise, I will never let you go. Chapter 19. The honeymoon ends. Ira was insatiable. So was he. Throughout the long night they shared, he could not keep his hands off her. He didn't know what time they finally fell asleep, and he didn't care. He was in her embrace, his head nuzzling against her heaving chest as he was finally spent. Her fingers ran through the damp locks of his hair. Her gentle caress brought him the comfort he ached for, as the salt of his sweat stung along the long scratches she left on his skin. The expansive bed cradled both of them, the cashmere quilt tangled between their legs. If her offer meant spending many nights like this, then his answer played over and over in his mind. Yes. 1,000 times yes. He slowly opened his eyes, the warmth of the sun on the pleasantly stinging tears along his back, waking him up from his slumber. Blinking several times, he lifted his head reluctantly from her ample, tempting curves. He turned towards the large walled-ceiling window, smiling as the sun rose over the city. He lay on his side, admiring that view with not just a peaceful joy, but also a tinge of envy. Is this what you see every morning, sweetie? A loud snore answered him, and he chuckled, turning to look towards the side of his lover sleeping beside him, her wild hair spread, cascading over the damp sheets. He stroked her cheek, his finger tracing along her jaw before his thumb moved to wipe some saliva from that thick bottom lip. He bit his lip, tempted to press his lips against hers, to have his teeth gently pull that bottom lip into his mouth like he loved doing the night before. Oh, sweetie, the things you do to me. He shook his head, fighting off that morning's lust. She released a soft snort against his touch before she turned to her side, cuddling against the large pillow before the melody of her snores continued. He laughed, the sweet sound airy. She was peacefully asleep, no trace of a nightmare showing on her brow. My fiery queen is tuckered out and satisfied. He moved his hand away, sitting up on the bed and stretching before he tensed, as sudden pain from the deep scratches rippled up his nerves. As he touched those cuts, he shuddered and winced. My queen is rough. I knew that. I could handle that. He set his feet on the plush rug covering the rich hardwood floors, looking back at the city, his brow furrowed but with a determined smile on his face. It will be hard, but I'll help you. I won't let you sink into that hell. He rubbed the side of his neck, his eyes fluttering as he remembered her bruising bite. Not any more. He moved the quilt away from his lap and pulled the soft fabric over her shoulders, pressing his forehead against hers. Thank you. His hand combed back those thick curls from her face, softly laying a kiss on her forehead before pulling back. I love you. He caressed her cheek before reluctantly moving away from the bed. His eyes took in the various pieces of clutter scattered around the room, including several empty pizza boxes from the night before. He sighed, rubbing the back of his head before he pursed his lips together. He carefully picked up those boxes, his feet moving aside some clutter as he took a mental note to take care of that later. After walking out of the room he grew intimately familiar with, he walked down the stairs. He admired the modern, gourmet, and practically unused kitchen, then flinched with shame as he stained the pristine site by setting those pizza boxes on the marble countertops. The Ferrari, the expensive restaurants, the private balcony tickets, and this? Babe, what do you really do? He looked out that large window in the living room, biting his lip. How much would you give me? A shiver ran down his spine as he recalled her answer. Everything. He moved towards the interior of the kitchen, behind the long island, appreciating the large gas stove and double ovens. He scratched his cheek as he mulled over an idea. A romantic breakfast in bed. You may like that. He moved over to the large double-door fridge, opening it to peer inside. You really shouldn't be surprised to discover that all that stainless steel and smart technology was used in a refrigerator that contained absolutely nothing but wine, not even a hint of food. His eye twitched with annoyance as he slowly let the door close. He looked towards the large window of the living room. He smiled, noticing blue umbrellas in the near distance. I guess a coffee and some chocolate croissants will have to do. He looked around the ample space for his clothes before he found them neatly folded on the gold-accented wooden coffee table. He touched the freshly scented fabrics gingerly, and his chest tightened at their clean warmth. His hand quickly jumped from his clothes to his cheek, his nails trailing against his skin, leaving slight red lines on the pale flesh. You even have people for laundry? You can't just own a few businesses for that, babe. What do you really do? This was too much. Tristan moved his hand away from his cheek, taking a slow breath to push away how overwhelming this was. He pushed away his doubts as he lifted his shirt from the impeccable pile. No turning back now, not from my sugar mama. He got dressed, hissing as the soft fabric of his shirt caressed those deep, burning lines on his skin. The lingering passion of last night left only fire on his skin. He shook his head, ignoring the pain as he pulled up his boxers and then his pants. He stood up, his fingers shakily buttoning his shirt. She was offering him everything, giving him everything. He was not turning back. He turned towards the entrance hall, stepping towards his shoes before he paused, seeing a large door in the kitchen. Most likely it was a pantry that was definitely empty. He snorted softly, ever hopeful and admittedly curious. All right, well, just someone with so much money but no groceries keeping there. He reached over to that door, the light inside turning on as he opened it slowly to peer inside. As expected, empty. He grinned. Not only could he offer her his body whenever she liked, but maybe even cook for her, teach her a thing or two about shopping. He looked up towards a few shelves, his laugh a little louder. Nope, not empty. She has whiskey. Expensive. Can't even pronounce the name whiskey. He shook his head, slightly disappointed and yet not really surprised, as he reached up to grab a bottle. As he slowly took hold of one to pull it off the shelf, something else shifted and he jumped back, gasping at whatever it was hit the ground. He gritted his teeth, setting the bottle back and rubbing his forehead. Shit, I'm sorry, sweetie. He looked down towards the object, bending over to pick it up before he froze. Cold sweat dripped down from his forehead to his chin, hitting the floors. His fingers, held out before him, trembled, and his heart pounded, hard, fast in his chest. His throat tightened as he stared down towards that mask, a red and black visage with a vicious snarling grin staring right back at him. He released a stuttering chuckle, his eyes closing tightly before he opened them again. It was still there. No, No, this is not. He knelt down, his fingers gripping it, recalling that roar running up his spine. Those long scratches screamed along his nerves, searing his flesh. He stood up, holding that unforgettable, monstrous mask in his trembling hands. Wrath. Why was that here? He could feel the answer pressing down onto his shoulders. The pressure increased the more he tried to deny it. No, it could not be here. It couldn't. That monster could not be. Tristan. His eyes widened, hearing that gentle sigh of a single name. He dropped the demonic visage onto the ground, taking deep, shuddering breaths as he turned to face the beloved owner of that voice. Sweetie? She wore that same red robe she greeted him in, her back leaning against the large window, her arms crossed. He flinched, another bead of icy sweat sliding down from his cheek as he took in the black and red metallic forms of that left arm. The pressure got heavier, clawing onto his shoulders as he stared at her silently, his throat tight, remembering her arm gripping his neck. No. No, that wasn't her. It could not be her. She slowly lifted her head, her eyes moving over towards him. That small smile on her face. A smile just for him. You should sit down. He swallowed heavily, his eyes darting towards the door. A low, unforgettable growl caused his eyes to return to her, her lips twitching as she hissed, Sit down. He took slow and measured steps towards the couch, his breaths coming out in hurried pants, his eyes never leaving her. No matter how many times he tried to tell himself differently, he knew this pressure was bearing down on him. Most of all, he knew those eyes, remembered her intense stare. He was meat. He slowly lowered himself onto the couch, his brow furrowed tightly as he faced the ground, eyes closing tightly as he blinked back tears. His body tensed as he gripped the leather cushion below him before he released a soft laugh. That's just a joke, right? Just some prank, right? Her face softened, that small smile dancing on her lips. You're sweating, sweetheart. Take slow breaths. Calm down. He gritted his teeth, flinching as she ignored his question. Please answer me. You're panicking, babe. Relax and calm down. Answer me, Ira. Her face darkened, and suddenly she was away from the window, inches from his face, her metal hand gripping his jaw, hard and tight. Her form blocked out the sun as her eyes burned into his, drilling into his gaze. Shut up. He could feel capillaries bursting under the skin of his jaw, her grip forcing his face still, no matter how hard he tried to move back. She clenched her teeth before letting go of him, smiling again, though it was no longer the smile that he adored. It was a predatory smirk. She tilted her head, and he could feel her eyes studying him like prey. I think you can put two and two together. You should perfectly know who I am. His hands touched his bruising jaw, fear clenching his heart as he shuddered, trying desperately to calm himself. You're being forced to do this, right? He reached out towards her human hand, his long fingers shaking slightly. The Dante family is forcing you to act like this. You're not that monster. You're my Ira. Her lips parted as his fingers gripped her hand gently, stroking along her dark bronze skin, a little moan escaping those voluptuous lips. Oh, Tristan, I love you. Her metal hand lifted to stroke along his cheek, causing him to flinch. But you are so incredibly stupid. He grimaced as she jerked her hand away from his, trying to grip it, only to be pushed back onto the couch by that monstrous prosthetic. Be honest with me. I want to help you. Help you with your pain, with this. Like just I said I would last night. I meant every word. So please, let me protect you. She snorted softly before releasing a low laugh, tilting her head to the side and releasing a loud pop that resounded off the walls of the penthouse. Wow, still trying to be the dashing hero when you are deep in denial. She smirked, resting her chin on her metal hand. I mean, what kind of protection does the head of the Dante family need? His heart sank into the most bottomless pit of his stomach. What? Her grin spread wide, her teeth bared. I'm Ira Dante. She motioned behind her towards the stunning view. I own this city. You're lying. Please, you're irritating me. She circled the couch, pacing around him, hunting him. The expensive dates, this penthouse, the musical, the car. What about the fact that you are still alive after showing me your face? Her grin vanished, her face grim. The fact you are still in one piece after you cut me. That hurt. His eyes darted down to her side, remembering when his blade had finally sliced into Wrath, when he finally wounded that beast. You don't have a mark on you. An odd sense of relief washed over him. That's right. Wrath bled that night. There should still be a cut, stitches, something on that monstrous being. It still hurt me, Archangel. Her voice carried a low, dark snarl with his moniker. His eyes lowered to the ground as the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. I see you can't deny it. She stopped in her steps, bending low to gaze at him. You turned out to be much better prey. Her voice trailed off, her hand moving to stroke his bruised jaw. Much more than I expected. How can you not have a mark on you? He jerked his head away, glaring defiantly back at her as betrayal fed into the storm in his eyes. I made you bleed. I have a gift. A gift I'm willing to share. She gave him that small smile reserved only for him. My offer still stands, Tristan. I'm willing to give you everything, and in return, all I want is you. Tristan's teeth clenched together tightly, grinding as he combed through every single memory they shared. He devoured each remembrance, wondering how he was so blindsided, looking for the lie hiding like a coiling snake in dark corners. After all you've done, after you've lied to me, don't act so fucking innocent. Her eyes narrowed into thin slits, a fire growing in her glare. You lied as well. Your janitor job? Is that coward just your roommate? Don't be so self-righteous. I'm not a fucking murderer. I'm not in charge of a family of murderers. A snarl slithered from between clenched, bared teeth. I'm not a monster like you. A monster. She stood up, her gaze downward, her voice small with a slight stutter. I'm offering you the world, and that's how you really see me. A monster. The corners of his lip twitched. His eyes watered. His arms shook as he watched Iris sink back into her hell, seeing her body sway side to side as her eyes grew distant. He wanted to touch her, to embrace her, to run his fingers through her hair and whisper that he was right here. But he couldn't. Ira lied to him and hunted him. She was the same monster that wielded a monstrous gore-covered club like it was nothing. Each memory of her kiss was tainted with a thick taste of copper. Even the pleasure of last night was drowned underneath the searing, burning agonies of her nails ripping into his flesh. He was drowning each memory they shared into the dark pit inside of him, burying love underneath rage. Yes, a monster who lied to me once, who tried to kill me more than once. He fought back against his fear, as if his voice came out in a deep, low hiss. If your offer meant being part of a fucked up family like yours, then I refuse. He pushed her back into that hell, alone. The swaying stopped. An inferno raged in her focused eyes. Refuse? Tristan. Her laugh, low and deep, crescendoed into a cackle, her human hand gripping her curls tight as her metal one curled into a fist. You don't have a choice. The tension increased in the air, the pressure bearing back down onto his shoulders as murderous glee emanated from the monster she always was. You are my prey. He jumped out from the couch at that roar, his rage now overcome by a single instinct. Survive. Before he could even turn to the door, the back of her fist lashed out, slamming against his bruised jaw. He gasped as he landed on the floor, a sense of déjà vu crawling up his spine. His head turned with a glare, and he expected to see regret in those crimson orbs, that deep sense of horror like she showed before when she hit him. There were no such emotions in those eyes. They held only hunger, bloodlust, matching the hungry grin Wrath would have underneath that demonic visage. He pushed his hands down onto the floor, struggling to get to his feet, only to cry out sharply as she gripped his hair hard. She lifted his head just above the ground, before slamming it down against the wooden floors, the added impact causing the world to spin, a cry escaping his lips as tears leaked from his eyes. Let me go! A low growl rumbled underneath her chuckle as she lifted him again, glaring into his eyes. Did you really think that I'll let you walk out that door after I shared everything with you? You are truly a fucking idiot, Archangel. He clenched his teeth, his hands reaching up to dig into her forearm as she dragged him. He could feel his nails tearing into her skin, her blood dripping onto the floor. Yet her face never changed from that sadistic wide grin still on it. He snarled, his hands releasing her forearm to grip her hair, dragging her head down against his knee. She let him go on that impact, but despite the sharp pain in the bridge of her nose, her reactions did not slow. She reared her head back and slammed the cold steel of her left fist into his stomach. He coughed, hard, spit escaping his mouth as his ribs shifted on impact. Her lips curled into a sneer. You won't win. Win? This wasn't a game. He needed to live. Gripping his side, he stepped away from her as he hissed in the agony and tried to get any amount of air into his system. He looked up, only to see her right fist smashing into his face. That knocked him back, against the wall, the force of it causing cracks to form under his skin. Blood gushed from his mouth and nose. The room swirled and danced around him, pain mixing with a cloud of disorientation. He tried to pull himself up from the wall, his knees shaking as he did his best to keep himself steady, only to cough violently as her fist slammed into his stomach. He slid down against the wall, his arms wrapping around his battered torso. Fuck. Are you going to behave? He spat out blood towards the wood floors, his eyes glaring at her from under his bangs. He gasped as her leg lifted and pushed out hard, her foot pressing against his throat, cutting off his air. His hands moved to grip her ankle, still holding his glare as defiantly as he could. Let me go. Those red eyes softened, though the pressure on his throat did not lift. I made you a promise, one I intend to keep. He closed his eyes tightly, tears falling as his defiance waned at the loss of much-needed breath. Was it a lie? He coughed, trying to gather what air he could, his vision fading. Her lips twitched. What was? Everything. His eyes rolling back as darkness took hold, losing his consciousness. He could hear the distant sound of the door opening, footsteps coming towards them. He didn't know who else was with them, nor did he care. All he heard, all he wanted to hear, was her answer. No, none of it was. Chapter 20. Home. It didn't take long to tie him up. What took longer was deciding to have him in the trunk or in the back seat. Though her valet silently questioned her, a quick lift of her nostril made him look away, settling the unconscious body beside her. The valet remained silent as he drove them towards the island. The boy's battered form pressed against her side, and with extraordinary care, she lifted his head and placed it on her lap. Her fingers idly stroked his hair, her chin resting on the steel palm of her prosthetic. What am I doing? That question reverberated through her mind, her chest uncomfortable. As the cityscape went black, her eyes closed tightly, brow furrowed into a tight knot. Why am I doing this? Steel fingers curled into a fist. She pressed the bridge of her nose against it, her shoulders trembling as her teeth ground together. How quickly she turned from a savior to being a criminal, a murderer, a monster, a liar. That is what she was to him. It hurts. It hurts so much. However, as the skies opened, revealing her estate on the horizon, she lifted her head, and the glass window beside her cracked under the heat of her stare. Tristan's opinion of her changed. But he wasn't wrong. This was how she always was. She was only going to reveal the truth. You've been listening to A Beautiful Lie by Coda Languez. This is Birth of a Sin, Volume 1. Birth of a Sin is a trilogy, and if you want to hear the rest of the story, as dark as it gets, which it gets much darker than what we've just been through, then you'll need to check out the rest of the books. And don't forget to subscribe to my channel if you want more of the thrilling, chilling, and horrifying. You can find the link to the books in the show notes and a pinned comment. And let me know how much you enjoyed this story, what you want to hear next, who your favorite indie author is. And as always, until next time, don't turn out your lights.